see you.
The world #1 ranked player, 17 World Championship titles, the highest ever FIDE rating in the history of chess. Considered by many the greatest of all times, Magnus Carlsen will be taking on a never-seen before challenge. Welcome to our coverage of the Freestyle Go Chess Challenge. Welcome everyone. We are so excited to be here in Weissenhaus in Germany. 8 top grandmasters, including the world #1, will be playing freestyle chess over the next week to decide who is the strongest. Alongside me, breaking down each and every move for you along the way, is Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, are you excited?
Yes, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Super excited about this lovely event. What a fantastic setting in the Weissenhaus Hotel Resort. I'm just loving it and can't wait the action to start.
And in just a few moments from now, the action will start and the players are getting ready to take their seats. And it is a format that is very, very new to the chess world. We will have freestyle chess. We start with the round robin. Each player plays against each other. It will be 7 rounds of round robin over the next 2 days. Every game will have a new position. In the rapid, we've got 25 minutes with a 10-second per move. And the start of the match with the players, with the new position being revealed to the players just a few minutes before the start of the game. That just brings in such an exciting aspect, Peter.
Yes, absolutely. 10 minutes before the game start, there will be a big draw. I think we will be also having live action from the playing hall. Super excited which position we're gonna get, and I believe the players are very eager to figure out what kind of task is ahead of them.
They're very eager. We're very eager to see what position in freestyle chess. 960 positions are possible from the very start. One of them will be randomly picked up, and the players are going to find out just moments before they make their first move. It's all about creativity. It's all about skill. Let's also discuss what the players are fighting for. There is a lot of prize money at stake here.
Yes, prize money is very important, of course, but I believe it's about the prestige. Yeah, challenging Magnus Carlsen, that's the real challenge. Everybody wants to take the title, not just the $60,000.
And there we see the top prize at $60,000. The player who finishes last as well, who finishes 8 out of these grandmasters, will also go home with $8,000. But it's more about the challenge of playing in this format, of playing Fischer Random, of playing freestyle chess. They have to show their skill from the very first move. What makes this event so exciting, Peter?
I think everything. The whole format. I like that we are talking about Fischer Random freestyle chess, and the players have time to think. Yeah, in the starting, we start with the rapid portion with 25 minutes games. After, in the knockout phase, we're gonna be seeing classical chess. Because, as you said, here the players have to think right from move 1. Yeah, the strategy starts very early. You have no common patterns to rely on. You have to figure out all by yourself right from the very beginning.
And there was a technical meeting discussing all the rules with the players. And it was very interesting to see how you've got these household names, these very best players in the world, actually discussing the rules of castling.
Yes, that's one of the biggest challenges. Yes, we know exactly that the rule castling is kind of normal, but there are so many different scenarios, and I think we're going to be seeing and we're going to be discussing live while analyzing the games. We'll be breaking down all the castles.
The world of chess in a completely new light. We call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of chess 960. Random 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. The games are played with classical, long thinking time, Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. Players can't rely on memorized opening strategies, but must think from the beginning and manage their time for 40 moves instead of effectively 20. In total, there are 960 different basic positions. The pawns remain as usual in the 2nd and 7th rows. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. The Super Grandmasters see positions they have never seen before and must still make swift decisions under time pressure. From the 3rd tournament day, the Super Grandmasters then have the chance to play high-class 960 games because for the first time in the history of chess, they get the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024.
And Peter, we will have the drawing of positions happen very soon. A very exciting ceremony is about to start. To me, the big question is, how does a player really prepare for these events? And also to break down more of the action, we've got more help at hand. We've got Grandmaster Nicholas joining us as well. Nicholas, how hyped are you for this one?
Thank you, Tanya. Also from me, a very warm welcome to the Freestyle G.O.A.T Challenge here at Weissenhaus at the Baltic Sea. And I'm very excited. I'm very, very happy to be here and watch the absolute best in the world and some aspiring young players as well who are already established top players to battle it out, to challenge for many the G.O.A.T Magnus Carlsen. And my task is to have a look at all the games going on because we always have 4 games happening simultaneously. So while you guys are focused on one game, I can check the other ones and see if any big mistakes are happening or maybe any excellent genius moves. So I hope that we can complement us in this way, and I'm really looking forward to a commentary with you.
We're super excited about it, and a really great point there that it's also a clash of generation. We've got a total of 8 players. 4 of them we can say are very experienced players, belong to a certain generation, and 4 upcoming youngsters there, Peter.
Yes, I think it's also symbolized, yeah, that we have 4 kings, yeah, the established superstars, and the 4 upcoming and not even upcoming, already established superstars, but still not with all this track record, yeah, that all the kings, the jacks, yeah, the 4 jacks, super exciting to see this concept. It's a very fresh concept, and let's take a look how the kings will handle the challenge of the jacks.
And you say kings and jacks because here as well for the first time, the 4 experienced players have been handed over the king cards. There are actually these booths that the players have, their resting areas, with this big king on the board. And for the young upcoming, well, I can't call them upcoming anymore, Peter. As you said, they're already super established players. They're making their mark at the very best, fighting at the doorsteps of the world top 10. The likes of Vincent Keymer, Gukesh, Nodirbek, Abdussatrov, Ali Reza, I don't know where to put him. Do we call him the absolute elite? Do we call him a youngster? Both. Both. Nicholas, is there a favorite in this event?
Well, I mean, in any event in which Magnus Carlsen is competing, he must be the favorite. This is clear because he has shown again and again in every time control that he is the absolute best player in the world. But one has to point out he has never been Chess 960 official random world champion. So far, these 2 championships have been claimed by Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura last year. So it is definitely a discipline that for Magnus Carlsen has been also challenging, but it is challenging for everybody. So I think Magnus is very motivated to win this title, and it will not be easy because every player here is so strong. They're all, I feel like, already giants in their own right. So it will be tough for Magnus to win, but he must be the favorite.
Interesting. It is hard to bet against Magnus Carlsen, regardless of the format he plays in, regardless of the tournament he's at. But that said, Peter, in Chess 960, in Fischer Random, freestyle chess as we're calling it, it's from move number 1 that you start thinking. There is no opening preparation. Do you think that then favors players whose biggest forte is their creativity, their intuition?
Well, I think we are talking about the very best players in the world. I think that they are all extremely creative. You normally have to be a universal player to be able to handle any kind of scenario perfectly. We also heard that Magnus was in south of Spain for 3 weeks preparing for this very event. It just shows that how seriously Magnus is taking all this.
He was preparing for those events, but we did interview him during the Champions Chess Tour, and he said the results he had in his training games while preparing for freestyle chess, and I think it was against Grandmaster David Howell, his partner, his training partner, his good friend, he wasn't very happy with the results he had in that.
Well, but it was practice. Yeah, that's kind of. I'm actually always a little bit scared if already practice goes very well. Yeah, then how do you add? How do you improve when the real action starts? So I think it was most probably Magnus' strategy. We also know that he's famous for starting a little bit slow. He does have the white pieces in the very first game against Vincent Keymer, but all the pairings are just stunning, and I can't wait for the action to start.
And this is a format that Magnus has really favored. It's something that he's been really looking forward to playing. He's been wanting classical time controls in Fischer Random. What do you think it is about freestyle chess that makes it so attractive to the world number one?
Well, I think there are two components that make it attractive to probably all the top players. For one, they don't have to worry about opening preparation. Usually before the game, players have to prepare several hours and find some small idea maybe to surprise the opponent, to get him into an uncomfortable position. Here, they don't even know the starting position up to 10 minutes before the game. Then they can discuss a little bit about, or they can think to themselves, or they can discuss with the other players what they're going to do, but there will not be hours of preparation. So this is one thing. And the other thing is, there's no ELO rating to be worried about, to be afraid of losing points, especially for Magnus Carlsen, as he is the favorite in every single game. He always has to think about his ELO as well, and the other players also. So they can just play without worrying about prep, they can just, without worrying about ELO, and they can just play and just enjoy the game. And I think this is a nice change for all the players here, especially also for many of the players here who will play in the candidates, because they can just focus on chess and not worry about these other parts. So I think this is why a lot of the players also decide to come here and play, because it is just such a nice event where you can just do what they love, playing chess, and not worry about these other things so much.
Freestyle chess taking away that element of opening preparation, of memorization, where very often these days we only truly start seeing the players in action after move 20, sometimes not even till the end of the game. But in this format, from the very first move, it will be an absolutely unique position for the players to start fighting on, and they will have just 10 minutes from the drawing of the position to the start of the game. How do you expect the players to be spending those 10 minutes?
Yeah, it was very interesting. I was also present at the players meeting just to get some inside info from the players, and we are seeing now already the show is about to begin, and that the white players, so the 4 white players, can actually separate into one team, discuss for the 10 minutes if they want, if they prefer to do that, but we have live action.
We're going to head straight over to Fiona as the opening of the position, the first game position, is about to be revealed.
In a second, and in a second we're also going to go to the... I'm very excited to, in a moment, call Holly and Teresa Sarah, Miss Angola International, to the stage, who will be doing the drawing of lots. So I'm just going to wait for the cue to when this is going to start. So once again, 960 balls on this table. One position will be drawn very soon. Once we have the number, the players will get a few minutes to relax, to think through what their strategy is going to be for the games. As you can see on the slides, the players have their own booths where they can either prepare by themselves or as a group. Okay, and now thank you so much, Tanya and Peter, in the studio. Welcome here to Weissenhaus. We are about to do the drawing of lots. So I would now like to welcome to the stage, please, Holly and Teresa Sarah, Miss Angola International. Please, a warm round of applause. So the way this is going to work is Holly is going to be the one activating the table, making sure all the balls roll into this bowl, and then Teresa Sarah is going to pick a number. That is the number of the position that will be played. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm going to see if we are ready. I think we are ready. So Holly, 3, 2, 1, let's go! And please, so the lucky hand is going to pick the first position of the day, and it's going to be position number 49. Let's show that into the camera, let's show it to the players. If everything is working, we should be seeing the position behind us in a second. Thank you so very much. We already put the ball in here. And please give a warm round of applause for Holly and Teresa Sarah once again. We'll be seeing them again later on for round 2, 3, and 4. So number 49, and you can now all see the first position on the screen. I think that is going to conclude this part of the ceremony. I'm going to hand it back to Tanya and Peter in the studio, and I think the players can now...
We are live.
So we have the position.
We saw there the position being revealed, and the pieces, they're not your standard setting up of the starting position. Peter, what was the first thing that stood out to you in our game 1 position of the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge?
Well, I think it was a very special position because the king was on G1 and on G8, and exactly between the two rooks, rook on H1, rook on F1, so we are having some very tricky kind of castling. The king from G8 can go all the way to C8, and then the rook from F8 goes to D8, but also if the rook moves from F8, then black can just castle simply by keeping the king on G8 and putting the rook from H8 to F8. So many different strategies.
So many different strategies, and of course for many fans watching out there, it can be confusing, the many rules, the many different setups of freestyle chess, but the bigger picture that one has to remember in the starting position is that out of the 960 position, one fun fact, the standard chess position is number 518. And the other thing to remember is that in every starting position, the king has to be between the two rooks, the bishops have to be an opposite color, everything else can switch around. And Peter, it gets exciting now because the countdown has started. The players need to decide their approach in this position that they've perhaps never seen before.
Yeah, for sure, they have never seen it before, and I was just stopping there that yes, the agreement is that the white players, the 4 white players, can discuss between themselves the position if they want, and the same applies to all the players playing with the black pieces. They also have the chance to discuss strategy or first couple of moves, but everybody has its own kind of strategy, own vision. I think that it's nice to gather the information, but I wouldn't be surprised seeing the players sit down at their board and think quite a lot for move 1 already.
We will have the positions up on our screen really soon, and we've got a confirmation coming in, Nicholas, that it's position number 49.
Yes.
Out of chess 960 that we're going to be starting with. Take it away. Tell us your first impressions.
Yes, so here we see it next to me. We have, like Peter pointed out, the king on G1 and G8. We have the rooks both here on the queen side already, so on H1 and F1, H8 and F8. And then all the minor pieces, very interesting, all the minor pieces are on the queen side. So we have the bishop here in the corner already, the 2 knights. This is quite a unique position, I would say already. And as Peter pointed out, the king can castle king side, then he would just stay here and the rook would come over. Or the king could castle queen side, of course, if all the pieces in between, it has to be cleared. And then the king would jump over here to C1, this rook would jump to D1. So we have some very interesting possibilities here. And I think this is a very fun first starting position. What do you guys think?
I have the same feeling. This is kind of, and one of the first thoughts that I'm having already is maybe even not clear if white needs to castle at all. Yeah, because the light pieces are perfectly placed. Yeah, they can be brought into game very easily. White can also eventually just go H4. We know this kind of strategy, and then the H1 rook is alive immediately. Yeah, so there are so many angles, just incredible.
And this is our starting position, really nicely pointed out there. We divide the board into 2 halves and we see a lot of major pieces on the king side, the minor pieces all stacked up on the queen side. And the big question to me always in these 960 positions in freestyle chess is to look for hanging pawns and pieces, Peter, to start thinking how to develop your pieces that might come out with a tempo.
Yeah, there are so many things to look at. First of all, what I do see also as an important factor that the bishop on a1, it's already on the long diagonal. Yeah, normally people like to fianchet to that bishop, but now if you move the b2 pawn to b3 or to b4, it already opens up the long diagonal. So very interesting. We are waiting for information. Did the games already start?
We're going to get a confirmation in just a few moments from now. The players will set in to make their first moves in this position. Perhaps right now they're just trying to think and discuss. Also, let's point out to everyone that within this much time that they have between the revealing of the position and the start of the game, the players have no access to engines. They have world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, takes on the recent winner of Division 2 in the Chessable Masters, Vincent Keymer. And I think they're having a little bit of a talk about the position there, Peter.
Yes, exactly. Yes, so they are in the camp of playing with the black pieces. Yes, exactly. And they are discussing. And look at this, it's kind of very nice. And Nodirbek is joining the discussion that someone is sitting from the white side as well. Yes, so that they are trying good moves, they are trying good ideas. And they only have there, we see Magnus enjoying his time with Levon.
And Peter, you mentioned it, players starting with the white pieces have the privilege to discuss it with each other, how they think about the position just for a few minutes before they start. The players playing with the black side can also do the same to understand the position with just a few minutes. This is all they have. This is a position that the world's best have never seen before. And there we see one of the most creative chess players in modern chess, Levon Aronian, discussing it out with Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, I also feel like this is the quiet before the storm, right? That, okay, now you have this 10 minutes to discuss without any pressure. You can move the pieces back and forth. However, when the players are then seated at the board, the game is about to start and the clock will start, then the pressure is on. You finally have to make that responsible decision. What will be your first move? And I'm really interested to see what will be the strategy of the players. That do they dare to rely on this 10 minutes pre-game preparation, or will we see also Magnus spending quite some time at the board as well?
And as we see the players discuss it out, and is that Gukesh at the back also leaning forward to take a look at what's going on there, trying to decide their first moves? Nicholas, I'm looking at the position that we have, and the one very interesting thing about it is that the players already have a castle on the board. On the king side, we see in the very starting position, White's king is on g1, the rook is on f1, so they can already start thinking about developing their pieces and not about king safety.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So the king is already tucked away on one side of the board. It's just a question what you do with the rook in the corner in this position, and what you focus on with your minor pieces if you fight for the center. So there's a lot to discuss, and like you guys said, it's not a lot of time. Yesterday I was talking to Fabiano Caruana, who has played in these events before, and he said to me, well, 10-15 minutes, that's pretty much nothing. And then after 10 or 15 minutes discussing, you get to a board, you play the first move, and the computer already says it is a mistake, and you're worse after the first move of white. So this can happen, and this just goes to show how difficult this chess 960, this freestyle chess really is. So we see Magnus, we see Aronian discussing the moves, and they're really going quite into some lines already, so they really make use of their time. But in the end, you really have no guarantee that you are making a good first move. You just try to get into a game. And like you said, I think a very important factor is the time here. Freestyle chess is very difficult, and 25 minutes and 10 seconds increment per move is not a lot of time. So they probably don't want to spend that much time in the first few moves. Then again, these first few moves are really important. So what do you guys think? What will be their strategy?
It's very important because it determines the middle game position that you get. And that's why we see Levon and Magnus really discuss the very start of the game. The very first moves that you're pointing out in Rapid, they start with 25 minutes on the clock With every move that they make, every press of the clock, they get an additional 10 seconds. Eventually, we will move on to the classical time control, and the time is up. It's time to take their seats and to get started with round number 1 of the round robin. The discussions have happened. This is all the time the players got. And there we see perhaps a player, Peter, that might be hard for you to be neutral towards.
Yes, Vincent is facing Magnus Carlsen in the first game, and we did see the insights of Magnus and Levon discussing things, and we have seen some aggressive approach there. Some F4 and E4 moves had been played. And I also feel like from the black side, how do you prepare, how do you discuss? Because you have no idea at all what's your opponent's first move gonna be. And the possibilities are really endless. I do believe that the first 2-3 moves, maybe the first 2 moves are the most important, because the players know that they are extremely strong. If they already have the right direction, if they get a kind of clear-cut situation, then they will be also speeding up and making the following decisions much faster.
And this is our first position that is in front of you. It is go time, and this is what we were discussing, that interestingly enough, at the very start, we already see the kings have a castle on the board. Black's king on G8, white's king on G1 with the rook next to it. The other rook on H1, discussing how that can come forward, maybe channeling a bit of alpha zero there. At some point, we could look at the H-pawn moving forward to develop the rooks, but first, Peter, it's going to be about where you want to place those minor pieces.
Minor pieces, but also the classical chess rule is to occupy the center, and the big question is how do you do that in a freestyle chess? Yeah, that is it worth going for the center, how your other pieces are playing? And I think one of the biggest dangers playing from the black side is that you don't know exactly should you copy, should you repeat the moves that your opponent is doing, because there is no guarantee at all that this one extra tempo that white has will not come in beneficially for white. Magnus is taking his seat.
And the players are getting ready. And Nicholas, I'm looking at this position, thinking about what Peter said about grabbing the center. The one move that would come to my mind is start with E4. You want to open the bishop, you want to get your queen out. The king's already castled. What do you think about starting with the traditional? As Bobby Fischer said, E4 best by test?
Yeah, there are definitely many different approaches, like you said here, just putting the pawn in the center. This looks to me like a very sensible move, because, and I'm just playing this on an analysis board right now, so this has not happened in the game. But you open the bishop here on D1. Seems to agree. And I was thinking, I would also like to get this guy in the game already, maybe in the first move by playing the pawn forward to B3 or B4, to have this long diagonal open directly at the king. This also looks quite attractive to me personally here, opening the bishop, just pointing towards the black king already. What do you guys think about that?
Tanya, what is your take?
You know, B3. Adiban's a good friend of mine. The Cowboys will rejoice. Adiban says B3 in any position is good. I really like that idea as well. But I think we're getting our first moves in. And we're going to try and pull up the game between Magnus and Winston. And I believe E4 has been played.
I believe so too, yeah.
Wow.
E4, E5, classical chess.
E4, E5. Okay. Well, basically, if you know Magnus Carlsen and you know Vincent Keymer, they have been debating the Spanish. Quite some anti-martials in their World Cup match last year, and also in the World Rapid. Yes.
That's a rook, not a bishop, so we're probably not going to see a bishop to B5 like the Spanish.
Exactly, yeah. So I think after E4, E5, the theory ends, and we are in uncharted territory. Now let's take a look. Yeah, Magnus has slowed down. This means that this wasn't really part of the prep anymore, and B3, so combination of the two moves.
You mentioned it, Nicholas, it's on the board, and to me, it's the first time that I'm seeing the player on each and every move. At the very start of the game, we're so used to seeing them just blitz out the moves really, really quickly. They're taking their time. They're really understanding the position, and that's what's so special about freestyle chess.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe it would be also very interesting just to run through all the 4 games to get a feeling what the other players are up to as well.
So already in the third move, there is something crazy going on, which I have to share with you. I have the computer on here. And in this position, so just to take you through the first 3 moves, in Dingley Ren against Fabiano Caruana were d4, f5, c4, so what we would call a Dutch defense here in a classical chess game, b6, b4. And now, believe it or not, there is the move bishop from a8 taking on g2. A sacrifice in the 3rd move. The king takes, and the queen comes out to g6, and suddenly the king is already on the run. The king has to go here, because if it goes to h3, it's checkmate already. How many moves was that? 5 moves? So the king has to go forward, and the queen can hunt the king. Or here already there are other options, but you can hunt the king and then win the knight on b1. Wow. How crazy is that? How crazy is that?
And what's the evaluation?
The evaluation is somehow equal, which I don't quite understand, because black seems to be up a pawn, but somehow after bishop c3 there's the threat to trap the queen with the bishop to c2. So the queen has to, I was thinking has to come out, but alright, we're getting really into details here, but it goes to show that already after 3 moves, some crazy sacrifices are possible in freestyle chess.
What a line that was, Peter. Not something that you get to see very often, but even just this position, not a single piece has been developed. Standard traditional chess wisdom is take out the pieces, but here we see the world champion, Ding Liren. He's going for a pawn storm on the queen side. Meanwhile, Fabi, the world number 2, yet to develop. But they're just opening up the space to eventually land with these pieces in the center of the board.
Yeah, and it also shows that how dangerous, how tricky this game is, yeah, that you don't have any safety right from the very beginning. We also do see some confusion. I don't think that this is not the wrong position, no, that we are having, or it's only us.
Yeah, this is wrong. Maybe if you refresh, I'm not sure. But this is obviously a normal chess. But now...
And this is the position that we had with a very similar opening with Gukesh playing with the white side against Ali Reza. The crazy line that you just showed, Nicholas. And we've had some moves, and I'm doing a pawn count here. Material still in balance, but a really strange position out of the opening. The rook is attacked. It wasn't grabbed on the last move. Because there was a checkmate on g7, Nicholas.
Yes, exactly. After queen g3, the rook could not be taken because, excuse me, again, this bishop is very important. We pointed this out in the beginning already. This bishop all the way, don't forget about it, pointing to the black king. So here black could not take on f4 because of a checkmate on g7. We really see in different lines and different games how vulnerable the king can be on g8 because of this bishop in the corner. So this did, of course, not happen. Ali Reza played f6 to protect the bishop and also to stop the white dark-squared bishop in this diagonal, stop it from exerting so much pressure on the king. Now the rook is attacked on f4, so drop back to f2, and the knight is coming out to d6. And black seems to be in okay shape here. Knight e4 is a threat now, forking queen and rook. This seems to be a good start to Ali Reza for this game, but of course a lot can still happen. It's just such unusual positions. We're not used to seeing those, really.
Well, my first feeling was that Gukesh is doing some magic. Yeah, we were talking about this, that how will we castle and what, and he made perfect sense. He opened the f file with f4 capture with the rook from f1 on f4, and now when he's castling, he will be doubling the rooks, and now we have some crazy action. c5, knight e4, bishop b3 check, rook f7, so black is sacrificing the exchange back, but also black is winning the exchange on f2, so this is kind of a trade. Black is also getting ready to castle with simply moving the rook from h8 to f8, then the mission accomplished. Short castle has been made, and the same applies for white as well, but for the moment also the white queen on g3 is hanging.
And it's a big question. What do you recapture with that on that f7 square? If you were to step up with your queen takes bishop, white's queen can actually jump in on c7. Watch out for hanging pawns in freestyle chess. The c7 pawn is undefended. Black could not have captured the bishop with the queen, steps in with the king, but this actually allows white to give a check on b3 and sidestep the fork that we're seeing, Peter.
Yes, that's true. And then we are talking about some positional exchange sacrifice. Yeah, it's just completely insane. I also feel that we should be even going back all the way to move one to break down the action, that how did all this madness happen, because in other games we have seen a much slower approach from the players.
Nicholas, perhaps you can just break it down for us, because this is already a wild position and we're seeing white is currently up in exchange.
Yes, let me update my board. So we are in this position here after queen e6, and yes, white is up in exchange, but you see the black pieces are very, very active. The knight is out on e4, the bishop is out on g5, this pawn is hanging, the bishop on a8 is also playing a role, and it seems that even though black is down in exchange, black is already better. Your computer is giving an advantage here, clear advantage to black. And it seems that Alireza, he is a very dynamic player who can really understand well the elements that are important to create strong play with his pieces, and he knows when to sacrifice in exchange. That's what I'm trying to say. So here he has taken charge from the beginning, and it seems that he's in excellent shape. Also on the clock, and that's a very important factor. 6 minutes ahead on the clock already with the rapid time control. We have to be really watching that as well. Now the queens were traded, queen e6, and probably the pawn will take back. The rook can swing to d8. The black pieces are just looking much better than the white pieces here, which is giving black an edge.
Yes, it's a very scary position to be with white. Yeah, the knight on e4 is a monster. Probably you will have to sacrifice the rook on f2. But the black's bishops are extremely powerful. I'm not liking this for Gukesh. I was a big fan. First I thought that wow, and then this knight d6, knight e4 came out of nowhere. Just stunning play by Alireza.
20-year-old Alireza Firouzja, known for his intuitive play, for his creative sacrifices, and as Nicholas pointed out, he has this understanding of where the pieces belong. It's all about piece activity. And here we see that white does have the extra material. But what material are we talking about? Those knights still on b1, c1, not developed. The rook on h1, far from play. The rook on f2 hanging. You've got to waste time. Do you defend that? Do you give up the d2 pawn? It's already starting to look a bit shaky for Gukesh. Gukesh is a player who's known so much for his opening preparation as well, and perhaps not having as much experience in freestyle chess. Do you think that's going to come at play as well, Peter? How important is experience in this format?
I think it's very important, and we do remember that Alireza has been part of the Grand Chess Tour, and there had been many events there. He has tons of experience, and Gukesh probably has only played in Biel, but that's a little bit different.
And Nicholas, as this one heats up, you've got more insights on the world number 2 facing the current world champion.
Yes, Tanya, thank you. We're going to another game here because also there an exchange sacrifice has happened between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. We left it around here where there was this option of sacrificing the bishop on g2 already, which was very interesting, but Caruana did not go for it. So we'll just see briefly which moves did happen. e6, f3. The knight is coming out. This is a move we see again and again in this position. Knight comes out, and now f4. The knight is jumping to f5 and e3. A very powerful outpost for this knight. So this is something that Ding Liren absolutely had to stop. He trades the knight off, takes on f5, knight d3, and now the queen is coming in, giving a check, the rook, and now we see the exchange sacrifice. Or maybe it was born out of necessity here. Bishop h4, attacking the pinned rook on f2 once more. So the rook is being lost, and it goes into his endgame. But this seems to be a position now. Well, I was just going to say where the side with the exchange is better. But now that we reached it, apparently trading the queens here was not the best idea. To keep the queens on the board, going back to e7 was stronger, probably with the idea to play against the white king later on. But after the queens were traded now and d5 is played, we see that even though white is down in exchange, white is also better here. And it's very interesting that we see 2 exchange sacrifices already, and in both cases the side with the exchange down is better, but it is switching back and forth with every move, to be honest. It's just very difficult to play. So here, right now, Caruana is in front, but it is an open battle between the two.
It's more about piece activity in these positions, as we're seeing, especially as the starting position had this rook stuck on h1. As long as that rook stays there, you're really fighting to get to make the most of the material advantage in the position. Also, Peter, let's get an update on Magnus Carlsen against Vincent Keymer as that position heats up. It started with the move e4 as we were predicting, and to my eyes, this looks like more like a standard opening play that we're seeing.
Yes, but if we are talking about standard and white is occupying the center and black is not able to challenge it, I'm slightly worried for Vincent. Also, we do see that white's bishop on a1 is doing extremely good job. It's on an open diagonal, protecting the d4 pawn. While if black, for example, pushes b6, he might be confronted with a d4, d5 move, a typical move that locks out that bishop from a8. Also, the knight on c8 has nowhere to go if the pawn is pushed to b6. Vincent's pieces are crammed, while if you occupy the center like Magnus did, he has tons of space. Eventually, the knight is heading to d3. It's already a clear advantage for white. That's at least my feeling.
It's really fascinating here. And Nicholas, what do you think in this early stages, despite seeing that black's the one who first gets the minor piece out, is it more free-flowing for white to make the next couple of moves here?
Yeah, definitely. I agree with Peter. We see that white has more space, and when you have more space in chess, that means you have more options to place your piece, to maneuver your pieces, to bring them to better squares, and in this way to improve your position consistently. So I think Magnus is in good shape. I want to go over to another game right now where there is a lot of action. We haven't seen this game yet, but look at this position. We saw this bishop sacrifice in the other game as a possibility. Here it did happen. Here it did happen. If we go a few moves back, so in this position, after the opening, there was this bishop sacrifice on g2. Bishop takes g2, and the king has to take it, otherwise one of the rooks would fall, plus white has no compensation for being down a pawn in exchange. So the king takes, and now the king is on the run. The queen is coming out to g6. The king has to step to h3. No, it didn't have to step to h, or did it? Well, both moves are possible. Actually, it doesn't make a big of a difference, because here after queen h6, king g2, queen g5, now the king had to go to f3, because if it went back to h3 and rook f6 and the rook swing on the 6th rank would be already game over for white. So the king had to step to f3, and now there's another check coming in. The king is being pushed into the center, king e2, and here now the computer says bring just the bishop in. Instead, Abdusatov played a more human move, giving another check on h5, provoking f3, which is absolutely forced. And wow, what a position, guys. He sacrificed the piece. What do you make of this?
Absolute madness, and that is what freestyle chess is about from the very start. We are on move number 13 in a position that you would not expect in standard chess. White's king on e2, right in the center of the board, a check with that queen on h5, the rook still on their starting positions on h8 and h1. As the positions heat up, we're going to quickly break down the rules of a freestyle chess so that we can get into the middle game action.
The world of chess in a completely new light. We call it freestyle chess, played according to the rules of chess 960. Random 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. The games are played with classical, long thinking time. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. Players can't rely on memorized opening strategies, but must think from the beginning and manage their time for 40 moves instead of effectively 20. In total, there are 960 different basic positions. The pawns remain as usual in the 2nd and 7th rows. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. The Super Grandmasters see positions they have never seen before and must still make swift decisions under time pressure. From the 3rd tournament day, the Super Grandmasters then have the chance to play high-class 960 games, because for the first time in the history of chess, they get the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024.
So to go back, because we don't have the keyboard, you have to go youngest ever world rapid champion. He is an Olympic gold medalist, and right now Nodirbek has a big task ahead of him as he faces Levon Aronian in a very difficult position. There is already attack on Nodirbek's king. Peter, you were excited to break down this position as Levon's creating his threats.
Yes, because first of all, as Nicholas highlighted, it was Nodirbek Abdusattorov who sacrificed that bishop on g2, started hunting White's king, and all of a sudden we have also seen that Nodirbek has slowed down here, and let's just go back. This was the position we left. Queen h5 check, f3 was played. I was wondering what will happen after bishop h4. Why is Nodirbek taking his time? Clearly the answer is that he has spotted the genius response to this. White's queen seems to be kind of trapped by the bishop, but White ignores this threat and plays rook f1 to g1. Now if you take that queen on e1 with bishop takes e1, then you are in for a very nasty surprise. Rook takes g7, checkmate. And Nicholas has already been highlighting that this g7 square, especially thanks to that monster bishop on the long diagonal, is doing some tremendous job. So Nodirbek had to play the move rook f7, protecting the g7 pawn. But if one would think, oh, black had lost the tempo, what will happen? But he is most probably planning to castle. Next move with rook h8 jumping to f8, completing development, then rook can go to e8. Let's not forget, White's king is still stuck in the center and can't castle anymore.
And what an interesting way to castle in chess. Usually you would pick up your king, put it on the square, pick up the rook, put it on the square. But in freestyle chess, this is one of the ways to castle. If your king and rook haven't moved, your king is on the right spot. You can simply move that h8 rook to f8, finish castling in one move like that, and also finish your development. How are we evaluating this position, Nicholas? It is a very, very exciting moment in the middle game. White, I think, has eventually decided. We've got some more moves coming in, Peter, in this position after Nodirbek made the castle, and now it's Levon on the think. With that king out in the open, king stuck on e2, White has extra material, but I would be terrified with White playing with my king out in the open.
I agree absolutely with you, Tanya. I would hate this position with white. Yes, the computer is maybe giving an equal position, or maybe even a little bit better for white. Okay, well, there's some pressure on g7, that's true. But for now it is defended, the rooks are lined up, the knights are ready to come into action to d6 and to c6. And what about these pieces? What about this knight on d2? What about this knight on c1? Both of them cannot even move at all right now because these pawns are so strong. The king is right in the center, so if the e-file opens up, there's a lot of pressure on the king. So I'll be terrified with the white pieces here, but objectively it should be fine if you make space for the king to hide away on d1, play a move like bishop c2, but still, in a practical game, I would choose black any day, and I think Nodirbek is really in his element here. He's an attacking player, he's a dynamic player, and that's why he went for the sacrifice also, because in practical terms, in a rapid game like this, with little time to defend, this will be so difficult. So I think Nodirbek is in good shape here, but we'll see if Levon can defend this.
And Levon is an extremely resourceful player. He finds these creative ways to manage to save the position, but it is an uphill task. Let's bring up a bird's eye view really quickly, Peter, and do an overview, because while this one is fire on the board, I do see a lot of the other boards have pieces traded off. So if we just zoom out for a moment, and there we have it. Peter, if we bring up our current positions on the bird's eye view, we see several endgames in play while this one heats up.
Yes, okay, we did see there that Alireza had the pair of bishops. I think white had sacrificed the exchange back. White stabilized the position, but black is slightly pressing.
And I don't think that's correct. On our extreme right, we see a result on Ding versus Fabi board. Or what happened there?
Yes, it is correct actually.
Oh, wow.
It is correct. We have the first win of the tournament of the Freestyle Go Challenge. Fabiano Caruana has defeated Ding Liren. Let me just, I have not checked it myself even, but it seems a bad mistake happened. So we'll just go through the last few moves.
Niklas, maybe you can take it from the start and break it down to us, because it's a game that we completely missed.
Well, we saw it, I think, up to this point where they entered the end game and white was up in white was down in exchange, and it was quite unclear still because white is winning the pawn on f4. So let's take it from here. So the knight came out, black traded on c4. This still looks fine to me for white, even though white is down in exchange. So let's continue. g5 makes sense to protect the pawn. But white is having some play on the dark squares here. And now the bishop, this bishop on a long diagonal wants to win back the exchange. So this seems to have been a good choice by Ding. Takes on c4. So far everything is still somewhat normal. Maybe this was not a good idea to bring the bishop back here according to a computer play move like knight b2, but not an easy choice either way. So Ding was under pressure already, and now he brought the bishop back, takes on d3, takes, and now rook d8. Here actually, and this is a very funny moment, black could have castled queenside. This is the preferred move by the ending, just to show it, just to show what is possible. So this is, I think, very comical, because you're castling from a kingside position, kingside castle, to a queenside castle in one move. This is freestyle chess, everybody. And this would have been the best move actually, because the rook is attacking the pawn. The king can help with the queenside majority. However, what Fabiano was doing was also a good choice. Rook to d8, putting pressure. King e2, and the knight is coming out. So black is better in this endgame, but it should not have been over that quickly. So I think a very terrible mistake happened here at some point. Rook a3, rook c2, knight e6, bishop f6, king f7, and now a very uncharacteristic blunder happened by Ding Liren, who put the bishop on e5. The bishop should go somewhere back to c3 or maybe to a1, one of these squares, or maybe even to h8. But on e5, it was lost immediately. Rook e3 check ends the game because the king's in check and the bishop is attacked. It's a double attack. The bishop is dropping. That's a full piece, and that's game over. So Ding Liren in the first game committing a big mistake, and Fabiano is taking a win with the black pieces. So good start for him.
And Peter, quite a quick win in the books for Fabi, that one. A nicely played game. And this is the kind of confidence that you need going into this format, going into freestyle chess. To me, that castling that Nicolas just showed, it felt like parkour. It felt like you just take something and go completely crazy with it. And the reason that that was possible was because from the starting position, that black king and the black rook had actually never moved. So castling was still legal.
Exactly, yeah. But the good news for Fabi was that even his traditional move was good enough to keep the pressure. So he will not be hunted by this missed opportunity. At the same time, he gets the experience already that, yes, I have to watch out for moves like this. This was an uncharacteristically bad game by Dingley, and I felt like when he sacrificed the exchange, everything was fine, but that he did not close the position with c5. That was my kind of feeling. That's the Tigran Petrosyan position sacrifice kind of feeling. You close the position. He let the position be opened. He recaptured that exchange, but that was absolutely not necessary. A very big win for Fabi, a real confident booster. But I can also understand the opposite effect on Dingley. Yeah, this was a smashing defeat. He needs to calm down and find his balance to bounce back in the next games.
He's a world champion and he definitely has it in him to do it. It is 4 rapid games today, so there is a lot of chess to be played, a lot of freestyle chess to be played. And while we've had our first result of the day, action continues on the other one. If we pull up our bird's eye view one more time, and there we have it in front of us, I also see on our extreme left, we see on the screens Gukesh in big troubles. Alireza's got the bishop pair, and Peter, you called this out, that after that exchange sacrifice, the piece activity was so strong for Alireza, and with threats on f3, to me it looks like black can actually just pick up a pawn at this moment.
Well, but the position is so beautiful that I even don't know if I want to, but he goes for it. Yeah, takes. Yeah, the f3 pawn is lost. White is relying on this powerful, protected pass pawn, but black's rook gets behind, rook on c3. I don't really see that pawn on c5 ever advancing to c6. Black is ready to put that bishop on e3, blocking white's rook, and then eventually just go f5, f4, f3 with devastating effect. I don't really see how Gukesh can stay alive here for the next couple of moves. It looks very bad.
And if white was to activate his own rook, trying to stop himself from getting captivated after bishop to e3, I think there might be checkmating ideas on white's king. Black's rook could come to c2 if white was to jump in for activity with his own rook and start to threaten the white king with some back rank problems, Peter.
Yeah, probably white has no other move. White has to give the rook e4 check. And when you highlighted that, yeah, that rook needs to be activated, yes, that's probably the way to go. Rook e4 check, at least kick that king away, that monster king. Yeah, rook e4 check has been played. Black has many possible options, even maybe going to h5 in order to keep the idea but king f5 was my also first thought, but then I noticed king h5, pushing f5, targeting the h4 pawn, but it does not really matter. Black is in the driver's seat.
Gukesh in big trouble in this position. He's down a pawn, and interestingly enough, he has to also watch out to not fall into any mating ideas, allowing black's king and rook forward. Big trouble for Gukesh, and I think as these end games, the grind continues in this one. I see, Nicholas, you have your eyes on the most exciting position of the round with Levon Aronian taking on Nodirbek, white's king in the open. The knight has jumped in. What is going on here?
Yes, Tanya, this is definitely the most exciting game of the round for sure. Nodirbek has sacrificed the bishop a few moves ago to bring the king out here right into the center of the board. And for everybody, this is the same whether freestyle chess or normal chess. You don't want your king being running around in the center of the board. That's not good. So even though black is down a piece, the position is about balance, but we were saying already earlier, it is probably much easier to play with the black pieces, so 4 up to the Turov. However, so far, Aronian is hanging in, he's defending, and there's no clear way through. Somehow everything is more or less defended. The king is dreaming to get to b1 or maybe even to a1 to be tucked away again safely on the queen side, but so far it's not possible yet because the knight is on d4, and this is the current position. No, this is not quite it. Queen h6 was played, f4, and now knight e7. This makes a lot of sense. The knight was the only piece which was not in the game yet. So the knight is coming in, coming to c6, to b4, or maybe even going to g6 and hitting this pawn on f4. Objectively, still around equal, but it is still a very tough position. For example, the computer is suggesting now that the knight is coming to e2 to get rid of this knight on d4, but then again this would allow a fork on f3 and potentially giving this rook. But I think most important, as I pointed out, is that the king can run away here and get to safety. And I think if Aronian manages to do that, then he could maybe even fight for a win. But this is definitely still very much exciting and completely open game. How's the time situation? Aronian, twice as much on the clock, 15 minutes against 7. We always have to keep an eye on the clock as well, because as time is getting lower, this is also gaining in importance. So here, Tanya and Peter, it seems that if Aronian is managing to make a few more consolidating moves, maybe he can take over the advantage.
And speaking of the time situation, it's a 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. To me, Peter, that's always been a very close to a classical format. It's sort of like the long rapid. You can't really rely on playing extremely rash just to bring your opponent down on the clock, because there's enough time to counter that. What do you make of the dynamics with this long, rapid control?
Yeah, I really like it because you have time to really get into the essence of a position. Yeah, you don't have to speed up. If you really feel at the beginning or in the middle game phase that you need to invest time, like for example now Levon, yeah, that he did economize on time at the beginning. I'm perfectly with Nicholas. Already when I looked at this position for the very first time, my intuition was telling me that yes, the king has to run away. I want to challenge that knight with knight 1e2, and I'm so happy to forget about the hanging rook on g1, because the hanging rook is in fact not hanging at all. Please take that rook. That means that the rook on h1, which is not part of the game at all, captures back that knight, and we are talking about safe king. And on the other hand, Levon goes bishop a3. Wow, that's kind of a stunning move in a sense that I didn't see that one coming.
Incredible, because the knight on c1 is such a problem piece in this position, and it's more important to get the activity in. It's about the piece quality and not as much about the piece quantity when the king is out in the open on that d2 square. So sacrificing that exchange on g1 would have eased out the position. But Levon going for a different approach. He wants to hold on to that extra material. The bishop on d1 is still controlling that f3 square. The bishop on a3 now pinning that knight on e7. It looks like a beautiful position, Peter, for black. White's king on d2, the rook on h1 not playing, the knight on d4, really nicely placed. We just highlight these pieces, and I was going to ask you, where is the breakthrough coming in? And Nodirbek is showing the way. He's sacrificing a pawn in this position that can be picked up by White's pawn, but what he wants to do then is to start advancing that d pawn up the board, control over the d square. I like this move from the practical perspective. It gives up more material, but in return, you're playing for the initiative.
Yeah, you play for initiative. The reason why I don't like bishop a3 intuitively, that from the black side, I would even be happy and tempted to give the rook on f8. Please take that. Give me the dark squared bishop, yeah, because we see the pawn structure. The pawn structure is very special. White has this pawn on f4. Black has this pawn majority all on the light squares, and the dark squares with that monster bishop on h4. The queen is also on h6. So lot of dangers looming at White's king. Advocating that king as quickly as possible, in my opinion, had clear priority. On the other hand, Levon is a big maestro, so he did come up with the move bishop a3. Something had to be in his mind. So let's ask Nicholas, what do you think of all this?
Well, before we get to this, I just want to briefly point out that we have another result. There was a draw between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer, and we did not really look at this game a whole lot, which is we did not look at it because it was a fairly normal game for freestyle chess. Even if you look at the end, at the final position, you wouldn't even think it has resulted from such a strange starting position. So in this position, they agreed to a draw. It's equal material, rook and knight, and 5 pawns against rook and knight and 5 pawns. And I think Vincent did a really good job after the opening, which did not go as well to neutralize and to equalize, and he can be happy about getting a draw in the first game. So now let's go back to the game that is really captivating us between Levon Aronian and Nodirbek up to the turf. And I absolutely agree with you, Peter. The bishop on b2, it seemed to me to do a great job here to defend the dark squares to point against the king. And now you really never want to give up this bishop, neither against the rook or against the knight, definitely not. So after b5 here, opening up the position, Aronian is getting under pressure, his time is getting lower, and this is only heating up more and more as they both get into time pressure. Still, I would prefer to play black, and I believe Nodirbek can get a win here in this very first game.
Nodirbek Abdusatra, one of the most dynamic combative players in the chess scene, goes with b5, another sacrifice on the board. The idea is to get those central pawns moving, as Peter's highlighting on our screens. If white was to get greedy, capture on b5, we will see the d pawn advancing down the board. The rook perhaps will eventually find its way to the d file or the c file and start putting pressure on white's pieces. This is bad news for Levon, who himself likes to be on the attacking side, but is on the defense now. Nodirbek has to be enjoying himself in this position.
For sure, yeah, this is a dream come true. Exactly as he envisioned while going for this stunning sacrifice with bishop takes g2. Very much in this true spirit of attacking at all cost. And what did Levon do? We did see that he made a move. Bishop c5, wow. Okay, this is a very quiet move. Okay, targeting that knight on d4. The knight on d4 is a monster. It kind of makes sense, but does white really have the time to do this?
We see bishop c5 on the board. Black does not have the time to capture on c4. I'm already looking at options of perhaps retreating, and we see on our screens there just for a moment, but I'm going to finish my thought here that maybe knight e6 is a move that could come to your mind to hit that bishop on c5, which would be hanging. But I see Ali Reza on our screens on our screen there. He seems extremely happy with the outcome of his game, and we've got another result coming in. Ali Reza Firouzja gets the job done against Gukesh. It's a great start for the French player there, with the black pieces getting a win in quite a masterful style.
Yeah, and what a day, what a game, round one. We have seen Fabiano winning with the black pieces, Ali Reza winning with the black pieces, Nodirbek having the chance of winning with the black pieces. Black is very much alive and very much okay in this tournament.
In this tournament and maybe in this format, maybe the fact that freestyle chess has a unique position at the very start of the game, you take away the opening element. Are you taking away white's advantage from the start as well? We see black performing really well.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this, yeah, because sometimes there's also this danger that maybe some starting position will heavily favor white. Yeah, that's one of the kind of critical moments, and there was also this discussion right from the beginning when Fischer and Dom chess started, that maybe should some position be eliminated. Well, this one we felt right from the go that it's a stunning position with so many possibilities. And black is making perfect sense out of all his possible options.
We've had 3 results out of 4 games. It is all eyes on Levon Aronian versus Nodirbek Abdusatra. Levon in big pressure right now. He has made this last move, bishop to c5, hitting the knight that we were highlighting. What are the options here for Nodirbek? Well, we see a move on the board, so he answers the question. Queen to f6, he wants to keep that knight on that central square. He's getting the queen to defend on with that move, with the move queen to f6. How are we seeing this progressing now for white?
Well, I think it's also now time to include Nicholas back into the conversation. What are your thoughts, Nicholas? What is happening?
Yeah, queen f6 is a very nice move because the queen on h6 was not doing that much anymore. It was hitting upon f4, but now on f6 you can already envision some ideas here on this diagonal that this knight is stepping away and the queen is coming in on the weakened dark squares in the white camp. Also next, maybe the rook can swing over to c8, hit the bishop on c5, and in general there's some pressure, some possibilities on the c file where the position could open up. So I quite like this move, queen f6. The engine also likes this move quite a lot, and white is in a lot of trouble. The computer line here is to play bishop h5, which in my eyes doesn't do that much, and then g6. Apparently this was played also, g6, and now to trade on e7, but you really never want to trade on e7. You never really want to just give up your bishop against the knight. So I would not play this as a human. Maybe knight e2 is more of a human move. I think so, to get rid of this knight on d4. finally, I think this is probably what Aronian is going to do. I don't really see him trading this dark squared bishop against a knight on e7, which is not doing that much right now. But in either case, black is better here and also has the much easier practical play. So Nodirbek, also with the time getting more and more even, he is definitely looking for, he seems to be going for the win here.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov playing for the win. He's down a piece, he's down materially, but it is all about the activity against White's king, still stuck in the center. You just compare each of Black's pieces right now to White's counterparts, and it's clear that it is Nodirbek playing for more in this position. Attacking the bishop now, the c5 bishop can also come into attack. There are threats of the knight jumping onto f3. The troubles continue for Levon, but at least the clocks are level now, Peter.
Well, actually, Levon was up on the clock. Yeah, he had like twice the time of Abdusattorov. Nicholas was highlighting all the time that he would love to be black. And normally, when we talk about this, that we love to be black, it means that the moves are coming in so much more easier for the side that we like. Yeah, and that's exactly the point, that Abdusattorov did spend quite a lot of time in the opening for the sacrifice and everything. He sensed that, yes, it's perfect judgment. If I'm gonna get the type of position that I really enjoy, I'm liking and putting practical problem to my opponent, then the clock won't be the decisive factor. And all of a sudden, he's already up on the clock and also has the attack.
This is getting really scary, and big decisions to be made by Levon in this position. Do you take the knight on e7, as Nicholas was pointing out? Do you come back with your own bishop, in a sense giving a tempo to black to improve the position of that rook on f8 by sliding over to that c8 file, coming in with a tempo? Bishop takes knight, which was the best move pointed out by Nicholas. It is such a difficult move to make because you really need your pieces to defend your king. To give away a key defender like that, but I think the point of that move is to gain control of the d5 square. When black would recapture that bishop on e7, White's knight can jump into activity, into opponent's camp. And finally, White will have an active piece in the position.
Yes, but it comes at the cost of giving up the dark squares forever. Yeah, that's kind of the reason we don't really want to do that. Levon is taking his time. He might do it out of desperate measures, not because of he's happy. The move knight c1 to e2. First of all, this knight has not yet participated in the game. It has not moved so far, so it's also very tempting to develop that knight and get rid of that monster on d4. Such a tough practical question.
I would just... Now the player's under 5 minutes on the clock and the position is just starting. Well, it's been exploding for a while, but it's reaching that peak culmination where the players have to be accurate, and we see some moves coming in. The knight trade, Nicholas, has been offered. You approve of this move. You said it is the more human move in the position, and that monstrous knight, I don't think you can call it a knight, the knight on d4, more of a stallion, is finally off the board.
Yes, so I'm sure that Aronian is breathing a sigh of relief here after the knight has been traded. Apparently it was maybe a better option to bring the knight back to e6, hitting the bishop on c5 and keeping more, let's say, pieces for white on the board which are not that well coordinated here, with the bishop on h5 also always a bit hanging. If the king steps to the side, suddenly a bishop doesn't have any squares on h5. But Nodirbek did not go for this. He traded knights, and now it feels like the position is becoming more coordinated, more harmonious for white to play. The bishop will probably take back, and I'm guessing that Nodirbek wants to immediately open up with d6 or d5, further open up against the white king, open up the d file, open up the c file, just hit the king. As long as all these pieces, look at these pieces, they're all stuck here on the king side. Queen and both rooks, they're not doing anything right now. So black really needs to use the time to open up the position and attack the white king. And I think this is what Nodirbek is going for here. If the bishop takes e2, we have seen a move. Was it d5? Was d5 played?
Yes.
I believe so, yes. So again, upping up the pressure against Aronian. And well, what to suggest here? I mean, you cannot allow d4. You cannot really, you have to react in some way. You could take on e7, but again, this is not the move that white wants to play. You can take on e7 and then take on d5, but then, like Peter said, you give up the dark squares forever. Queen a3 looks like a potential move for me. Rook d8 seems to be the best move. And it is getting really, really sharp and really, really difficult, and so difficult to play with 4 or 5 minutes on the clock. Who will prevail here? What do you guys think?
It's time for predictions. Well, with the clock running low, Levon Aronian touching the 4-minute mark, and we've been pointing this out from the start of this game. That king in the center, king on d2, a potential opening up of the d line. Peter, if I had to predict, I'm going to go with a Nodirbek win here. What about you?
Yeah, well, and also the move knight takes b5 had been played. I almost got a heart attack because we did mention the move queen h6 to f6 had the purpose not only to protect the knight on d4, but eventually entering into white's camp with queen b2 check. And queen b2 check, how does white react to that? I just can't really believe what I'm seeing. And look at Levon. Did he just notice holding his head like, did I really miss? Did I let queen b2 check happen? Wow.
Levon's got to be feeling the pressure. Finally, black's pieces are about to strike on white's king. Queen b2 check on the board. There are two options. There are two legal moves in the position for white here. You can either come up with that king to e3 or king to d1. To me, both of them feel like you're walking into some kind of a checkmating idea. I'm scared to even make that move on the board. King to e3, will we see a d4 at some point, or maybe the knight will jump from e7 to d5. But Peter, king to d1 also doesn't look any more safe with the black rook coming onto the d file, rook d8 to follow up. Both very scary alternatives.
Yes, I do feel like king e3 is very much in Levon's style, and I do know that he's a big Backhouse fan. Yeah, and I absolutely know nothing about it, so I just asked Levon what to know about Backhouse, and he told me, Peter, if they attack, you have to run into the attack. And basically king e3 is a move very much in the spirit.
Yeah, and actually king e3 is absolutely necessary. If you play king d1, Tanya, you were already... Your intuition was right on spot. You just lose the game instantly because of, well, for example, the queen can first grab this pawn on a2 and grab the pawn on b3 also. The king is just not safe. There's no coordination. The rook can come to d8 or c8. White is not going to survive this. So king e3 is absolutely necessary. And in fact, White is having the advantage here, believe it or not, because there's no clear way for black to continue. I'm expecting Nodirbek's idea was to play a6, because if this knight was to move now, let's say here or here, it doesn't really matter, then queen c3 is absolutely deadly as checkmate in the next move. Because the king is having no squares, the bishop is protecting this one, can only put a bishop in between. Well, it's not checkmate yet, to be fair, because the queen is still defending it. But actually, check out this move, bishop e1. Oh man. That is,
oh,
that
wow.
is quite a move. Bishop
That's
e1.
beautiful. Queen takes bishop, you take with a check, and queen f3 checkmate.
Yes. Those are the moves that a computer, of course, spits out in seconds. For a human would be quite difficult to find, but there are also other options in this position. In either case, I believe there would be Nodirbek's idea, but after a6, of course, white doesn't have to comply and move the knight, but instead can play another move. For example, bishop d4 looks very sensible to once again control these important squares on the long diagonal. And here, it seems after, let's say, queen takes a2, the knight is coming back. White is consolidating.
Wow.
The king is somewhat safe on e3, and white can bring the queen and the rooks, the heavy piece, into the game and maybe take over. So maybe a very smart decision by Aronian to invite queen b2 check, which apparently was not the best choice for black, and now it seems that white could maybe take the advantage.
Unbelievable. Levon, known as the magician, Peter, has he just pulled off a Houdini run here?
Could easily be. Yeah, this is very much Levon in his true spirit. Yeah, he loves all this artistic, this incredible kind of scenery, finding balance, harmony out of total chaos. Yeah, the move knight takes b5, it almost caused us a total heart attack, and it turns out that it's a fantastic judgment. Yeah, queen b2 check seems to be a devastating check, but after king e3, suddenly white is kind of safe. What did the players...
It seems rook d8 was played, actually, so we might have been mistaken. It seems rook d8 instead of queen b2 was played.
Oh, wow.
After all.
So a a different approach by Nodirbek. Instead of coming in with the check, the lines that we were analyzing, perhaps Nodirbek felt that white's king on e3 is surviving. He did see the construction of defense with white's pieces and first brings another toy to the party, brings that rook from f8 to d8, lining up against the king to d2. A big threat now, not only to take that c4 pawn, but to further push the d pawn up the board. d4, a big pawn roll. It's all about the compensation for that piece. And once that pawn moves up the board, it's clear. With the d4 and the e4 pawn, there is a long-term compensation.
Yeah, and also d takes e4 check, yeah, opening up some more files is very much in the air. Rook d8 was the move in the spirit because queen b2 check, king e3 would have given white the perfect harmony. As long as the king stays on d2, white is in a big danger, yeah, so he needs to find some incredible miracle. I was even wondering if queen a1 is a move or not, but that allows d takes c4 check. Okay, who knows what's going on?
But Peter, I think what you said first, intuitively, that you really want to sidestep your king from this d file. If this is a blitz or a bullet game, I think 99% of us would make the move king c2. But we see Levon, he's still thinking. Both players now on almost at the 2-minute mark. Nodirbek a little over, Levon under 2 minutes. King c2 would be the most natural move to me in this position.
And it is the best move in the position. In fact, it has been played. King c2 has been played. And instant reply by Nodirbek, knight c6, which is a big mistake. In fact, after knight c6, white can now take on d5, which is a natural move to stop d4 happening. And if the rook is taking back, to drop back with the bishop to a3, and bishop c4 lining up here, the rooks and the king on this a2 g8 diagonal is a very strong threat and very difficult to stop. The king is slowly finally getting to safety to b1. This bishop is out of place here on h4. We would need on g7 or h8, and I don't really see how black is continuing the attack. Maybe a6 looks sensible to get access to the d4 square. But even then, after knight c3, knight d4 check, it is just one check. The king drops back to b1, and the attack doesn't continue. White is threatening to place bishop c4, play bishop b2, consolidate further. So, well, we have to get back to the position because honestly, a lot is happening here now with every move. They are so low on time. It will be an absolute time scramble right now, guys.
This is chaos. This position is complete chaos, and it just shows, we see the eval bar going up and down, how difficult it is for the players to be accurate in these positions. Peter, once again, black moves forward with the knight, Levon comes back with the knight, the d4 pawn lands on the board, and we see the moves are being blitzed out. I see that our eval bar likes white, but I'm still loving those central pawns that Nodirbek has.
Yeah, this is a total mess. I wouldn't really be daring to judge to anyone's favor. And we do see the clock situation. Yeah, Levon down to 1 minute 10 seconds against 2 minutes. The big question is if white will be able to coordinate all his pieces, then things will be kind of clear. Yeah, he's up material, but as long as, let me just highlight the rook on h1, rook on g1, and Levon finds a way to activate his queen with a tempo, hitting that bishop on h4. I'm loving this. And eventually also rook g3 and then activate that rook from h1.
Finally, the rook on h1, which has been there from the starting of the position, can see the end of the tunnel, can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and we see the bishop had to fall back. Will Levon take this time to bring that rook into play, finally make something of that extra piece? One does get the feeling that the firepower from the attack has been neutralized.
Yes, exactly. Now I'm even seeing some ideas like rook g3, rook a1, and rook takes g6 check might be a threat. Clearly black will somewhere push d4, d3, which however can even sometimes be answered by a piece sacrifice if bishop takes d3 and we get clarity, but also white is not forced to do that. But Levon takes the bishop, okay, that's a completely different approach.
And we see trades, and now with the players playing on the clock as well as much on the board, the moves are coming in really quick, and we see the attack shifting from the center of the board to the queen side as Nodirbek strikes with a4, trying to open up the b line. It's still anybody's game, Peter.
Yeah, it's now a strategic battle because actually black just keeps his pawn on d4, yeah, Levon immediately activates the bishop. and bishop c4 check. Now, where does this black king go? This is a very big question. Probably should go to g7, yeah, because after all we have this d4 pawn. But look at this cemented bishop on b3, which means that black eventually will have to target it with knight a5 and double on the b file to make good use of it. But then all of a sudden the d4 pawn will be weak. White's dark square bishop from b2 will be hitting the d4 pawn, and look at all the pieces, all the problems that if that pawn falls, that will be game over for black, so you have to be careful.
I'm trying to think of ways how black can continue this attack, because in a sense, Nicholas, white has an extra piece, and that bishop on b2, the absolute monster that Peter is highlighting, the bishop on b3 taking away key squares from a black's army as well. How do you see the way forward? How does black continue to find compensation for the material here?
Well, honestly, there are not many ways forward. Peter pointed out knight a5, knight takes b3 to get rid of this knight, to get rid of this bishop, and to somehow get through to the white king on the b file. But this has its drawbacks, since the pawn on d4, which is very important, also in protecting the black king, would be weak. And queen e7 has been played.
Is an f5 hanging?
Yeah, it seems to be dropping this pawn, as both players do get low on time. Here's a pin on the g file, and white can take a very important pawn, because they were stabilizing the center, and it seems that Aronian is taking over completely and should win this game, but with little time on the clock, you never really know. In either case, even though queen e7 was a mistake, already white was winning because white has stabilized, and there's no way really to get through. But now if he plays queen takes f5, and he has played it, I believe, then he should win.
It's on the board, and the fact that Nodirbek slows down after queen takes pawn, Peter, did Nodirbek miss this idea completely, that the g6 pawn is pinned?
Yeah, obviously, it's now he pushes the pawn to e3. It's more like a panic reaction. He has to do something, but he knows exactly that he has a losing position. But as Nicholas said, it wasn't just because of the blunder. Yeah, it already, everything went wrong. White stabilized. White has the extra material, the extra piece, and that bishop finally got back to b2, guarding white's king. There is not much Levon needs to worry about anymore.
What a turnaround this has been. Levon Aronian under pressure from the start of the game. His king being chased all the way from the g1 square in the starting position, lands on the b1 square. Now complete control of the position. Look at that beautiful queen on d3, stopping the advance of the pawns, putting pressure on the d4 pawn. Eventually, the white pawn can also dream about getting to f5, starting to think about attacking the black king. The rook from g1 could slide over to e1, or a rook lift to g3, putting more pressure on that e3 pawn. Notice how that bishop on b2 pins the d4 pawn. Suddenly Nodirbek, feeling the pressure, we can see it on his face on the camera.
Yeah, this is some incredible advertisement for freestyle chess. This game is just stunning, yeah, what we have witnessed here, and also this mastery, what we are also talking about, that what kind of challenges the players are faced with here with all these new constructions and all kind of new motifs. Just incredible.
And now Nodirbek's the one with 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to make a move, but it's the panic button one more time as we see a sacrifice on the board. Peter, I don't think this is about calculation. I don't think this is anything but desperation by Nodirbek.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's the right practical choice, because you have to eliminate that monster bishop, and after a takes b3, he wants to jump knight b4, kicking that queen away, and if white's queen moves to c4, then suddenly black gives queen e4 check, and black might be winning.
You might take on d4 after knight b4.
Yes, there are many possible, but I'm just highlighting that, yeah, it's still not over yet. No. It's chaotic.
Absolute chaos, and in this kind of a position, he does fall back with the king, so now he's sidestepping that check. Your idea of knight jumping onto b4, give black one more move. Knight b4, d3, and we're suddenly talking about a completely different game.
Exactly. Yeah, so Levon also down to 15 seconds, so this is not over yet.
Yeah, this is definitely not over, because he finds the best move, bishop a3, and not very an easy move to play to move the bishop away from the diagonal, but it was so important to stop this knight b4 move that you guys were highlighting, and bishop a3 was clearly the best move, rook b8, but how much time do they have? 20 seconds, both players? Oh my god, this is so difficult now. Aronian should win, but anything can still happen.
He's up an entire rook, and we're still talking about Nodirbek's chances. It's all about that white's king position. It's all about king safety here. If Nodirbek is able to press the chaos button, put more pressure on a b3, and as you're highlighting, a really nice defensive move by Levon Aronian, a second-ranked defense. Rook was not only coming to b2 to protect b3, but also defends that key bishop on a3, which is stopping knight b4.
Yes, basically this is the first moment when we can really feel humanly that, okay, yeah, that's it. But with 10-20 seconds on the clock, if you suddenly manage to ask one more question, and the move queen e6 is a very nice move. Look at black's construction, knight on c6, queen on e6, perfect harmony. Black might be going for rook b8, hitting the b3 pawn. After rook b2, we're gonna be hitting the bishop back again with rook a8. So Levon needs to break the king side with f5.
And I want to follow up that line, that white cannot step up with the king to a2 to defend that bishop on a3, because suddenly there'll be a fork on b4 with the knight jumping in. So still a lot of tactics to play for, but Levon is now on the attack. The rook and the queen lined up, putting pressure on the f5 pawn. For Nodirbek, it's not about defending the pawns, but he needs to find the tempos to put in his own attack. If white was to capture on f5, rook b8, your move will be in the position.
Yes, but now he's opening up. On the other hand, yeah, queen takes f5, one needs to calculate. Queen takes f5, queen takes bc, rook b2, and then probably we are mating. But Levon goes king c1. Wow, what is this? Queen e4, positional. He is offering a queen trade, but yeah, rook f4 is just in time. King e6, king d5 will be played.
Down a rook, offering a queen trade for those pawns in the center. Black's king finding activity. Nodirbek still fighting. Nicholas, are there chances to hold this? I mean, those pawns on d3, e3 look menacing.
Honestly, his position is much better than it has been a few moves ago. He could even win this. The computer right now is saying small advantage for white, but this doesn't mean anything right now. Look at these pawns on d3 on e3. Look at the black pieces. They're perfectly placed. The king is active. The rook is pinning the bishop. The knight is ready to jump in. I would take black here, especially with 20 seconds on the clock. This was so well done by Abdusattorov to keep on the pressure, to keep posing questions, and that's what you need to do in a losing position. And now he plays the rook over to g2. Wow. This is losing. He can just take the bishop, but he misses it. He plays d2 check. What is going on? Now white has to take on d2 and eliminate all the pawns. It should be a draw finally. So here, instead of d2, he could have taken on a3 and win the game, but d2, yeah, he takes. Very sensible, very practical decision. Takes on h7, so now it should be a draw. Rook and knight against the rook. My goodness, what a roller coaster, guys.
Yes, and we have seen the body language of Levon. Levon cannot believe what we have just witnessed. Yes, it's true that he was in danger in the middle game, but afterwards he stabilized. He was definitely already dreaming of winning this game, and all of a sudden he has to settle in for this position where he still needs to show some accuracy.
I don't think we can believe, I don't think anyone watching can believe what we've just witnessed in this game. An absolute roller coaster, up and down, so many twists and turns. And for our newer audience, let's point out that the rook and knight versus rook, even if white did not have these two pawns on the board, is a theoretical draw. It is a draw. It will be held. To me, it feels the kind of chess that we saw in this game, Peter. An entire book can be written about this game with all the complications. And somewhere, both players deserve to win, but a draw, would you call that a fair result?
I would feel like it's a fair result. I think that probably both players eventually can live with it. On the other hand, clearly Levon will be the one more disappointed because he thought like it had been already in his bag. But now talking about the position, actually white will set up this rook h8, h7 construction. Is black even able to pick that pawn up, or is this just some kind of a total fortress?
And the reason you go king to d7 and not king to e7, if we can just highlight with arrows, if black was to ever make the move, king e7, white goes in with your idea of rook to c8 is probably the square you're looking at, and you take on h7, there would have been a check grabbing the rook. So none of that. So instead, Nodirbek trying to get a rook knight versus rook. He wants to hit that rook on h8, eventually grab on h7. It's still a draw.
Yes, it is a draw. And it will be played. Yeah,
50 move rules?
Well, I don't know if 50, but basically if the opponent signals that he wants to play, it can be a very long game. Yeah, it's there are also some players who believe that this is dead draw, I have zero chances. But knowing Abdusatov being an incredible fighter, he will be enjoying this.
And Nicholas, we've enjoyed this game so much. From the very start, Nodirbek sacrificing a piece for attack against Levon's king, playing a really beautiful masterpiece of tactics of how to continue the attack, and then Levon pulling a Houdini, somehow escaping with his king from the king side all the way to the queen side. Just phenomenal play. Do you think perhaps Nodirbek would be slightly more disappointed with once this ends in a draw?
Well, like Peter said, both players will probably be disappointed. I think Levon will be disappointed more because his position was completely winning. I mean, he was up a rook after all. He was in full control, but you really have to give credit to Nodirbek for posing problems, for posing questions. And when Aronian was low on time, this move f5 maybe was the first step into wrong direction. And then the endgame was very tricky with the passed pawns by black and the active king. So now we are in this endgame, which I was actually playing myself this year as well in a classical game. It can take some time. It is a draw, but well, I don't know how you feel about it, guys. I would also just play it always because there is the chance, maybe once in 100 games or maybe more often, that you win it. So you just try. And Nodirbek is a fighter, and he wants to really try it. And I think most players will try it in this tournament. I don't know how about you guys.
100%. You play this out till the end. The main idea for black in these positions, in these kind of endgames, is to try to dream about and eventually try to corner your opponent's king. That's where you can get mating chances if white's king could find its way to the corner. But there are defensive setups. There are enough checks in white's position to make sure that the king stays in the center of the board. And we see the players have gained so much time on the clock that they know exactly what they're doing. The move counter continues, and I'm trying to see when it started, and there we see the idea that before black could give a check, it's white that gives a check, driving black's king back. So Levon Aronian knows exactly what he's doing here. And Peter, this will go down to the 50 move rule, where with no improvement in the position, it will end with a draw.
Most probably. I also want to highlight one very important practical aspect as well, that the game has been such a roller coaster ride, and it was so fascinating. Then it was some crazy time trouble, all kinds of tactics looming in there, and that means that the players' heart rates and the heart situation, nerves had been really challenged to the maximum. And this is now kind of a therapy situation, yeah, because you suddenly have time to calm down. You know exactly that there are no real surprises anymore. You are torturing, you are grinding your opponent, not really expecting to win it, but okay, who knows, maybe the chance appears. At the same time, you are calming yourself down, and basically it gives you also a little bit more pause before the next game, yeah, because let's not forget the schedule is very demanding. Once the players are finishing their games, most probably the new drawing of lots will take place with the new position, and if you're going in from a crazy time scramble into that situation, can be very tricky to handle.
Very nice, as you explained, psychologically it is a good moment to calm down. And Peter, if we can just see the move counter, where was the pawn on h7 grab? That was the first big positional change, the last big positional change that happened, and we're going to get a quick update on how many more moves to go before the draw. But as Peter said, it's also about calming your nerves, and this first 2 days of Rapid are very important for the players, because the standings of the Rapid will determine your seedings going into the classical knockout stage of the Freestyle G.O.A.T challenge. So it will determine who you play in the quarterfinals, which is a very important point for these players. So they want to get their best performance in. And what is the move counter that we're on?
Well, it's move 63 when black has captured on h7. There is still tons of action ahead. But I also would like to speak a little bit about the format, because when I first read about the format, I thought like, wow, it's really clever, because first of all, the players don't have so much experience with freestyle chess, yeah? So every single game will give you so much experience. And before starting with the classical section, with the knockout, all of the players will get 7 valuable experiences, yeah? They will be getting so much out of these games. So we are having this 25 minutes round-robin section for 7 games, and knowing that every single player is a brilliant player here, I don't really feel like you can handpick someone. Yeah, you just see that everybody is very dangerous. The whole freestyle chess is very unpredictable. You don't know where the danger is coming, and in this case the players will be already completely warmed up and will be feeling ready for the knockout stage.
Absolutely, and the classical knockout stage will begin after the round robin of the Rapid. It gives them experience. We will have the seedings, we will have the pairings based on the final rankings of these 8 players in the Rapid. And we see now a check on the board with White's king still in the center. You could even move it up. I don't see a very threatening discovered check with the knight. He decides to keep it. Levon decides to keep it on the second rank, far away from any checks. Nodirbek fully focused, trying to look for his chances. And now I'm expecting the king to go up. You never really want to come down to the last rank in these endgames to hold.
Yes, yeah, then it gets a bit scary. And if it gets scary, you get nervous and you can make a mistake. Yeah, so that's why you want to keep it as simple as possible. On the other hand, Black has found this construction with knight on if, yeah, king g3 is kind of nice. Yeah, now Black is coming closer, and this is a typical idea, yeah, that you pin the knight from behind, like before Levon from e8, or now he switches from the side defense with rook b4 check. He's trying to kick that king away like this. In any case, Levon knows exactly that he should be holding this, but Nodirbek is also still hoping for some miracle.
And now again, you're thinking, do you really want to put your king on h4? Do you really want to put your king on h2? These are always very dangerous squares, so he doesn't do it. You want to keep it as close to the center of the board, being the defender in this position. And now another 20 moves of defense required by Levon as we hit the move counter to 93.
Yeah, here the good news for the defending side is, and we have to highlight that, when Black has a rook and the bishop, then the defensive task is so much more difficult, and there are so much more mating ideas. With the knight and rook combo is really only causing some trouble if White's king is boxed in the corner, which Levon will never let happen. And maybe it's a good chance for us to jump back to some position where we had all this dramatic action. Nicholas, take it from.
Yes, there's not that much happening in the game right now. It will most likely end in a draw. So I would like to take the chance to go slowly through the dramatic moments in this game where it all turned from a winning position for Levon Aronian to, for one moment, even a losing position, then resulting in the end game that we're seeing right now. So it started here with the move f5, which is still fine, but maybe it would have been better to prepare this move with a move like rook f1 or rook g1, because in this very moment there's not too much that Black is threatening. So rook f1, for example, if rook b8, then White could defend this with rook b2, and if the rook drops back, this was an idea that you pointed out, Peter, but here White has to move b4 and everything is defended. Everything is very, very, very safe, very protected for White. So there are not too many ideas for Black, and White has the time to play a quiet move like rook f1 or rook g1, or even a computer saying h4, just something. Not immediate action was necessary. This is still winning, but it's getting a little bit more tricky because suddenly Black has more pawns. To work with king e7, a very smart move by Nodirbek to step out of the ideas here. And already here it's getting tricky. I mean, the best move according to engine is rook a1. A human would probably never play this move. Rook to a1 here looks very strange. And the second best move is h4. Also not a human move by any means. And then rook g1, this makes more sense to me. But already you can tell the win has become more difficult. And so in the game, after king c1, queen e4 was a very smart practical decision to go into his endgame, to rely on the pawns and to rely on the activity. And here already after rook f4, which apparently was a mistake, rook g1 was necessary, but you really don't want to deal with these pawns. Anyway, rook f4 makes a lot of sense to win the pawn, but already here the advantage has mostly gone, and now it all even turned, even though after king d5 there was a moment to win again with rook g4, but once again it is all very, very difficult, and after rook h4, d3 the advantage has gone, and now rook g2 was even a game-losing blunder by Aronian. Here, Nodirbek had the chance to take the rook, not to fear any ghost, because of the rook g5 check, which he was probably afraid of, knight e5, and now rook h5. there's a genius way forward to play king d4. King for the win here in the end game after rook e5. The pawn is coming forward, and these pawns are deciding the game, and black would be even winning. We have to come back to the current position, I believe.
We do, as we have a result coming in. Nicholas, you will show us all the dramatic moments. I think there wasn't one, there were plenty of them. But in the end of this chaotic game, an absolute topsy-turvy affair, it ends peacefully. Nodirbek, Levon Aronian shared the point after a hard-fought battle.
And look at this. I'm always loving this, that the players understand that they played something special. Yeah, they are discussing with each other. It's also the moment to come a little bit down, exchange the ideas. What did you think? Where things have turned? And it just shows that, yeah, this was a dramatic game. Abdusatov also shaking his head a bit like, yes, I had a chance. I knew that I had you, but then Levon says, come on, but I was winning also.
It takes two to make a special game of chess, and I think both these players lived up to that task. Nodirbek not shying away from combative play, from throwing his pieces literally and figuratively at his opponent's camp, sacrificing material, but Levon Aronian also with extremely creative resources, eventually being the one who was able to make the most of that material advantage. And in the end, we saw it fizzle it out in seconds to a draw. I would love to take this game from the very top, because starting from the starting position and the way we saw it explode so early on, it was a very, very special game, Nicholas.
Yes, it was. It was a very special game. If we go back to the beginning of the game, like you pointed out, it started with the sacrifice in the 7th move already. In the 7th move, in this very position, Nodirbek decided to change the course of the game and sacrifice the bishop on g2. And we saw that for the next 30-40 moves, he was playing with a piece down, but he had long-term compensation in form of creating an attack against the white king. And then in the middle game, we were always saying we like black, we would love to take black here. Practically it's very difficult, but Aronian managed to defend, and in the end it was actually Nodirbek who had to be very, very lucky, or had to be very happy that he could get this draw. If I just want to finish this one line that I was showing earlier with the, excuse me, so just going here, we saw, I just want to show you this one moment where Nodirbek could have won the game, and he played very quickly. He still had some time. He had 1 minute on the clock, and he played d2 instantly. Then the rook was traded, and then we reached this endgame rook against rook and knight, which was eventually a draw. But he had the opportunity to play rook takes a3 here, which of course he saw to take the bishop. And now the idea must have been by Aronian to go rook g5 check. And here it was important to realize that after the doubling on the 5th rank and winning this pinned knight on e5, black can actually step forward with the king, and these pawns, d2 check, they will queen, here king b2, now rook takes b3 check. This is not an easy line by any means, of course. The rook is sacrificing itself for another pawn. Now black is queening, and in fact, after a king move, let's say, white has to give up a rook for the pawn, and then black should win this position with the queen against the rook. Not easy, but that was a chance. And then after d2 check, we reached this position, and it was a draw. What a game, guys.
Incredibly impressive play by Nodirbek. Down an entire rook, but managing to find counterplay in that endgame with the pawns and the kings combined. This is a game won for the history books. Let's bring up our results after round 1 of the round robin. And there we see 2 decisive results, 4 fighting games. It is Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana who take their first wins with the black pieces. Alireza takes down Gukesh, Fabiano with a big win against the world champion Ting Liren. Magnus, Carlson, Vincent Keymer, perhaps the most peaceful game of the round. And even though Levon versus Nodirbek ended peacefully, it was anything but absolute chaos on the board. Perhaps the game of the round, Peter. And we will be back with game 2 action, as we will have the reveal of the next position very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
This format is completely new with this classic long-time chess for freestyle chess, and so we want to begin a new era of chess. And we are looking forward what will happen in the next days here, and then also probably we can make a tour or something like this. Jan want always to make the best event ever, and so it was very easy. He did give me the chance that I can make everything what I like with the best team and with the best location here at Weisenhaus, and we build it in such an exciting way that is really the best tournament ever. Magnus met Jan at Qatar at the Open in October, and he was completely committed with Jan about this tournament and to enter new G.O.A.Ts in chess. Everybody is radiant of joy and looking forward that the games will begin, and I think it is so amazing here, and every player taught to me, Sebastian, great, I'm here and so fantastic and I'm in a good mood and I think I will play my best chess ever.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to kick off our second game of the round robin, our second game of the day. And if anything was to go by with the action that we saw, we are in for quite the ride. And Peter, we were discussing so much action that we also had the world #1 Magnus play against Vincent. It was a peaceful game, but there were some highlights there.
Yes, especially in the very beginning, and I would like to show it. That was a moment we discussed, yeah, so Magnus played e4, e5, yeah, so everything normal, b3, d6, d4, knight d7, and c4. Magnus occupying the center. It seems like, okay, he needs just 1 or 2 more moves to stabilize his advantage with the space advantage. However, Vincent sensed the moment that this is a very critical moment. If he just lets Magnus get his grip, he will be in for a very tough defense, and he finds a very direct approach by going e takes d4, bishop takes d4, and b7, b5 break. Yeah, just in time to sacrifice this pawn, but it's not really a sacrifice because suddenly white is hitting the e4 pawn, and thanks to this tactical shot he was able to disbalance the position. After c takes b5, queen takes e4, we are getting some kind of an endgame where one could feel like, this is very much Magnus's territory, he is such a grinder, he is one of the best player in endgames, but Vincent felt like he has time to challenge this b5 pawn, and Magnus never really got anything after knight d3, a6, very important to get rid of this monster pawn on b5, just give white one more move to play knight b4. And then suddenly this b5 pawn will stay forever. The weakness is in black's camp, the c6 square, for example. Imagine white trades that bishop, bishop f3, bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and that knight will jump in all the weak light squares. Vincent felt it, he breaks it with the a6 just in time, and then Magnus finds nothing better than to go bishop f3, takes, and this was already a roughly equal position, which Vincent managed to hold without any problems.
Very instructive, nicely explained there, Peter, and also very nicely handled by Vincent, going for this active way to neutralize white's pressure, sacrificing the first pawn on b5 for that central pawn, eventually trading it off with a6, and it ended in a draw. And look at what we have in front of us. We've got Magnus, we've got Fabiano Caruana sitting opposite him, and Levon Aronian sitting next to him, analyzing the different positions, trying to understand these intricacies that exist in the freestyle format, the start of the game. Is this?
Wow.
Do we have a reveal? We have
Yes.
our game 2 position. It is, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us. The players are discussing it. We're going to discuss it in our studio. Peter, what is your first impression?
Well, first impression is that it's a very strange position because white's rook on a1 and rook on h1 is like a normal situation. On the other hand, this white king on c1 and queen on b1 is already some kind of a strange spot. And contrary to the previous game, where white had or both sides had a bishop already in the corner on the diagonal, yeah, there is no such monster bishop at this stage.
So we see a symmetrical position, as are the rules of Fischer Random. In freestyle chess, your king has to be between the 2 rooks. Your 2 bishops have to be in the opposite color squares. It's all there in front of us, and also in front of us, the big Indian talent, Gukesh. He's sitting by himself in his own zone, analyzing the start of the position. He plays with the white pieces. Nicholas, it's so interesting the different approaches the players have before the start of the round. We saw the 3 greats, Fabi, Magnus, Levon discussed, and here we have one youngster in solitude.
Yes, and we see that he's also playing some moves on the board, and well, I like his approach also, just thinking about the position himself, because it can be quite distracting to discuss with the players. You lose some time, and he's playing different moves over the board, and we'll see which approach in the end will yield the better results. But I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's fun to see him just pondering the position and figuring out what to do with the white pieces in his game against Magnus Carlsen. He was playing against Magnus, and this is of course a very big game for him.
And another big game is going to be Ding versus Nodirbek, and we see Ding as well.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to highlight immediately, that both players who lost game 1, and we talked about this, that for them getting the rhythm, getting that comfort zone that they feel comfortable and be able to show their best, yeah, and they feel like no, I want to have my quiet 5 little minutes before the game to have my own thoughts. The other players, yeah, if you are talking with Magnus or Levon, yeah, those are such great personalities also, yeah, they tell you something, even if you are having some different thoughts, you might be, confused. Yeah, that okay, what is it? What I'm thinking about the position is maybe wrong. If you don't know anything, what the big greats are saying, you at least have your own vision, and you will trust your own intuition.
You got big matchups that are about to begin, while the world champion Dinglerin will take on Nodirbek Abdusatra, who had an absolutely wild game in Game 1 against Levon. Levon will be playing against Vincent Keymer, who was able to hold his own with the black pieces against the world #1, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus there continues his analysis. Peter, this is such a special visual that we're seeing. We never get to see this in the chess world. Just before, moments before the players will make their first moves, they're actually sitting with each other, trying to understand the position that we have. And I think it's a good moment to deep dive into the position that we have. We see once again, the minor pieces take most of the right-hand side of the board, while the queen and the rook are on the left side of the board. What are the opening ideas that you think we can expect from the players in this one?
Well, before we get into it, let me just say that, this is incredible. I don't think that it can get any stronger, than Fabi, Magnus and Levon sitting at the same position, discussing things, but there are no guarantees. This is freestyle chess. Nothing is given. And now we can start to focus and dig in ourselves. So we talked about this, that the two rooks are in the original position like in classical chess. Rook on h1 and rook on a1. This can be quite confusing in freestyle chess, because the queen on b1 next to the king on c1, this bishop on d1, bishop g1. Honestly, whenever I play freestyle chess or Fischer Random, I really love if my bishop is like in the previous round, already fianchettoed in the corner. That gives you so much stability. Now you have to think about, what do I do with this bishop on g1? It can't stay there forever. The bishop on d1 is a very special kind of piece. Where do you develop it? Which direction to go? So many questions.
Yeah, we saw there Fabi, he brings all his pieces back. So a new approach being tried while the players have the analysis time. They're looking at potential opening moves. And I saw the f-pawn moving forward for black there to the response of this d4 move that is an option in this position. A kind of a Dutch in a normal standard chess. We can't use opening names for freestyle chess, but a Dutch in this position will have very different implications. Nicholas.
Yes, it is a big question how to start with the white pieces here, and that's what they're discussing, or rather how to respond also with the black pieces. And we see them trying out different...
Is that a pawn on h3, Nicholas?
Yes, it is. It immediately felt me like it's a banker gambit. They are playing the banker gambit.
Yes, pawn on h3, putting the bishop on h2 to activate the bishop in this diagonal. This makes a lot of sense because then it's pointing towards the black queen. That would be a funny first move if they went h2, h3 or h2, h4. But maybe smart. It is a big question what to do with the queen on b1 and on b8, because obviously the queen is the strongest piece in chess. So you want to activate it, and you also want to maybe get it out of the way of the king. So this feels like a more difficult position even than the one before. It's even less clear. Or how do you guys see it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm completely with you. In the previous game we felt like there is some clearness. You mentioned the move e4 and b3. It was very much that we want to make those moves. Here I have zero feeling, and I wouldn't be surprised if in every single game we'll be seeing completely different first moves.
And I think it is go time. We do have liftoff on our boards as we see the players are on their seats. Well, somebody is missing on their seat right now. And let's also tell everyone, and there we see world number 2, Fabiano Caruana. He comes in, he's ready to go. Magnus Carlsen, through those bishops and knights awkwardly placed. We saw him, he's ready to go. And there's a first move on the Gukesh board. He starts with, I'm hesitating, but I will call this the bird's opening, even though it's freestyle chess. 1 f4. He opens up that bishop that is on g1, and we see the position on the board. So he's opening up the diagonal with his first move, Peter, and we immediately saw a response by Magnus, moving a multi-purpose pawn there, not only opening up the queen, eyeing the f4 square, but eventually that black bishop on d8 also finds development.
Yes, but this is exactly the big challenge in freestyle chess. Yeah, that if you develop the bishop, for example, to c7, which looks like a very nice square, but then what do you do with the queen on b8? Yeah, it's kind of a very, very complicated question. We did see g3, f5 being played. Magnus, look at this. Black is already threatening to win the game with bishop d5, the rook on h1. Okay, it's not a win yet because white can play knight f3, but certainly it's kind of annoying. And also just get harmony in the position. Yeah, I'm really liking what Magnus is doing. On the other hand, everything depends on long-term prospects. Yeah, that's yeah, knight f3. White is also stabilizing the position. It's so tough to play.
And that's what we love about it. The players really have to put their thinking caps on from the very start. Usually we see the knight from g1 jumping onto f3, and that would be completely standard. But here it lands on f3 from that king square. White king on c1, already a half-castled position. For white, if you can get, and for black, if you can develop the queen and the bishop, you simply put that rook from a8 on d8 and call it a day for your king. You say, I've got my king to safety, I'm finishing my development. Do you think that's going to be a priority in this position?
I'm not sure, yeah, because it comes at a cost of some other things. One of the problems I'm seeing with this position that, for example, how do we develop this knight on f1? Yeah, if it jumps to e3, then it blocks the diagonal of the bishop on g1. Yeah, so I'm somehow even tempted to play something like d3 knight 1 to d2, eventually maybe bishop f2, then do something with my c pawn and slowly develop. The good news is that it does not seem like there is any direct confrontation in the position. Yeah, if there is no direct confrontation, then we can afford ourselves to take it slowly. Yeah, but if, for example, black might play something like d6 and will threaten to open up the center with d5 immediately, then we have to adjust to it instantly.
Wow, Nicholas, it's already an exciting start to this game and the players are slowing down. We see a move by Magnus, and this is the one that I was hinting at earlier. You open up the bishop diagonal. If there is a trade on b6, it would be on Magnus's terms, opening up the a-file.
Yes, this is definitely a very interesting approach by Magnus to trade the bishops, to open up the a-file. I would like to jump to another game because the players have taken a very different approach in the opening as expected, and in the game between Abduzatturov and Ding Liren, it has gone pretty well for the player from Uzbekistan. So let's have a look. He started with d4, so not like Gukesh with 1 f4, and Ding responded with d5, all right. And c3, we've seen this move actually in a lot of games, and as we're going to see, it makes sense to open up the queen, open up this diagonal for the queen, and also open up the bishop. And now, after knight d6 to control the center, f3 was played. A good move to play e4 next to have a strong center. And in fact, Ding Liren allowed this. After knight g6, e4 was played. And here, white has a beautiful center. And believe it or not, in this position already white is in very, very good shape according to the computer. Already a very clear advantage. But if you look at the position, it does make sense because white has a beautiful center. The pieces can come out naturally. The black pieces look not so well placed, not so harmonious. So quite a great start for Abduzatturov. And Ding Liren might be continuing to struggle, Tanya.
Very nicely pointed out, and I think the key point here that you made was that how easy it is for white to develop the pieces. That knight from e1 can jump to d3. That bishop from d1 can land on g4 as Peter is highlighting the squares, and it comes in with a check. You're getting your pieces out with a check. You already control the center. Eventually the queen from b1 can move one step ahead to c2, and that castle, Peter, that I was dreaming of at the start, we might see it become a reality.
Yes, and then it makes perfect sense, yeah, because you are also immediately attacking black's vulnerable spots, yeah, and I do feel like black's king, yeah, bishop g4 check is played, yeah, you are kind of provoking the move, pawn to e6, yeah, Nodirbek is going queen c2, getting ready to castle as quickly as possible. Black is in a lot of trouble, and I feel like Nodirbek is some kind of a freestyle chess monster, yeah, he's so energetic, so he's so aggressive, putting tremendous pressure on his opponents right from the start.
He was the semi-finalist at the Fischer Random World Championship in 2022 when Hikaru Nakamura knocked him out in the semis, but what a run he had in that one. He definitely has experience in this format, which, as you had pointed out earlier in our broadcast, is so key to understand how to maximize your development potential, how quickly to play with the tempos on the board. And here we see White's play is just flowing with tempos. Meanwhile, that black bishop on g8, caged by its own pawns on e6. The bishop on d8, caged by its own pawn on f6. It's still very difficult to imagine black getting an activity. And Peter, you're pointing out, in this case, should I call it a long castle?
Well, it's short. I'm going on the king side. But yeah, certainly this gives some stability. Yeah? If black is able to evacuate his king from the danger zone, and the king on c8 cannot really stay there forever. In fact, black even cannot really afford to castle long because it would still run into some problems. Yeah, Ding is trying to stabilize his position and limit the damage. And let's not forget, it's freestyle chess, so at the moment, for example, it might look very good for white, then suddenly black stabilizes and in a couple of moves it might look like black has a decent position. Yeah, so I'm still a bit confused how to evaluate all these things, but at the moment it really looks still very good for white.
Well, it's a long way to short side castling, as you're pointing out, which might be the king's safety. But of course, we might even see the position explode with the h-pawn moving forward at some point, trying to get that activity against the black king. Can we conclude by saying that Nodirbek is happy with the opening outcome in this one?
Yes, certainly. Yeah, more than happy. And also look at the clock situation. Yeah, he feels that this is a type of position that he can play by hand. Yeah, because you really feel already, you know where the pieces belong, and you don't have to make really difficult strategical decisions. Yeah, it's much more for black that for me it was easy to highlight bishop c7, short castle, and put your king into safety, but then black's queen on b8 will be stuck. You highlighted beautifully that h4, h5 is coming, kicking that knight away, and yeah, maybe even we have to move away from this board because it just hurts my eyes to look at it from black's perspective.
Oh. Well, if anything hurts Peter's eyes, we immediately shift the focus. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. And Nicholas, you can break down the action and the opening approaches by the players in these different openings that we're seeing in front of us.
Yeah, let's turn to a game that we haven't seen so far. The game between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian. And here also a similar approach was taken as in the game between Abduzatov and Ding. So if we go from the start, d4 was played. So this was also Abduzatov's choice, and here Aronian went for the, let's say, Dutch approach with f5, controlling the center, opening up the bishop. c3, again this move to open up the queen, hitting instantly the pawn on f5, which is why Aronian played g6, and play in the center, e4, instantly, to bring the queen out. Good choice by Vincent. F takes e4, queen takes e4, and now c6 has been played. Vincent has been thinking. I also noticed this in the last game against Magnus. He is taking his time in the beginning, but as we pointed out earlier, the very first moves are very, very important, so it does make sense. He has a good position here. The computer is suggesting to drop the queen back to e2, which isn't very logical to me, and I would bring out one of the knights. It's not so easy. In fact, there's also this bishop d5 idea we have to be careful for. Difficult to organize here, not quite harmonious, but the queen is active. This is good. So Vincent is doing well right now, but he needs to figure out how to bring his remaining pieces into the game. But once again, c3, e4, queen out seems to be a good approach in this starting position of freestyle chess.
I have some breaking info to share with all of you. We entered the players' meeting. The players' meeting had not yet started. I'm there with Vincent. Levon joins us. Big hug. I haven't seen Levon for ages. Very happy to meet. We start discussing about freestyle chess, and then Levon says, you know what? Yeah, people have not yet appreciated that in Fischer random chess, the Dutch defense with d4 f5 is really strong. And what we see now, Vincent was there in this discussion, Levon told me d4 f5, and what did we see between these two gentlemen, extraordinary players? The moves d4 f5, and Vincent probably had it that yes, I will not let him get his typical Dutch defense. I'm challenging that center immediately with c3 G6, E4. Just felt like I have to share this info because this is so valuable and we see it really happen between them. It's stunning.
Yeah, and Lavan Aronian now is walking the talk. He mentioned it and now he shows that, you know what, I'm going to prove my point, Vincent. I told you in the technical meeting about the Dutch defense. It's on the board. Show me your cards. Show me how you handle it with white. And it also reminds me that before the start of this round, it was Gukesh who was actually analyzing these kind of setups. We spoke about the Dutch then. So he had it in his mind as well. And while Vincent thinks about what to do with this queen that's out early on and it can come under fire. The knight can jump from e8 to f6. The bishop, as you pointed out, can go from g8 to d5 and it can put pressure on the white's queen. Vincent taking a think. Peter, let's zoom out for a moment. Let's get our bird's eye view and do a quick overhaul on the four boards and take a look at the action on each one of them. Let's start from our extreme left. It's Nodirbek Abdusatrov, the youngest ever World Rapid champion. He's 18 years old now. He won the World Rapid Championship in 2021. He's playing another world champion, the current world champion, Ding Liren. And we see a lot more of a solid approach in that one. We will deep dive into it, but let's just do a quick overview. What do you think about the other three boards? Which one catches your attention?
Well, I think that we haven't really been looking at Alireza against Fabiano, and both of them had won their first game. They are in fantastic shape. Let's take a closer look and look at this. They are also having tremendous amount of self-confidence by playing so quickly, right, in this format. And I'm looking at this bishop on h2. What is this bishop doing on h2 after white was forced to close it with g3? Nicholas, do you have any thoughts for us?
Well, I'm thinking, Peter, this is probably going to hurt your eyes to look at this position for too long. The bishop on h2 is not in great shape. Let's just slowly go through the opening moves. Here we saw e4, e5, so a different approach. Again, this move c3 that we've seen over and over. Bishop b3 you also saw in the Carlsen game. Now this g3 move early on, if I may stop it here, quite an interesting choice, g3 to restrict the knight coming to f4, but this bishop is not happy about it and will remain unhappy throughout the next moves as we go on. And bishop b6 coming out, white occupies the center right. Now h4, h5 makes a lot of sense. And now, special moment, here comes the long, short castle that we've talked about. Let's review this once again. The special rule in freestyle chess, the king can castle short if there's nothing in between and the squares are not under attack. And this is what we see here, and we end up in the typical short castle that we know from normal chess. Suddenly a king is safely tucked away here, and in fact Firouzja did the exact same thing. And now we're almost resembling a normal position, except for this guy on h5, which is absolutely terrible. I think the black pieces are better placed and look very harmonious. And I think Caruana is doing an excellent job. What is the entrance saying? It is agreeing. It is giving a clear advantage for black already. It's the bishop. The bishop is a big problem, isn't it?
What bishop? That's not a bishop. That's just a big pawn in white's position, right on h2. g3 played, blocking his own bishop, perhaps wanting to defend that h4 pawn. A really strange decision, taking control of f4, but that bishop on h2 is a big eyesore. The other thing that stands out to me in this position, as Nicholas was playing it from the top, Peter, is that what we have in front of us, it looks like a standard chess position. Apart from that bishop, it just feels like, you know, white has castle, developed the pieces. We see this big tension in the center. Who will blink first? That last move, getting d5 in. Which pawns do you trade? But to me, it looks more like an opening out of a standard chess game rather than a freestyle chess game.
Yeah, actually, the first impression that I got when I looked at this, that this is a kind of Italian opening that went extremely well for black. And those who have been watching my comment, they know exactly that I'm always very critical about any kind of bishop g5 Italians, because that bishop may end up in trouble, but getting in so much trouble than right here, right now, I haven't really seen. Black has perfect harmony. White has to make difficult decisions, and yeah, now we see that white is giving up the center with e takes d5. Not a happy choice. The queen from e8 beautifully protecting the knight on g6, because this needs protection. Otherwise the queen from b1 is eyeing that knight. Perfect harmony for black. Very tough very tough task ahead for Alireza.
Yeah, and let's also just point out that it's not voluntarily that Alireza put that bishop on h2 and the pawn on g3. This came out of a freestyle chess position where the players started, and maybe you can highlight the square. The bishop was originally on that g1 square, and it had to come out. So finding a way to get the king into safety, to get more pieces into safety, this is the structure, this is the opening that Alireza has chosen. The pawn was moved to g3 to bring another piece out into the game. So it's all about, like you said, you sometimes have to sacrifice one piece's position to be able to take out another.
Yes, but here we see that actually Fabi managed to get everything done correctly. Yeah, he was able to trade that bishop somehow, and yeah, now we see that Alireza is trying to make sense of his position, going after Black's only defenseless pawn, the weakness on h5. I kind of like this attitude, because if it's getting unpunished, then at least there is some kind of a new flow in White's position.
And the knight falls back, not only attacking the queen, but defending that h5 pawn that you highlighted. Completely agree, Peter, with everything that you said, that this feels like a really nice Italian for Black. You've gotten rid of the light squared bishop. The dark squared bishop that White has is not even a bishop currently. At some point, perhaps we might see Alireza go all out with the move g4, just trying to get that piece into the game, to promote that big pawn back into a bishop.
Yes, basically if White gets g4 and king h1, rook g1, suddenly White can get some initiative going on the king side. Clearly Black is trying to get that knight from c7 to e6, but that's why I'm loving this maneuver of queen f5 and queen h3, very well played by Alireza, making sure that that knight won't land on e6. So yes, Black pushes e4 and Black will play f5, so that please forever forget about g3, g4.
That's a really nice positional concept, really trapping that bishop on h2, taking control of that g4 square, the only way for White to actually break free. We will keep an eye out on this one, but let's head over to the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen, who is taking on Gukesh. And I see, Nicholas, you've got an update for us. Quite an exciting position.
Yeah, it looks very different than what we've seen in the other games, as it often so happens with the freestyle chess positions. So let's go back a few moves where we last saw it after c3. We saw the bishop came out to b6, trading bishops. And let's go through it here. The bishops were traded, the rook takes back. Obviously the knight is coming out, trying to control the center. b5 suddenly, gaining some space here to also open up the queen on this diagonal. And now g5, a pawn sacrifice by Magnus. And here we have the current position. The last move was rook to e1. Here was the threat that Black takes this pawn on g5, because if the knight was to take back, then the rook could be taken on g1 by the queen. So this is why Gukesh moved the rook out of the way, and I'm still trying to make sense of the position. There's still a lot of awkwardly placed pieces. This bishop on d1, the queen is not in the game, but this bishop on g8 is also not in the game. It is a very difficult position to evaluate. White is up a pawn, so this is good, but on the other hand, the knights are well placed here. Also, it's a double pawn. I'm really not sure what to make of it. I look at the engine, it says White is a little bit better, but honestly, it doesn't mean much in this position. Who would you prefer here, Peter? What do you think?
Well, it's a very difficult position to really evaluate. I do understand that I first liked Magnus's position, yeah, that he was the one who sacrificed the pawn with g5, so clearly had some intentions. On the other hand, I also see that White has a clear plan of eventually going queen d3 and queen e3. Just activating that queen, offering a queen trade, we are pawn up. We don't really afraid getting the queen traded. On the other hand, I do recall we have seen this pre-game analysis there by Magnus, Levon and Fabi, and we did speak about this, that was some banker gambit kind of strategy. Yeah? So this kind of sacrifice and then going h6, g takes h6 and getting some play is maybe in Magnus's mind, but I don't see it really working so nicely, so I don't believe that h6 is probably the best move here.
I'm liking the extra pawn for White currently. Magnus has to prove his compensation. Also notice how the pawns on c3, g3 take away some key squares from that black knight on e6, not really allowing it to jump into White's camp. Magnus has to think about how to actually try to get the initiative that he sacrificed the pawn for. I would love to improve that bishop on g8, the one idea that comes to mind, and Magnus does it. He plays the move bishop f7, also eyeing the square h5. Maybe at some point the rook can line up on the g file, Peter, putting pressure on that g5 pawn. Ideas like bishop h5, which I think has been stopped by this last move. Gukesh playing bishop to b3 is saying, now when you move that bishop to either g6 or h5, he's going to grab that knight on e6, destroying black's pawn structure.
Yes, at least that's a serious possibility. On the other hand, it gives up the light squares, and eventually if we know already that black can castle, black can simply castle like this, then if we get this transformation of structure, let me just put a few moves just so that we better understand what we are talking about. Yeah, the structure is terrible. White has this e5 square. On the other hand, if black castles, then this combination of black's monster bishop on h5, the light square bishop, and the rook, posing some real trouble against white's coordination. Yeah, so such a complex stuff. It really requires a lot of time to understand and to evaluate what's really going on here.
And that's why Magnus has slowed down as well. He's thinking right now, after this last move by Gukesh, does he want to destroy his pawn structure for all these points that you're making, open files, open diagonals, and unchallenged light square bishop? The more I look at it, the more I start liking it. Perhaps Magnus will decide for another approach, trying to just develop his pieces further, lining up, improving the position of that rook on the h-file. He goes for bishop h5. I was just wanting to make one more point. In freestyle chess, you have to really watch out for hanging pawns. And I think if you go back one move, the idea of rook to g8, and suddenly you notice that pawn on h7 is not defended. It might be a natural move, but this perhaps would have allowed Gukesh to step up with that e5 pawn. And now that queen on b1, which should have been a knight at the start of the game, suddenly opens up and everything falls apart on the king side. So I was just pointing out rook g8 would have perhaps walked into the idea of e5. There's of course bishop g6 and things get more complicated, Peter, but you have to always think about hanging pawns in freestyle chess.
Yes, you have to take everything into consideration. But I also feel like there had been some move. Yeah, Magnus is now leaning
h5,
back.
I think he played.
No, I'm not sure, because that may be my move. Can Nicholas update the position? Wow!
Castle.
Yes!
Whoa.
Wow, you castle and you lean back. You are enjoying yourself. Wow, what are we witnessing here?
Unbelievable. It's a long way to the shark castle, as we like to say in freestyle chess. He puts the king on g8, the rook goes to f8. We were talking about activating the rook, but h7 might be weak. Magnus finds a cool style to do it. He says, you know what, my king is going to go all the way, defend the h7 square. Do you like this decision, Nicholas?
I mean, this is a shocking move which we didn't have on our radar at all, but you always have to have it on your radar in freestyle chess, that suddenly here actually both castles were possible. Black could have put the rook over here, I believe, or as he did, he castled all the way to the other side. And it looks risky to me at first because the king is open here. There's not a lot of protections in front of, not a lot of pawns which protect the king in front of it. However, we see the rook instantly lined up on the open file, and I think Magnus is really going for the initiative here. He has sacrificed a pawn. He wants to go for maximum piece activity, maybe bishop h5 next. And well, the engine, what is the engine saying about this? It says, okay, you can play like this, it's okay. White is still a little bit better, maybe bring the queen out now. This was an idea we talked about already, queen to d3, maybe queen e3 next. It is a very open game and quite a bold decision by Magnus to play like this, Peter.
Yeah, look at Gukesh, he's completely shocked. I think anyone who would be sitting there on the white side, Magnus Carlsen going for short castle, I mean, what's wrong with you? What is that move, yeah? And probably the reason why Magnus actually selected this move, he just noticed it and he felt like probably this is such a cool move. I want to make it no matter what the consequences are. And as Nicholas said, yeah, there are a lot of hidden dynamics in the position. So castles is not as insane as it looks. But if you would have asked me before the short castle open, I would have said no, it will never ever happen. But it did happen. It just I'm so happy that I'm here. I'm witnessing this. because this is just fantastic stuff.
It's also the awareness that it's even a legal move on the board. The fact, because you're just thinking about putting that rook on d8, keeping your king on c8, a queenside castle, but this was just, the shock value is massive of this move. And we were making a point about how the king side, it looks like, wait a second, there's no g7 pawn. You're just putting your king on an open line. But actually, Magnus plans to use Gukesh's g5 pawn as a defensive shield here. Gukesh wants to get an h4, h5, g6 in, but with that light squared bishop, it's not going to be easy for him to actually execute a kingside attack. Notice how all of white's army is on the queen side. It's actually perhaps the safest square for the black king. You're using the g-pawn as a shield. All of white's army is on the other side of the board. No rooks on the h and the g line. This is going to get interesting very quickly, Peter.
It is already very interesting, and I feel that this is incredible in freestyle chess, that we can give so many arguments to so many of the decisions, and probably so many counter arguments as well. Yeah, if we are listing the pros and cons and the players have to make the decision, we do see that actually both of these players had taken their time. They are more or less equal on the clock. And yes, Nicholas, you have some update?
Yes, you can finish your pawn then.
No, I'm already done. I'm ready to jump to you.
All right, yeah. I would like to jump to another game, as here Gukesh is taking a think how to continue, and we'll see how this develops. So I'm looking at the game between Up to the Turf and Ding Liren. We last, I believe, looked at this around this position. We said white is in good shape. So let's just catch up briefly how it continued from here. We saw the bishop coming out, the long castle in this one. The queen is putting pressure on the pawn. The pawn was dropped. Up to the Turf did win this pawn on e6 here, and this was just a healthy pawn that he took. And he has been in good shape since. We see here the rook coming forward, some trades, knight coming forward, and now we actually enter an endgame. Maybe let me pause here so it's not too quick. So to understand what happened here, the bishop is pinning the knight on this diagonal because the queen is behind it. So black played knight to e check, knight to e2 check. White gave up the queen because the other queen is also under attack. Queen takes g3, pawn takes, wow, what a wild sequence, guys. Just to point out here, queen takes e7, which you could make a point. Let me also do the desperado queen, would be refuted by queen g5 check, so the queen goes to safety, and then black could take back the white queen on e7. So this is why queen takes e7 was not played. Took back on g3, rook takes e2, and we reach this endgame after knight f4, rook e3, some more moves have been played, the rooks have been traded, and we reach this position where white is up a pawn still, and it is quite a healthy pawn. I would expect g4 now to be played. This pawn is under attack, and this is quite a normal position, suddenly a normal endgame, which could also result from the normal starting position with a healthy extra pawn for Up to the Turf, who's looking good, and Ding Liren seems to continue to struggle, Tanya.
100% agree. White has that extra pawn. The rook on h1 already makes sure that the black king cannot get to the center of the board. The rook can even slide onto the center of the board himself. Rook to e1 with such few pieces left. The knight on d3 really nicely placed as well. White can slowly improve his position. We might see rook e1, king d2 coming forward. Eventually the c pawn might start marching up the board. For Ding Liren, it's a game for two results. He has to do his best to hold this position. Things could go wrong. If the rooks are traded off here, I think white's chances, winning chances, increase dramatically, Peter.
Yeah, I think that white has tremendous winning chances. I also don't really see how black can block the position. Yeah, it would be desirable to get that pawn to b5. And if we are talking about rook trade, because white is threatening to invade with the rook, yeah, you can't really let this happen. It means that black also needs to play a move like rook e8, but then what happens after the rook trade with rook e1? We are pawn down, we don't really want to continue trading pieces. I think that this is practically lost. And there is another argument that Nicholas highlighted. Yeah, Ding is so far struggling in this tournament. He is not yet settled in with this freestyle chess. But this is exactly what we talked about and why we love this format. If it would be a knockout tournament, then with these two defeats, he would be eliminated from the tournament. And who knows, maybe exactly these 7 round-robin games will give him the feeling that how this really works, and the knockout stages we will be seeing a monster Dingley. You can never be ruled out with a player like him.
And I think that's the Ding that everyone's waiting to see as well. Ding struggled in the earlier Tata Steel. Right now, it's not been a great start for him, but it's a long tournament to go. And as you said, the round robin is a great warm-up for the upcoming classical knockout. Now, the move G6, of course, wants to trade off as many pawns as possible. Nodirbek says, no, if you trade on my terms, if black was to take on f5, that just helps Nodirbek a lot. The pawn structure gets improved. You've made a lot of progress. Meanwhile, Ding will keep the tension on, because if white was to trade on G6, it just leaves white with the doubled G pawn weakness, which would work in Ding's favor. So for Nodirbek, it looks like he has to show some good technique here. We'll zoom out of this one. Let's get an update on all our other boards. Let's bring up the bird's eye view and take a look at the action that's happening. We see the eval bar. It's a bit up and down on all the boards. On our extreme right, Nodirbek in the endgame that we just discussed in driver's seat. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja. At least the evaluation bar says that Fabi is the one who's doing well, even though I don't see a single piece out from black's camp.
No, because let's not get fooled. Yeah, that this is not these are not the current positions. Yeah, this is something is wrong. So let's head to Nicholas.
Yes.
I think Nicholas had all the updates.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Firouzja game against Caruana. This is the current position that we're seeing here, I believe.
Sorry, Nicholas, maybe we can start from the beginning, because
yes.
And just see how we got here.
Yes, absolutely. We'll start where we last looked at it to understand what happened. We're really sad about the bishop on h2 around here. We took a look, d5. I think this is maybe the last time we checked, and we were really sad about this bishop, but Firouzja found a ingenious way to consolidate his position, actually create a fortress in a way. So let's take a look at it together. He brought the knight to f4 and allowing a doubled pawn, but taking control of the g5 square, which would be one of the levers for black to open up the position. The bishop has another square now, and it is very ugly. Let's be honest, it is very ugly, but it's also very safe for white. And in the following moves, white consolidated some more, brought his pieces to better squares, trying to tie down black a little bit here on the g6 square, but I'm not sure if that really achieved so much, to be honest, as we see the knight coming to g4. So the rooks are coming back, and the other rook is coming back. The king is improved. And honestly, when I look at this position now, I'm thinking this will be a draw soon, because I don't really see a way forward for either side. White has one target, the pawn on a6. Black can defend this target pretty well. And black has a target on the pawn on h4, which white can defend very well. There are no real levers that I can see, because g5, a5 for black are very difficult to achieve, and c4 also seems pretty much impossible. So I would expect a draw very soon here. How do you guys feel about it, Peter?
Well, the only idea that I see is some bishop h6, queen d6, targeting the f4 pawn. Yeah, because that's the vulnerable pawn. I'm wondering that exactly at that moment, does white suddenly trade on g4? Do we have to be concerned about this? Because h take g4 is kind of still a blockade. F take g4 would allow f5, and Fabi goes for this.
Putting pressure on that f4 pawn, Alireza needs to find a way to hold the defense. From a positional perspective, this just looks so good for black. It feels like a dream position. You've got your knight on g4. You've got all your pawns on the opposite color of your own dark squared bishop. So you've got the stronger bishop. Look at that bishop on g3. It's a bad bishop, but maybe a good defensive piece. It does defend that pawn on f4, but it looks like if anyone's trying to push, it has to be Fabi. He goes for your plan. The knight falls back on g2. I think for Fabi, he would have loved to have the h-file open from a long-term perspective. Had Alireza chosen the other defense of trading on g4, it would have given additional chances to black along the opening up of the h-file after h takes g4. So more pressure. But the big question, you have all these beautiful points in the position. How do you break through? And I think Fabi is showing the way. He is hinting at a future e3 pawn sacrifice, pawn break, and if done at the right time, maybe the rooks will double up on the e-file. And e3 is the plan that black wants to achieve.
Yeah, I think that simply having this position from black side is kind of very, Very pleasant, yeah, that you know exactly. Yeah, rook e6, I felt like this is also very harmonious, making sure that the two rooks are protecting the a6 pawn. You can also fall back with the queen to e7. Nicholas already highlighted also that, yeah, there is the weakness on h4, so if after queen e7 white jumps back with the knight to e3, then we can try to regroup that bishop to f6, hint at h4, then try to provoke then knight g2, and who knows, eventually then some e3 might be a possibility. But clearly e3 often can not only be captured, but it can also be answered with f2, f3. Fabi goes back with the knight. Another question, like, can we transpose this knight somewhere? Yeah, because white is completely pegged. This gives black so much time and so much freedom.
And the advantage of having this much space for Fabi is that he can move his pieces around from one side of the board, reroute his minor pieces, reroute his major pieces in a much more fluid way than white can find defenses. White has to keep so many things together. So even if the evaluation bar at this moment says the position is level, I'm not sure if it says that to start with, but if it does, it's such a difficult position to play with the white pieces because you have to keep so many things under defense and you don't have enough space to shuffle around easily. You have to control the f4 pawn. You have to keep the h4 pawn defended. Threat is better than execution. Always watch out for the e3 break that might be coming up. Your idea of the knight being rerouted, Fabi has got several plans. Perhaps the knight will land on c7, freeing up the major pieces from the defense of that a6 pawn. Eventually, we can see the lining up of the Alekhines battery might appear on the e-file. It just feels like there's so much pressure. And for Alireza, it's going to be an uphill task to keep everything contained in the position.
Yeah.
So let me take it away to another game that we've been following, the game between Gukesh and Magnus Carlsen, because I have some exciting update for you here. Magnus has sacrificed another pawn to take the initiative and is really taking over in this game. Check this out. So queen c2 was played, developing the queen. That makes a lot of sense. Now a5, hinting at the intentions here of starting a pawn storm on the queen side, opening the white king, which cannot castle anymore to the king side since this rook has already moved. So white cannot copy what black did. And now e5. This was an unfortunate decision. The computer suggests something like g6. What a difficult move to play with the pawn, that if the pawn takes, then the knight can come forward, or e5 can be played even stronger to keep an eye on this pawn and open up the king a little bit more. And if the bishop takes, then the knight can come forward with effect. But this is quite a difficult move to play for white. So let's see what Gukesh played instead. He went e5. And this is what Carlsen had seen from afar, that he can sacrifice another pawn here. So he played bishop g6, allowing bishop takes e6 check, pawn takes, queen goes to b3, the knight is still attacked, and the pawn is attacked. So white is winning another pawn, but it came at a huge price, because after queen takes e6, rook f7, look at the light squares, look at this king. And the threat, knight c5, knight d3 is absolutely devastating. If this knight lands on d3, then it is pretty much game over. So Gukesh, under a lot of pressure here, the computer says it is close to losing. He needs to play, absolutely needs to play knight to d4 now to even stay in the game at all. But I think after knight c5, queen takes c6, I mean, this looks very, very dire. King d1, and maybe even keep the queens on the board with a move like queen d8, or maybe take on b2 first. I mean, this looks like ruins with the king so open and the light square is so weak, Tanya.
And Gukesh finds it. He finds the only defensive resource that you're pointing out, knight d4. There was no fighting the threat of knight c5. So Gukesh trying to gain more material in compensation for this inflowing attack. Magnus immediately blitzes out knight c5. The line that you were pointing out is on the board. I'm not expecting Magnus to trade queens anytime soon. Gukesh had to sidestep with his king to d1 as we're seeing these moves being played really fast, Peter, by the players. A forced sequence of moves. I'm expecting Magnus to decline the queen trade by falling back.
Yes, on the other hand, probably has so many tempting options. He's certainly enjoying it, and when you get a position like this, and you know that you have played this stunning move, short castle, and then everything what happened basically gives you the feeling that all the right choices had been made. Yeah, this gives you also so much pleasure. That suddenly the moment comes in when you think like, wow, freestyle chess is just fantastic, yeah? and the opposite side, Gukesh, he lost the first game with the white pieces. Is it correct? Yes, I think he had double whites. And now he's again in a nightmare kind of scenario against Magnus Carlsen, and this is a very strategical position, yeah, when we know exactly that Magnus has the total vision how to make the most of it. A very tough challenge on Gukesh. That will he be able to survive this? Honestly, I believe not, because this is very much Magnus's territory.
And I think freestyle chess also feels like Magnus's territory. And the reason I say that is he's often spoken about, one of the reasons why he did not fight for the World Championship, just the preparation that's involved, the format that goes into where the players only start fighting after a very long number of moves. And it's not something that he's ever been really happy about. We see the world #1 pulling away more and more from standard classical chess, because I think he just finds this a lot more challenging. He finds this a lot more creative, and he enjoys himself when he's feeling challenged. So for him, this is his territory. The sacrifice that we saw from Magnus earlier on, Peter, in this position, it's clear that this is where he thrives.
Well, he loves it for sure.
He loves it.
If you are on the side who delivers all the beauties and all these possibilities playing in the spirit, that's of course fantastic. And Magnus is not taking his time, because Queen D8, the move that Nicholas highlighted, is kind of, once you know it, it makes perfect sense. On the other hand, you have so many possibilities and everything looks tempting. How do you make up your mind? How do you choose that exact move that you have to play because you can only play one? This is kind of a challenge.
And let's point out these different possibilities that you're pointing out, right? You want to start with, either you trade queens, fall back. The other really tempting one that you're highlighting on the board, knight takes b2, coming in, grabbing a pawn with the check. There are other checks on the board, but perhaps knight f2 is not as tempting as grabbing that b2 pawn. And it's not an easy decision. That's clear with the amount of time Magnus is taking in this position. Also, we know what a maestro he is with queens off the board. The rook on e1 is hanging. You can start getting greedy with a trade of queens and then eventually picking up the rook. What are we expecting? What do you think? If you had to predict, what will be Magnus's final decision here?
I think it's very difficult to highlight anything here that could be, because look at his pose. He wants to make a move because he knows that probably every single decision is good. I have to just stick with one. But the temptation, yeah, there are so many good options. This is one of the nightmares for the player, yeah, that you have a good position, you would love to have only one good move, I can blitz it out, put the pressure on my opponent. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, Magnus is trying to make his decision about to move.
He reaches out, Peter. He does grab the b2 pawn, so he decides not to touch the queen for the moment, comes in with the tempo. The problem of plenty, when you've got so many good choices, it's never easy to make one of them. Nicholas, what do you think about Magnus's approach here? He goes for the greedy one.
Yes, he does take the pawn on b2, which was definitely one of the attractive options in the position here. Knight takes b2. The king will go to e2, very likely. And now queen d8. Maybe this is his idea, to first take the pawn, because it is a free pawn he can take with check, and now to bring the queen back to d8. And this also looks very, very sensible, because in the end, if we count the pawns, white is only up 2 pawns, and they're not beautiful pawns, let's be real. They're all isolated, they're all weak. The king is being chased in the center of the board. So white doesn't really have a lot to show for his weak king and the attack that he's suffering. So I think this is a very sensible approach. As we pointed out, black should definitely, absolutely not trade the queens, because this would just...
He does it.
He does it.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
No way. I'm shocked. I'm very much shocked, because now the king feels much, much safer. Immediately, the queen is the strongest piece in chess and the strongest attacking piece and most dangerous for the king. So once you take it off, this king on e2, it breathes a sigh of relief. It's so happy that the king is not getting checkmated now. I'm really surprised. Guys, what do you make of this trade of queens by Magnus? Is he so confident in this endgame?
Well, the big question is, how does he intend to follow it up? Did he make a move?
Look to see it. We've got action coming in as the players blitz out. He does come in with a tempo against the knight. So queen takes queen, knight takes queen. We see Magnus developing the rook. attacking the knight. And isn't the a5 pawn on pre? What am I missing here, Peter?
Well, honestly, I would like to stabilize the position, but let me try to make those moves. Yeah, king e2 takes, rook c8 on the board. Yeah, this is the current position. Magnus is going after the c3 pawn, yeah, and he's trying to combine it with bishop h5 check. I think that's the reason why he opted for the trade of queens, because this is a very direct approach. Hitting the knight, where do you go? If you go, then you might run into bishop h5 check, king e3, rook takes c3 check, and king e4. If that's not checkmate after bishop g6, actually it's not, because if the king journey continues then to d5, yeah, for example, just to highlight, yeah, if white plays a move like knight d4, but also maybe black can just afford simply to capture on c3 first, and then again the bishop h5 moves, bishop d3 checks are hanging in the air. It's so devastating.
And Gukesh plays the only move to stay in the game, and this is probably what Magnus had missed. The move e6. e6, a counterattack against the rook on f7. If the knight had moved, if the knight had taken on a5, moved to d4, it would have been completely over. The position would have been lost. But Gukesh finds e6, very importantly, and the rook has to keep being connected to the pawn on e7, because otherwise there's a potential fork against king and rook. So first Magnus gives a check, the king steps up, now rook to g7, and now what was played? Nothing was played yet. Now there are different options. The knight can come back to e5. g4 is a potential move, very difficult, but there are options also. Rook ab1. White is out of the woods here. Gukesh can survive this game if he finds the right moves now going forward, but the worst seems to be over, Tanya.
He's definitely relieved after that queen trade. So much pressure on that white king. And now Magnus has to do it all over again in this endgame. But we know all about the legendary Magnus touch in the endgames. Gukesh falls back with the knight. So he is finding all the right defenses here. Not getting greedy with that a5 pawn, because you need as many pieces closer to your king to keep squares guarded, to keep your king protected. Magnus, meanwhile, continues chomping off the pawns. Eventually, the c3 pawn will also be under attack. If white steps up with that king to f4, attacking the rook, I think black can make a small move like h6, Peter. Just defending the rook, and then with a killer idea of sliding the other rook to f8 with some threatening checks coming in.
Yes, we also see that suddenly this knight on e5 is so nice, because it kind of restricts black's knight on b2. Yeah, just a couple of moves ago, I wanted to highlight that that monster bishop on g6 was the soul of black's position. Yeah, so I really believe, and I agree with Nicholas, that Magnus must have missed the move e6. Yeah, this intermezzo was missed, because otherwise he would have never have chosen this. And when we are also looking at the body language of the players, Gukesh suddenly seems like he knows that he has a chance. Yeah, he has something to play with, and he plays the move king d4, which means that after rook d8 check, he wants to block the check with knight d7, and he's getting active. Okay, Magnus could eventually fall back with bishop to 8, targeting the knight on d7, but it looks much better than before for white.
Yeah, and you have to, and the check is on the board, and he does block it with that knight. Again, coming back to the point of e6 being not only an attacking move, but a key defensive move in the position of taking control of some very important squares. Again, to block up all the files that the black rook is attacking on. This is anyone's game. It's a game, it's a position for all three results. Give white a couple of moves, give Gukesh a couple of moves. That knight from d2 jumping onto e4, hitting that rook. The rook from a1 going to b1, hitting that knight on b2, also attacking the pawn on b5. Bishop e8. Nicholas, is that the critical move in this position?
So what I would say is that, like you guys pointed out already, Gukesh must be very happy to even reach this position to begin with. And I think Carlson will be kicking himself right now that he did not keep the queens on the board, did not go for the attack, and that he missed this intermezzo move e6. I would like to go to another game which we really haven't seen much at all right now, and Vincent might be upset with us because already in the last round we didn't cover his game that much. And the reason is that we're just having much more exciting games going on right now. But I would like to take a brief look at his game against Levon Aronian. So we are in this current position here of the bishop h3. Just to briefly see how we got there, because we really haven't covered it in this round so far. After the middle game, the queens were traded off early, just like in the game against Carlson. And here, slowly both players got their piece into the game. We again saw this long, short castle, as Magnus also played, and Caruana and Firouzja as well. And now we slowly get updated. Here, black traded the bishop against the knight, so white has the bishop pair now. And I would prefer white here. White has a little bit more space, has the bishop pair. The computer doesn't give a lot of advantage for white, but I would definitely prefer white. Black has some potential play here on the b file. Also, it feels a little bit loose, not clear yet what to do with this king. The king, I would rather have it somewhere else than on c1. So I think some practical problems for white, but overall Vincent seems to be in decent shape, and he plays c5 instantly now, and it seems the position is getting more sharp. The bishop is opened up, the knight is attacked, will probably go to f5, and one has to see what to do with this king. This is a big question for me, because I feel like it cannot stay there. Position is opening up, and there might be some pressure for this king. Peter, what do you make of this?
Yeah, it's a big strategical battle. I also see that Vincent has only 1.5 minutes left against 4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, with c5 now, he's also opening up the diagonal for the bishop. There are some ideas like knight f3 to g5, using that pin, hitting that bishop on h3. One concern I have also, like, what do we do with this king? Do we castle, but then the king still remains on c1? Slightly awkward. A lot to play for, but I feel like maybe in the Magnus's game we might be having now some direct action, because there was direct confrontation. This will be a much longer struggle.
Yes, I think this one, Vincent in driver's seat. The king can perhaps step to d2, connect the rooks. We will keep an eye out on this one, but let's head over to the Magnus game, which has been quite exciting from the start. Even this end game that we have, queens have been traded off, but the fire doesn't stop. We see this last move on the board, rook to g6. It was hitting that pawn on e6, and a trap being set up. So clever by Gukesh. This move threatens a big discovered check on the board. You're pointing out all the dynamics, Peter. If black takes on e6, there's knight to f6 check, picking up that rook on d8. Magnus needs to watch out.
Yeah, he needs to watch out, and Gukesh probably feels like, okay, finally this is real chess. Yeah, this is where I know where my pieces belong. His king on d4 is not vulnerable at all. His rook on, it was incredible, yeah, because first with e6, then knight e5, knight d7, he activated his knight. Now he's making use of the e5 square by activating his rook all the way to d5. Incredible, yeah. This is even hard to assess. Is Magnus still safe, or is he still pressing, or is white not taking over? What's going on?
The good news of Magnus is he's got an extra couple of minutes, so he can slow down and think, and there's a big traffic jam on the d file. We see the black rook, the white knight, the white rook, the white king, and the white knight all lined up. Tactics galore. Is it time for black to sidestep with the king? Perhaps a little move with the king to make sure there are no checks. What are the options for black here, Nicholas?
In fact, Gukesh is slowly taking over. He has really defended this endgame masterfully after Magnus gave him the chance to come back, even trading the queens. And now, as you guys pointed out, there is a strong threat of knight f6 check, winning the rook on d8. So king g7 or king h8 were pretty much forced. And now Gukesh can drop back with the knight to c5, protecting the pawn on e6, and you would think that this pawn would drop off eventually, but now it's protected. If the rooks are traded, the king is active, why not? The rook is still coming in via b1. White is still up a pawn after all, let's not forget that. So Gukesh might in fact have winning chances here in this position. Yeah, the rooks should be traded after all, even though I wouldn't be happy about it with black. And now the king, before it was always a weakness and was chased around. Now in the end game, it can really be a huge trump for white. And I think Gukesh has winning chances here.
The king is a piece in the endgame, and what a piece it's turning out to be on d4, always eyeing the queenside pawns of Magnus Carlsen, just one step away from trying to attack them. Any piece trade suits white perfectly. Peter, I think Magnus is in a bit of a trouble here. He's down a pawn. White's king super active. Those queenside pawns are in extreme danger. Meanwhile, that rook and bishop, yes, it's eyeing e6. Okay, I'm slightly surprised with this move because I was expecting knight to c5. It looked like a very natural move, but this one also hits the rook and the bishop. If black was to trade on d5, I want some help from you. Point out the tactics to us. What happens after rook takes rook, king takes rook, and bishop takes pawn coming in with a check?
Yeah, I think we just fall back with the king to d4, for example, and we just enjoy this knight on e5. We are hitting the rook. The rook isn't really doing much, and we're already coming with a tempo with rook b1, and if the knight moves, the b5 pawn will be falling. And we have been discussing about seeing Magnus before leaning backwards, enjoying the situation. Now when I saw him, he was leaning back from total frustration. You know, he's back at the board. He is just so angry with himself that how did I let this happen from that marvelous position? And now it's white risks absolutely nothing, so that Gukesh is down to a minute. If he keeps the control, then the clock won't be such a... Let's not forget, it's 10 seconds increment.
Which is a lot of time to start gaining on the clock, a 10-second increment, but Gukesh has to keep control not only on the position but his nerves as well. Undoubtedly, he's feeling that he's the one who's pushing in this position. Every single initiative that Magnus had has been neutralized. The queens have been traded off. White's king and knight super active. The only thing that Gukesh needs to do is get that rook into the game. And the good news for him is it's coming in with the tempo. The line we were discussing is on the board. Gukesh now thinking about where to move his king. King to c5 does invite the move rook to g5, pinning on the 4th rank. But there might be ideas of the other knight jumping into the attack with a tempo with knight f3. Can king c5 be considered here?
Yes, but he's down to a minute. Yeah, these are his problems. Yeah, if suddenly there are many tempting options, that's a total nightmare scenario. Yeah, just somehow stabilize, make sure that...
Cemento.
Yeah, cemento, you know that nothing can happen to you. I'm going to press the clock, I'm going to get the 10 extra seconds, and I know rook b1 to b4 and king d4 on the board.
It is Team Cemento for Gukesh. He keeps things protected, not going into any crazy lines, allowing the pins. The rook comes into the attack. Magnus Carlsen is in trouble in this endgame.
Absolutely. Yeah, basically now the point is that it's kind of a one-sided affair, and now Magnus is the one who needs some miracle that maybe somehow his rook will be in time to get to d6, deliver a check in time to limit the damage. Yeah, like bishop takes a2 followed by rook d6 check. I'm not sure if it's enough, but that's maybe kind of the defensive resource he's relying on.
Magnus can pick up that pawn on a2. Gukesh can pick up that pawn on a5, and the line that you're pointing out, it does allow some checks. But right now, Magnus is on the think, and we look at him on our camera, on our screen. He is not looking happy with what has happened in this game. He was so in control, playing for the compensation, playing against that white king. But it all came down to the decision of trading off the queens. Perhaps we'll highlight that critical moment once this game is ended. Both players now also fighting the clock. Magnus has to make a move. He has to keep the pressure on. He's thinking what to do. What is he going to go for now? How does he keep fighting in this position? Do you think he's going to grab the a2 pawn, Peter?
Well, if there is no direct tactical refutation, then it's very tempting. Yeah, you want to eliminate something. I'm also wondering that some c3, c4 trapping that bishop on a2. Is that the problem? Yeah, because let me just highlight. Yeah, bishop takes a2. We play c3, c4. And after rook d6 check, we simply fall back with the king to e3. And the knight on d2 and knight on e5 are beautifully protecting the c4 pawn. We are setting to go rook takes a5, putting tremendous pressure on those two awkwardly placed pieces on the queen side. Wow, but if Magnus can't grab the pawn on a2, then what does he do? Yeah, what kind of options he has, and he's struggling. Yeah,
he goes for it. He goes for bishop a2. Will Gukesh find c4? This is such a beautiful idea, trapping. You've got rook a5, you've got rook attacking the pieces, and we're seeing this line being played out. Bishop into pawn on the board, and Gukesh finds it.
Yes, of course he finds it. He's just incredibly strong player. He was struggling at the beginning of the event. Now he is very much in his zone.
Can Gukesh finish this job off? Nicholas, we're analyzing this position and we're trying to find these ideas. How easy is this for a conversion? Gukesh can drive his seat, but what are the things that he needs to watch out for?
Yeah, what's difficult for him is, of course, the time situation. He is clearly better, maybe even winning or close to winning, but he has 20 seconds as I'm talking right now, and he's only getting 10 seconds with every move. Carlson took another pawn on h2, and now the correct reply would be to bring the knight back, defending the knight on d2, hitting the rook, and next you can just take this pawn on a5, screw the knight and the bishop on the a file, and well, something's going to drop, or am I mistaken? It looks like something's going to drop, but what is Gukesh going to do? Has he moved? Has he played a move?
Yeah,
what is
he
the current
played
position?
knight. Yeah, I think he played knight d2 f3.
The more natural looking move. You want to move forward. You don't want to move backwards.
Yes, that's unfortunate because now you keep the rook on the second rank, also defending the bishop on a2. So now that after rook g2, for example, rook takes a5, the difference is the knight can go back to b6 and the bishop on a2 is defended. If you had the other knight now on d2, you could just take this bishop, but still he has very good chances. However, there is now this idea, for example, to take on c4 and go and trade off everything. So we see another rook and knight against rook endgame, even though the line continues here with the marvelous move, knight h4, threatening suddenly knight f5 and rook a8 checkmate. Let me just show this to you. If the rook moves somewhere, let's say here, then it is suddenly a checkmate. All right, well, before we get lost here, we got to go back to the game. What is the current position? What was played?
He played rook h6.
Rook
and
h5
h6 was played. Okay.
and rook d6 check. The king comes back. And Gukesh, at 22nd, Magnus Carlsen, under a minute on the clock. There's still a lot of pressure on that a file. The knight and the bishop hanging by a thread here. Can white go rook to a3, eyeing that knight on c3, the key defender?
That looks very logical and very strong.
Gukesh, he's reaching out. He's about to make his move. He needs to play.
Lose on time.
It's on the board. I think knight d1 is the only move here.
Yes.
And we see the evaluation bar is creeping up. Peter?
Wow.
What's going on in this position? It's crazy.
Yeah, this knight d1 check, but it also doesn't feel nice. Yeah, the knight will be kind of stranded there. It might get trapped. Yeah, we were talking about the bishop being trapped on a2. Maybe the bishop survives and then suddenly black's knight will get into a lot of trouble.
And that last move by Gukesh was made with 2 seconds on the clock. He's on 12 seconds. It's a 10-second increment, so the players have to watch out. Magnus also makes a move. The check on the board. The bishop goes to b1. And now the c-pawn is advancing. It's going down the board. The knight on e5 guards the c6 square. It's not going to stop at c5.
Rook d5 trying to... Okay, but yeah, the knight is trapped. The c-pawn is running.
The bishop falls back, taking control of the queening square, but Magnus is clearly on the defense. He's hanging by a thread. The material is equal, but the problem in black's position is the knight you're highlighting. It's just not coming back to fight the c6 pawn.
Yeah, not at all. And also white still has this monster pawn on c6. The only good news is that white's rook on a3 can't really move because then the knight jumps back. c7 played.
But what does he want after rook c5?
Then the knight is lost.
Oh, the knight on d1 is just hanging, so he needs to first move the knight, which he does. Knight b2 played. Rook c5 is the idea next. But will you have time? Maybe he'll just pursue that knight with the move rook to a2. And he does it. He's attacking. He's not giving time to Magnus Carlsen.
No. And look at Magnus. Yeah, he knows that this is not going according to plans. And this is not terrible because he might have to give up the piece. Yeah, you can't, because the c-pawn is about to queen. Yeah, so black's bishop is overloaded.
And the big question is, what do you do? Do you go rook to b5, tying down your rook to defend that knight? Or do you go knight to d1, again tying down your rook to that knight? Magnus, you can see the hesitation in him. He knows it's no pleasant choices.
And wow, rook c2 played after knight d1 because the bishop is overloaded. You can't take on c2 because of c8 queen, and not knight on d1 has nowhere to go.
You have to fall back, and I think it's on the board, bishop c8, because c8 was the big threat on the board. But how do you finish this off? Peter, there has to be... And he obstructs. He comes in the way of that rook and the knight. Magnus Carlsen is about to lose that piece on d1, but still the knight on d3 is also hanging.
Yeah, but he can follow it up with knight f3 to e5, get the stability, and everything is protected. Basically, we might be talking about a scenario where nothing can go wrong because everything is super protected, and the pawn on c7 is a monster.
And Magnus trying to bring the king into play, and we see the rook now coming to attack because the knight on d1 is trapped. That knight on d3 takes away key squares. Magnus Carlsen, look at him. He looks like he's close to resignation, but he's throwing in the punches. e4 coming in. This guy never gives up.
No, of course, never. Yeah, you have to fight, and it's a time scramble. If you can somehow create some even ghost threats, yeah, something that is objectively losing, but you confuse the opponent, it's fine. Gukesh takes that pawn. And knight b2.
The knight is out. How does Magnus find these ideas? It's unbelievable.
Wow. Look at one check.
And the point is that the white knight can't take the black knight because the knight on e5 is hanging. In seconds, Magnus finds a way to survive hanging. It's a tightrope he's walking on, but he is walking on it. Knight check. The king will step over, attacking that knight on c6. He needs to stay connected to the white knight.
Yes, he needs to king d6, and where does it end? Rook f6 check, king c7. White collects the knight. Yeah, knight takes b2. Is there some trick? Does not seem like. It seems like Gukesh has just managed to survive all this time scramble. He's now also very well up on the clock. Yes, 34 seconds stability. If there is some more crazy scenario, you can spend some time to find the solution.
And Magnus there, he's feeling shifty in his chair. He's down a piece. If he can somehow trade or grab that g3 pawn, it's still a draw. But it's far away because white's king is so close to defending that pawn on g3. Magnus trying to think of ways to trick his opponent right now. He first puts pressure on that knight to c6.
Yeah, knight b4 looks like a tempting option. Yeah, just to go back, get stability, get the other knight to d3, king to f2. Yeah, Magnus goes rook h5. Knight b2 to d3 would be kind of very tempting, just to coordinate the pieces. Knight c4, ambitious move. Going after the black's king. Yeah, rook f7 check. Wow, these youngsters are fearless.
He wants to give checkmate even in this position. The knight on b4, c4, taking away all the squares from black's king. So not only up a piece, but going for a mating attack here. Gukesh putting pressure on the bishop on b7. Magnus goes all the way far away from those white threatening knights, and maybe the knight can start jumping in. Knight a6 check. You have to go to a8 with your king.
Yes, but it's not checkmate yet. So maybe you just protect that pawn first because black is not running away. What? Yeah, and Magnus resigned. Wow. Checkmate.
Unreal. And we did see a checkmate in the end with the knight coming back. Rook to a7 was the big threat. Knight to c7 is the other big threat. Gukesh gets it done. He wins against the world #1 in freestyle chess. What a game that was. Just amazing.
Yeah, what a turnaround.
What a turnaround.
And yeah, Magnus will be very upset with himself. From a dream scenario, it turned into a complete nightmare scenario. These are the things, these are the losses that are the most difficult to digest, yeah, because you have only yourself to blame.
17-year-old Gukesh, a big win for him, a huge confidence boost for him. He's definitely one of the players who wants more experience in this format. He wants to play more of freestyle chess, so to get that win against Magnus, especially after the start he had in round 1.
Wow, but look at, sorry to interrupt, also the game between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian has ended. Vincent has beaten Levon Aronian and they are discussing the game right now.
And let's head over to the last position as well. Vincent, who's been on fire lately, winning the Division 2 of the Chessable Masters, comes in, holds Magnus Carlsen in Game 1, takes down Levon Aronian in Game 2. And the point in this position is that a7 pawn is so strong and Levon just doesn't have the time to capture it if you fall back with your king to b7, stopping it from promoting the other pawn. Gets the job done. c6 incoming.
Yes, and look at this. What a fascinating position. c6 check, king a8, for example. You push c7, you box your own bishop on b8. Black can play the move king knight d6, but then white has all the freedom. King d4, white picks up the d5 pawn. then continues the journey, can travel to d7, but even can just go towards the king side and collect everything. Black is completely tied down, nothing else than to resign for black here.
Fantastic finish there by Vincent. What a round this was, and still thinking about all the turnarounds that we witnessed in the Magnus Gukesh game. What was the highlight for you, Nicholas?
Well, I want to point out that we saw 3 white wins in this round. Not only did Vincent beat Levon Aronian, and Gukesh beat Magnus, but also Nodirbek beat Dingley Ren. So this was really a round of the jacks beating the kings. Nodirbek beating King Ding, and Vincent beating Levon, and Gukesh beating Carlson. The only game that was drawn was between Alireza and Fabiano. So another exciting round. We didn't really even have a chance to see the finishes of the other 2 games, as we're so focused on this really captivating game between Gukesh and Magnus. And for me, that was the game of the round, because the way that Gukesh managed to defend, then take over, and then in the time scramble keep his nerves together and find the only way to when Magnus still posed problems, he found the only way to keep the extra piece, or to win the piece, and then bring the point home against the #1 in the world, and for many the GOAT in chess. That was very, very impressive. So Gukesh definitely has arrived in the tournament after the loss in the first round, and Magnus, with half a point after 2 rounds, will not be happy, guys.
Definitely he's not going to be happy, but the one player who will be very happy is the 18-year-old Gukesh. And what a game it was, seizing his opportunity. He had that king out in the open, but then eventually in the end game, after queen trades, when he did get the chance, he did not back down. He did not neutralize the advantage. He did not just bail out of the situation, took that opportunity, and that's what makes these youngsters so dangerous. There are 2 more games coming up. Freestyle chess is not only usually entertaining and unique, but also a very grueling format for the players. We're going to go into a short break, and we'll be back with more chess action in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
This format is completely new. This is classic long-time chess for freestyle chess, and so we want to begin a new era of chess. And we are looking forward what will happen in the next days here, and then also probably we can make a tour or something like this. Jan want always to make the best event ever, and so it was very easy. He did give me the chance that I can make everything what I like. It's the best team and with the best location here at Weißenhaus, and we build it in such an exciting way that is really the best tournament ever. Magnus met Jan at Qatar at the Open in October, and he was completely committed with Jan about this tournament and to enter new G.O.A.Ts in chess. Everybody is radiant of joy and looking forward that the games will begin. And I think it is so amazing here, and every player taught to me, Sebastian, great, I'm here and so fantastic, and I'm in a good mood, and I think I will play my best chess ever.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got 2 more rapid games coming up. It is round 3 of the round robin and big fights as we've got some juicy matchups for everyone, Peter.
Yes, it is Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. We know exactly how Magnus feels if he loses a game, and this game was really painful.
Magnus, Alireza, I don't remember the last time we saw this, Peter. It's been a while.
Yeah. How many hours? 24 or 48? I'm already completely confused. Yes, okay, this is just fantastic. And also Dingley, after losing his first 2 games, definitely will be looking to come back. Against Vincent Keymer, Levon Aronian against Gukesh. Well, Gukesh had a slow start, he was suffering, he lost the first game with White, then he was lost. And there is also the ceremony, but now after winning back coming back against Magnus from there, he will get all the energy.
And we're seeing the visuals come in from our spectacular playing arena. We're gonna head over to Fiona to reveal our position for game 3 of the round robin.
Okay, so we just saw a very exciting second round. It is time now for round 3, and I'm once again gonna ask Holly and Teresa Sarah to join me on the stage, please. As you can see, there are now 4 numbers which are out of the pot, which means 4 jokers, 1 more chance to get that donation. Welcome back, Holly. I think, as always, whenever you're ready, let's go. And it is number 292. Thank you very much. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Teresa. Sarah, we'll see you later for the last time today. And I think the position will be ready any minute now. So for the players, this is your cue and good luck. We'll see you in 10 minutes for the start of the round.
And we're back, and we've got our marquee matchup right in front of us. And as Peter and I were discussing, we did see an epic battle between Magnus Carlsen and Alireza Firouzja in the finals of the Champions Chessable Masters. Just less than 24 hours ago, Alireza managed to win a set, Magnus striking back in the final set. A bit of a grudge match for Alireza. When these two play, it's always fire on the board. Magnus has often said how much he enjoys playing against Alireza's style. Not long ago, he wanted Alireza as an opponent for the World Championship match.
Yes, Alireza has a very dynamic style, very aggressive, and it's basically thanks to this clash of styles. It always guarantees some fascinating battle. Now, however, it's going to be their first ever freestyle chess game against each other, and I really want to see how this is going to work out.
I'm going to make an early prediction. Nicholas and Peter, I'm predicting the first move, shot side castle.
You think so, yeah? Wow, looking at the position, yeah, let's actually talk about the position a bit, yeah, that what we are seeing, yeah, that again the king is between both rooks. It does make sense, yeah, it does make a lot of sense to castle immediately, but on the other hand, you might feel that you can do it any moment, and you have to also judge the other pieces, yeah, that is the priority of opening up the queen position, for example, something like b4, there is c5, b takes c5, bishop takes h2, winning an exchange, just to highlight this, for example, for a second, yeah, because the h2 pawn is vulnerable. The same applies for black's h7 pawn, so there is also this temptation that white can maybe push c4 here, hitting the pawn on h7, getting one extra big tempo. These are one of the scary type of positions that you are very afraid to be in with black, because if it's a bad position, it's a bad position, yeah, you lose a tempo.
Yes, and very nicely pointed out. Again, we've been saying this, that in freestyle chess from the starting position, always look out for your hanging pawns, the ones that are not defended, h2 and h7 in this position. Often easy to miss, especially in online freestyle chess, because the idea that bishop is on b1 and not the knight on b1, which can be attacking the pawn on h7 that you're highlighting, you have to watch out for these threats. We see the players who will be playing, I believe, from the black pieces. They're discussing how to counter these threats, these attacks. It's the younger generation on the screen. Gukesh, Nodirbek, Vincent, figuring the position out. Nicholas, break it down for us. What are your first impressions?
Well, I would definitely like to take white here, and I'll tell you why. We see this firepower lined up on the queen side. Queen, bishop, and the other bishop. And there is this potential that these pieces are pointing towards the black king. Peter already said it. If the pawn comes forward, maybe this pawn comes forward, immediately there's this direction towards the black king. And yes, black can castle, let's say like this, but it doesn't change the fact that all of these pieces are pointing in this direction. So I would be scared, and I think it really makes a difference here to have this extra move with white to immediately go for the initiative and start maybe creating threats and attacking the black king. All right, so I lost the position here, so let's bring it back where you maybe still have it. So what are you guys expecting as the first move here?
Well, first of all, I want to highlight that yes, the youngsters, the Jacks, are in a very awkward situation, and we see all of them gathering there and trying to figure out how do we survive the first couple of moves, yeah, because facing the kings, they know exactly if they give the upper hand for their opponents, then it will be very difficult to come back. They need all their creativity to somehow stabilize. But how do you stabilize after c4?
And also, let's tell everyone who are the kings, the experienced lot, the very, very established elite of the chess world, the creme de la creme here, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion Dingleren, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana. They're the kings, while the Jacks are the younger generation who are shaking up the world's elite, making their mark into the very top of the chess world, right in front of our screens there. Some of them gathered, analyzing, and that is Nodirbek, Abdusatrov, Ali Reza, Firouzja, Vincent, Keymer, Gukesh are all the Jacks in this tournament. Peter, they are doing a bit of a deep dive here, and I see that Nicholas' ideas of the advance on the queen side with the pawn rolls is exactly what they're looking at right now.
Yeah, it's very logical, very tempting, and also from the black side, this is what you are most afraid of. Yeah, you have to have an antidote to c4. I was very happy that Nicholas highlighted that actually black can castle, and thanks to castles we can actually protect that h7 pawn.
How cool would it be if we had mics in there, just to hear their thoughts?
Okay, but we don't know if the players would be so happy, yeah, because okay, they are before the game, they are in the relaxed mode, yeah, and they want to chill. This is their moment of 10 minutes that they have to get ready, but also there is no tension yet. Yeah, once the clocks are pressed, it's a different story.
And I think Gukesh makes a really nice point there, that knight on h8 and h1 will come out from that g3 square. It needs to develop at the edge of the board, and very often we might see black or white, in that case, push that g-pawn maybe at some point, trying to block the knight from taking control of the central squares. There are so many rich dynamics in these positions. White, starting on move 1, can look at opening up the queen side pieces, the bishops and the queen diagonal, can think about perhaps getting the knight into the game. I feel that every position that we've had has gotten incrementally more complex in the freestyle chess.
Yeah, my feeling was that the first two positions were kind of dynamically balanced. Yeah, I really felt like there is no clear, obvious way how white can get the advantage. That's why I got scared, like, wow, not that somebody who is playing now from the black side after c4 gets into a lot of trouble. I do hope that the players will figure out the way. Yeah, Nicholas highlighted the move castles. At least this was also the move that you mentioned, Tanya, no? That was your first instinct, that if you get a chance you're gonna castle, then already the rooks are in a good position. And who knows, for example, white can't really occupy just like this blind in the center, because we have this counter strike with c5. After d takes c5, bishop takes h2, we might be winning the exchange. Yeah, thanks to this, we might survive, and then we get a normal game.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to make a prediction that out of the 4 games, I think in 1 at least, we will see a short castle. We'll find out if I'm right or wrong about that one. But right now, we see the kings on the board as well, who are having a discussion. And I see that they're looking at a similar structure as you're pointing out, starting with the move c4, opening up that bishop, and then eventually making the move c5 with black as well. You have to watch out for that h7 pawn to start with. So I think there's a castle on the board in their analysis position. And we see Levon scratching his head. What a crazy position we have in this one. All right, first move predictions. I've said we're going to have a short castle on at least one of the games. Nicholas, I'm going to start with you. What are you expecting?
Well, first of all, I'm willing to bet against you to short castle. I think this can wait, but it would be stylish. Let's be real. To castle on the first move, if you have the chance, it would be nice to do this move here.
Oh.
I cannot do it for some reason right now, but I mean, there are a lot of attractive moves. Also, e4 makes sense to me, but I still think c4, opening up the bishop immediately, would be my choice. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I also feel like if we have the chance to play c4, then we would love to. And also, let's not forget that the kings, yeah, both Levon and Magnus had lost their previous, and also England has lost, yeah. So all the kings are burning for revenge. They want to come back and they want to be aggressive, yeah. So you want to really make the most out of this position.
The Jacks have been doing pretty well against the Kings so far in this event. And we see two of them in front of us. So Vincent Keymer with Gukesh analyzing the prospects of this unique starting position. 960 positions are possible. 518, the number 518 is the standard chess position. And we saw the drawing of positions with those balls which have a number each earlier on. The ceremony of revealing the position earlier on. We have removed the position number 518, which is the standard starting position.
Yeah, and also one more.
The one in which only the king and the queen change their place. So the king goes from e1 to d1, the queen from d1 to e1, and that has been removed. So this is -2 positions, so still 958 positions possible.
Yes, exactly. And basically every single position that are played out is also removed from the machine. And it's compensated by a joker, yeah, which if actually that joker will be pulled out, the German Chess Federation, the German youth compartment will get 500 euros from Jan-Henrik Büttner as a special gift. So there is also some intrigue there.
Jan Büttner is the founder, the mastermind behind this event. He's put it all together with a vision to popularize freestyle chess. And we're having so much fun calling the action because after a very long time, it feels like from move number 1, Peter, we can start our discussions. And we've got Fiona there. We're waiting for the players to start.
We are playing round number 3. Good luck to all of you. Please start the games.
Fiona, I think it's go time, Peter. And there it is. Fabiano Caruana playing against Nodirbek Abdusatrov. All right, someone castle. All right, not on this board. What does he start with? Is it c4?
Wow, but yeah, there we see black answers it with c4. That was Abdusatrov. Yeah, c4 castles. We got the first moves right.
Everyone won. We're all good.
Well, you said white castles, right?
I said move number 1, castle.
Oh, okay.
That's good, yeah, that's good. So let's see.
But this was critical because 8-7 was hanging.
Exactly, yeah. C4 castles was kind of forced. And the big question, yeah, C4, some more games, right?
C4 castle in 3 of the games so far, yes.
Oh, wow.
And which is the game which haven't started yet, officially?
Oh, you're right. Carlson and Firouzja both castle the first move.
I did say white will make the first move castle. It has happened, and it's by none other than world number 1. He starts with castle. This is going to be awesome. And Firouzja also castles in return.
Yes, and look at Ali Reza. Yeah, okay. I'm in sleeping mode. It's just everyday business, right? Fantastic.
Love it. And we've got some more moves. This is our bird's eye view to take in all the opening action. So we see very similar pawn moves on all the boards. That's what strikes to me with the white pieces, except on Magnus's board where we see the move b4 opening up the queen. That's the third board from the right here, opening up the queen instead of opening up the bishop. The other players going for a similar approach, Peter.
Yes, and there is also this vulnerable spot on g7 and g2, yeah? So now Magnus going for c4. Now black can play the move bishop c8 to b7. No, he first plays the move c5. I just want to highlight that, yes, one has to watch out, yeah? Because both after bishop b2 and after bishop b7, mutual craziness, mutual problems are really happening. And it will be a big question. How does white react to it, or black against bishop b2 idea. But for the moment, Magnus is taking his time. He has to decide what he does with his b4 pawn. Does he include the move bishop b2 immediately, just to get some feeling that how black is really trying to protect that weakness?
Big question here, Nicholas. What do you make of this thought? Because from move number 3, I think I'm allowed to say this, it's an absolutely fresh position that we have on the board. But bishop b2, are you expecting that on the board now?
Bishop b2 would be a very logical move to line up the battery against the pawn on g7. And, well, black needs to defend this pawn for sure. So the only two sensible options that I see are either to play f6 or to play e5. But e5 is not really a move that you want to play because it weakens some squares. So in another game that we saw, or that I've seen at least already that is happening, f6 was played. And f6 also has some advantages that you can maybe develop the knight. On the other hand, it is also a weakening move. So it is also something which you don't really like to do. However, you have to deal with this threat in one way or another. You cannot allow that the bishop takes on g7. And if I can consult the computer, there is another way which I didn't see besides f6 and e5, and that is the move knight to e6. Knight to e6 also defending the pawn on g7. And maybe this is the most harmonious or the least weakening way, because you're not pushing any pawn move, and maybe the most sensible. So I think the next few moves will be critical in deciding if white can get some initiative going, can use this extra move that white has. Peter.
Yes, in the game I think b takes e5, b takes e5, knight g3, knight g6 had happened. This is also one of these type of positions. I feel like Alireza feels like, okay, it's symmetrical, but at least as long as there are no direct threats, I can make those moves instantly. I'm winning time. And the big question is, that is in long terms white able to pose problems, or if white misses the chance on capitalizing on something early on the game, then black will just be fine. That's a very big question. I do feel that Alireza is feeling quite confident. He's in every single game playing the opening phase quite quickly. So again, up on the clock.
An absolute symmetrical position, but now it has to be broken because white comes in with the first threat in the position, lining up with the bishop and the queen. g7 is a tender spot. Alireza needs to make a decision how he wants to defend it. Knight e6, the move that you were discussing earlier, it looks very logical. You can maybe think about f6 with pawn moves. I'm not really sure how quickly you want to make them. Commit yourself to this pawn structure of f6. Maybe you're creating some weaknesses. Wow, and Alireza goes for it. Yeah,
he goes for f6 because he wants to somehow get that knight to f7, and he also feels that maybe it will be very important that I trade that bishop, that dark square bishop with bishop e5, or maybe we'll even say that, you know what, look at this. White has this incredible battery on the long diagonal. But if black simply blocks it with f6, then this battery brings absolutely nothing. So it's very interesting and refreshing to see how Alireza quickly, basically after 10 seconds, makes a decision like f6. This is the strength, the power of the youth. You are not fearing any ghost. You don't think about, is this a weakness? No, it has also a lot of positive things. There are a lot of arguments why this move is strong. I love this determination.
And he's got to be feeling determined, especially after the match that they just had. What do you think about those dynamics? These two have just played quite an epic battle in the grand final of the Chessable Masters, and it was fireworks from the start. Alireza taking the first set, Magnus bouncing back to take the championship in the final set. But the games are full of fire. Do you think that's on their mind, Peter?
I think not. First of all, because the match was incredible. So I don't think that if you lose an incredible match like this, where you can be so proud of yourself, like Alireza played a brilliant match, finally Magnus prevailed. But it's more like he feels that, okay, yes, I have played enough games against Magnus, but this is our first freestyle chess game against each other. So it's a completely fresh start. And so far, I feel like, there are two things. The older generation loves to play freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, because they have been studying already for more than 20 years with super engines all the theoretical lines, and they are kind of tired and they are exhausted. They have been exhausting all possibilities. And the youngsters, they feel like we still have so much to learn in classical chess, but we enjoy, you know, not learning, just playing. And they are very fresh. So I also find it very nice that we have this clash of generations. And so far, the Jacks are doing extremely well.
They really are. Kings are having a tough time. The other dynamic into play, the fact that, you know, we've got the most important event of the chess calendar coming up, the candidates, in 2 months. And very often in classical chess, they have to watch out for what openings they're playing leading up to the candidates. And that always stops them from showing their best hands. But that is something, having some of the very crucial candidates in this event participating, that's not something they need to worry about in freestyle chess. They can bring on the creativity from the very start. And we see a mirror image here. The symmetry in the position continues. The players are playing copycat chess.
Yes, but here now the copycat chess was played by Magnus, which shows that actually the move f7, f6, that we were debating that is it a weakness or not, it had a huge impact on Magnus. Yeah, he didn't dare to play f3 himself before black played the move f6, but now he okay, it's a nice idea. Wow, very nice.
And it wasn't only the bishop and the queen lined up on the attack. The knight could have jumped to key squares like f5, f4, putting more pressure. So at some point, you needed to blunt this diagonal. It's been done by both. The ball is in Ali Reza's court. What are you expecting here, Nicholas? Now, he has to change things up. Or does he continue with bishop b7, achieving the perfect symmetry?
Yes, Ali Reza could play bishop b7, then it would be a perfectly symmetrical position. But he doesn't have to, he could also do something else. And in general, I think this opening phase has gone pretty well for the French player. He plays knight to f7 now, developing the knight. He is up 5 minutes on the clock. He's playing with confidence, he's playing fast, and this is a very important factor when playing rapid chess, obviously. And Carlson, we also saw him on the camera, we see him right now. He's not looking so happy. And I think, if I may point this out, this decision to play b4 earlier and to grab more space might have backfired a little bit, because eventually, as opposed with the pawn on b3, eventually you cannot play d4 as nicely, since if you do, for example, let me do it here, then you always end up with an isolated pawn here on c4, whereas if the pawn was still on b3 and on b6, it would be a different story. And we have seen actually a lot of the other players to put the pawn on b3, to not go for b4, not grab that space. And now we are in this position after knight f2. Once again, bishop b7 would lead to a completely symmetrical position. But it seems like the bishop is not really achieving that much on this diagonal right now. So I expect Firouzja to continue in a different fashion. And you feel like slowly it's heating up. Slowly the pieces are coming closer to the king. What a strange situation. Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a very slow affair. I think that White has missed on the chance of capitalizing on the starting position. I believe that Aliza can be very happy with everything, and it might be a good opportunity to jump to some other games. Because this is now a slow affair. It might be a very interesting strategical game later on, but for the moment it takes a slower pace.
And Nicholas, you said strange. Strange is the new normal when it comes to freestyle chess, because the starting positions themselves are so unique, completely fresh chess, and that's what we love about this format. We will pull up the bird's eye view, we will zoom out for a moment and get an update on all our other games as the players are deciding where to place the pieces, how to begin the game. So let's bring up our bird's eye view. And then perhaps we can jump into and deep dive into a position. And there we have it. We see the start of the games, and so far everything is level. And once again, we see on our extreme right board, Fabiano Caruana's queen is out early on with perhaps a lining up of the bishop and the queen, but in the right way, where you then start threatening a mate on g7. The f-pawn has moved forward. It promises to be an exciting fight. So far, level. Meanwhile, we've discussed a lot about the Magnus game. And then a really interesting development in the world champion facing your protege, Vincent Keymer. Would you like to take a deep dive into that one, Peter?
Yes, the reason why I'm actually very interested in this game and also in Fabi's game, I'm comparing the two positions. Yeah, if we look at that, we see that it's almost a mirror, but with opposite colors. Yeah, so Fabiano opted for quick d4 and activated his queen with queen takes d4, and Vincent made also good use of the chance to go d5 and queen takes d5. Very interesting to see which approach, allowing this d5 move was a good idea from Ding or not. For the moment, from a distance, it looks like black should be happy.
Well, the queen is out, it is developed, the white king still in that diagonal. Maybe there might be a check, but the bishop on b2 controls a key d4 square. Meanwhile, Levon and Gukesh also continues to be very interesting, taking a similar approach like the Magnus Alireza, blunting the diagonal, the long diagonal a1 to h8 with that move f6. What catches your attention? Which one should we go to first?
Well, I think all the games have their own finesses. It's up to us. Whom did we cover the least? I think that would be now a very fair thing.
Vincent.
Vincent, okay, that's it. Dinglian against
Immediately
Vincent.
Peter jumps into the game.
Okay.
No surprises there.
Okay, also Vincent has activated his queen to d5. Yeah, he's also aiming towards the Marozzi structure. Yeah, that's the Marozzi bind. If black also gets the move e5 in, maybe he does not even need to, because this e5 square can also be used maybe for bishop e5 or knight e5 ideas. I want to also pass it to Niklas. Niklas, what is your take on this position?
Yeah, after queen b1, we have this lineup of the bishop and the queen on this diagonal hitting the pawn on h7, and again the question how to deal with this. You could play a move like g6, but it's also weakening up the king a little bit further, and Vincent actually opts for the strongest move, queen h5, not only defending the pawn on h7, but also, watch out, the bishop and the queen line up for almost a checkmate threat on h2. So now white has to deal with this threat on his own, and most probably will play the knight out to g3, hitting the queen. You don't want to give up your bishop, so you just move the queen forward to h4, and still this looks a little bit uncomfortable with potential threats that black can maybe take on g3. And also here, the action feels like slowly heating up. The bishops from the back, they're long range pieces, they're pointing towards the respective kings, and it seems to me that, well, this could become very sharp very soon, potentially. Tanya.
Very sharp, very soon. You're pointing out all these tactical ideas. The one thing that strikes to me in this position, Peter, is that white has a nasty threat. Look at black's pieces. That rook on e8 doesn't really have a square to move to. You move your queen. Can white start getting greedy already? My bishop on d3, queen on b1. Yes, it was eyeing the king side, but suddenly I shift my focus. I want an exchange, bishop to b5.
Yes, but actually this light square bishop is kind of a monster bishop. And we do see sometimes, there were some lines in the English opening where black can sacrifice an exchange like this in Marozzi structures and get an overwhelming initiative. I also feel that maybe that's the reason why Vincent has paused, because he believes in the attack. Yeah, queen h4, and if you go, okay, let's just put it on the board, yeah, because queen h4, bishop b5, that's what we are talking about. Yeah, Vincent, I believe from his hand movement, he had to play queen h4. The rook on e8 is trapped, but black gets some incredible activity. I don't know, something like knight g5, going for bishop takes g3, a g3, queen takes g3, and then already crazy ideas like knight h3 check are hanging in the air. I would be very scared from the white side to enter something like this.
And what a day Vincent has had, right? He starts with a draw against Magnus. He takes down Levon Aronian in round 2, and now in this fighting position, by the way, we are seeing this being played out, so this as well is going to be quite the explosive fight as Vincent has gone all in, sacrificing the exchange. Bishop b5 has been played? Yes, bishop b5 on the board now, which means that Vincent has to go for white's king now.
Wow, okay, so bishop b5 played. Yeah, Vincent will be forced to go for attack. I, however, want to caution it. Don't jinx it. I mean, let Vincent do his job. I'm here as a commentator. I'm clearly rooting for him. I'm very happy if he does well. But yes, let him just play. Yeah, this is also, we haven't mentioned that we are treated here magnificently in this Weissenhaus luxury resort. The players have everything, the commentators have everything, we are enjoying our time, and I think that also the players, we see these crazy games, these fantastic, fascinating battles, are also in extremely creative mood because of all these incredible settings, this environment. The organizational team with Jan-Henrik Büttner is making sure that everybody feels at home. It's just so nice to be here.
It's super nice, and Weissenhaus is one of the world's best nature retreats. It's all about the calm and the peace that you feel here, but the chess, the freestyle chess has been absolute chaos from the very start, and this position promises to bring on more of that chaos as the world champion Dingleren is in fact going for that exchange. Vincent has to prove his compensation, has to prove his initiative in this position. Is this a good moment to zoom out and get an update from on the other boards just for a moment?
I think maybe we can ask Nicholas, because Nicholas knows the truth. Let's ask him.
Well, I have, of course, a little bit of help, and it is quite interesting to see how the different variations can play out here. The computer is just saying zeros, which means equal in chess terms. And you have different options. As Peter said, you can bring the knight forward to g5. You can also take on g3 immediately if you want to. There are also moves maybe like knight e6. But let's look for a very concrete line here. Knight g5. All right, white takes the rook. What else to do? Black can take back, or even already think about trying to go for a drawing combination with knight h3 apparently. Takes, and now take on g3. And if white takes back, then it would be a perpetual check, because the queen just gives continuous checks and black cannot further strengthen the attack. So here white could play something else, but apparently even after knight f2, rook takes e8, it should end up in an equal position. But I wouldn't go for this knight h3 immediately. It looks more sensible to just take back, to keep all the threats in the position, maybe to take on g3 first, since white cannot really stop that anyway. And I would be a bit concerned here with white. The computer is saying knight c3, and now, okay, many options. Black definitely has a lot of compensation, and Vincent seems to have judged it correctly, that he can sacrifice his exchange in that way. Now he just tries to find the best way forward after bishop b5. I think he will probably spend some more time, so if we want to, we can go to another game.
And I think I know exactly the one that both of you would love analyzing. We have to rush over to Levon versus Gukesh because it's absolute chaos on the board. And Nicholas, we have to take this, I think, from the top, because it's impossible to understand all the pieces hanging in the current board as we see it. So show us how we got here and break it down for us.
Absolutely. So I don't know if we saw this already. I don't think so. We see the starting moves now. Again, quite similar to the other games. In early d4, now black didn't take on d4, allowing the capture. We see the bishop lining up. And now let me maybe slow down so we can really understand what is going on. So the knight is coming into the center. And here, interestingly, queen c6 was the response. And Gukesh actually did not, or he ignored, or maybe didn't see the white threat, which was to take on f6 to break open the black king position. So if black was to take back, which Gukesh did not do, then the knight would take on f6. It's a fork to the rook and the king, and well, either way, white is getting one of the rooks, and here white has 2 pawns plus the rook against 2 minor pieces, and the important thing is that the king is pretty open, so white would be in good shape. Which is why Gukesh did not take, and maybe this was the move he had in mind when he allowed this capture on f6, which looks quite scary, to play d5, hitting the knight on e4, and only if the knight moves, then to take the bishop on f6. But white can react, and has different captures, can take on g7, can take on d8, and here Levon took on d8, and now it is actually Gukesh to move and to decide which minor piece to take. The knight on e4 or the bishop on d8. Apparently he is supposed to take on d8, but then, well, white is up a pawn. if I'm not mistaken.
And
however,
I think he has just captured. Yeah, he took on d8.
However, this guy is also hanging, but well, there's a checkmate threat. Watch out! Always these long-range pieces here out of the corner. So there's a checkmate threat on h7 now, but black can play g6. It looks quite scary for black being down a pawn and having an open king, but according to the computer, guys, this seems to be still okay for Gukesh. So this is probably going to be played out.
It's all on the board. Nicholas, the exact line that you pointed out, a mate in one is threatened right now. Bishop takes pawn, a massive threat which Gukesh will stop. He is reaching out. It's probably going to be g6. And I just want to point out, shut castle is still legal for white.
Yes, it is legal. And now also let's talk about the potential compensation for black. Yeah, that white is a pawn up, seemingly is attacking, but black has this long-term asset, the dark squared bishop. Yeah, and just imagine some scenario where this bishop is landing on e5, targeting that queen on a1 in the corner. Yeah, that would be a deadly scenario for white. And also black has kind of this, castles played, of course. Yeah, the pawn on h2 was hanging. Yeah, bishop was threatening to capture on h2 before. So the move short castle make perfect sense. However, now black has this extra move. The big question is, what do we do with it? Yeah, this kind of structure, what does it remind us? On the Blumenfeld gambit, right? That black sacrifices the pawn. Yes, on the other hand, white still has the pawn on c4, so it did not have to double it on the b file. But there is, I very much sense what computer is saying. Yeah, knight f7, I wouldn't be sure at all that white really has the advantage. Okay, he has the pawn, but black has long-term compensation here.
And there black is trying to get rid of his own least developed piece, that knight on h8, for white's most active knight on g5. So definitely a trade that will suit Gukesh a lot. The rook will step up, line up on the f line, putting pressure. The the bishop pair advantage against the pawn sacrifice gives long-term compensation. You're absolutely right. It is a lot like the standard Blumenfeld pawn sacrifices that we see. So it's far, far from clear in this position. It's going to be a fun one. Nicholas, I see you're also doing a deep dive into this. Would you rather be white having an extra pawn, or would you rather play to try to prove your compensation with the bishop pair here?
Well, I definitely like to be on the attack. I like to have the initiative. I like to give material rather than to defend material that I have won. So I would prefer black here. And now Gukesh just played knight to f7, which the computer doesn't actually approve so much. The move makes a lot of sense to get rid of this active knight on g5. However, maybe it would have been better to push this knight away with a move like bishop f4 and say that this knight actually is not really in a good spot anyway. Knight f3, d4 to further play in the center. e5, e4 is coming. The knight on d1 is misplaced. So this was the direction of the computer. Gukesh takes a slower approach, playing knight f7. I guess the knights will be traded here. And now he can also double up on the f-file. However, white is still fairly solid. He just needs to find a way to get these pieces on the back rank to better squares. The knight on d1, the bishop on b1, all don't look too great. So if white can do that, if he can get his piece into play, consolidate a bit more, then he has a pawn. He has an extra pawn. He can be better. What do you guys think? Should we move on to another game?
Yes, I think so, because it's clear that this is long-term compensation. Yeah, there will be many dramas in this game. Yeah, 11 captures on f7. Okay, this happened. This gives us a chance to catch up with.
I think he's just reaching out for his next move. He improves the position of the queen. And Peter, as you were pointing out, let's bring out our bird's eye view and see where the action is, where we want to jump in next. Let's zoom out from this game for the moment. To do a deep dive into one of our other boards and bring up our bird's eye view. I see action is on all the other boards.
For example, Fabiano, Caruana, and Nodirbek, we haven't really been looking at yet. This could be both players are on fire. Yeah, they are playing brilliant chess.
And perhaps we could just go directly to that one, Peter. On our analysis board, we can have that up as we pull the live board for our audience as well. And that is the current position.
Wow, okay, so this already reminds me of some kind of a Queen's Indian, also some Paulsen kind of structure. It's very interesting. First feeling is that white has only 2 pawn islands. yeah, and black has 3. So thanks to the pawn structure, white should have the better position. But in all these type of positions, there's so much activity. And we see that the white knight on e3 is somehow a little bit awkwardly placed. The pawn on e6 is beautifully dominating that knight. Black has the semi-open f-file with good counter chances. It's very much an Abdusattorov type of position where there is so much potential for aggressive play.
And yet it's just starting to heat up. So there are all these possibilities. We know Nodirbek, he's such a fighter and he really thrives in these kind of positions which are not dull and dry. And the action, it's sort of like the storm is just brewing up. Peter, you're mentioning that, you know, black has all these ideas to start putting pressure. Of course, the doubling up along the F line, the knight jumping from G6 to F4 at the right moment comes to mind. What about Fabi? Where are the trumps in his position? Because I also see for Fabi, that white knight on G3 can eventually find itself on H5 and doubling up with the bishop on B2 start putting pressure on G7.
Yes, I exactly had this feeling that if, yeah, knight H5 already played, that Fabi is very much the type of player who acknowledges that, yes, black has nice kind of probably potential counterplay, but actually I have a very sound position, I have a very healthy pawn structure. The c4 b3 pawn structure with this lovely bishop on b2, and if that knight from h5 moves to knight from g3 moves to h5 and eventually white gets a chance of pushing f4, then things are turning. Yeah, then we are not talking about black having counterplay. Black will be crammed, and f4 f5 might be looming there. So who is attacking whom on the king side? A lot at stake here. I think that black has to stop white from playing f2 f4 at all cost. So something like rook e8 to f8 should be played unless there is some crazy tactic. Yeah, we have to watch out, there are so many vulnerable squares. I think if we would ask Fabi, he would say, no, everything is fine, I'm enjoying this.
Let's turn to Nicholas for the ultimate truth in this position. Everything that we've been discussing about this, black's ideas of doubling up, white's counterplay against g7, potential f4, what do you make of this? And who's trying to push for the initiative here?
Well, I think both players are probably happy with this position, as you both pointed out. They like these unbalanced positions. They like to attack. They like to have a lot of complexity in the position. And knight h5 is making a clear indication that Fabiano is not going to watch until black is going to build up some kind of play on the f-file, on the squares here against the white king, but he wants to maybe go knight g4, maybe go f4, f5, maybe sacrifice on g7, because the king is a little bit vulnerable, it is a little bit open. The engine is evaluating this position as equal right now, which means that obviously both sides have their chances, and rook ef8 looks very logical to my eyes now to double on the f-file and to put pressure here to also stop f4 apparently, because, well, you're just occupy, you attack the square so many times. Now knight g4 looks interesting to me to play with ideas of something, giving checkmate or sacrificing, but it doesn't seem to quite work yet. And black has different ways to respond. Knight f4 looks very logical to trade this knight on h5 and go from there. So to summarize, after knight h5, both players are in good shape, and this could, I think, explode. There could be some sacrifices coming here, so we should keep an eye on it.
And look at the focus the two players have on the board right now. Absolutely a critical moment for them. And speaking of focus, the chat wants to focus on one particular game, and that is Magnus Carlsen taking on Alireza Firouzja, and that's exploding as well. We've had some trades in the center, some really exciting moves preceding the current board, and I think we have to back up, Peter, a little bit to see how we got to this point.
Yeah, because it had a slow pace. And we talked about this, that, yeah, it's going to be a fascinating battle. But what I see here that Magnus is having a wonderful position. He's already jumping with knight to f5, hitting the d6 pawn. White has this perfect harmony. Look at his pieces. Knight on e4, knight on f5, queen c3, bishop on c2. The d6 pawn is weak. The g7 square is vulnerable. Alireza in a lot of trouble, but just very quickly, maybe we can jump to Nicholas. Yeah, you have this auto mode and everything. You are doing it so professionally. Just let's run through the game.
Sure, we can do that. So we stopped here in a completely symmetrical position after 8 moves. Absolutely completely symmetrical. So let's see how the game continued. develop from here. The knight came forward, d6, protecting. But yeah, somehow here, Firouzja, it seems, lost a little bit of the threat, putting his bishops on the side. The bishop came back. A lot of bishop moves. And Carlson took slowly over, playing in the center. Again, the bishop move here. And now he plays in the center, but a little bit too late. These knights are in very active positions. And as you pointed out, this pawn is hanging on d6. In general, the white pieces feel a little bit better placed. However, in this very moment, and apparently knight to f5 was a mistake by Magnus, because in this very moment, and he missed it, he could have played d5, putting maximum tension in the center and making use of the fact that this pawn is pinned, and this would have given him a good chance for an open game. But after queen c6, which was played, Magnus should be in front again. However, a lot of tension here, and I think the next few moves will be critical, Tanya.
And you really cannot fault a player for making a move like knight f5. It is such a natural human move. You want that knight on a beautiful square. You want to put pressure on d6. It looks like a very dominating position currently for Magnus Carlsen. And also, we can see, right, in Alireza's position, right now the queen and the bishop are eyeing the c4 pawn, but it feels like the forces are divided. You've got a bunch of pieces on the king side still finding their activity, and then there's queen and bishop on the other side of the board. Meanwhile, all of Magnus's army compact in the center, really sort of playing around the center and with the space that you have. But there is a threat on the board, Peter. c4 is hanging. How much of a threat is this actually with all the dynamics around the d6 pawn?
Yes, well, I would feel like, yes, okay, you want to take my c4 pawn. First of all, I can defend it if I want. The big question is, do I want to? Yeah, you highlighted, yeah, there are so many dynamic possibilities. One of the things Nicholas pointed out, this move d6, d5 by the computer, I'm looking at it, and once it's on the board, it's so natural, and I was asking myself, why didn't it cross my mind? But I also was so focused on this weakness on d6, and how do I protect it, that the move queen c6 looks quite natural. Another big question, does white have some really energetic response? Because one really feels that the position is asking for some very special treatment. Yeah, that's at least my kind of instinct, and Magnus is also taking his time, clearly believing that there could be something here.
I think what everyone playing white would love it is if somehow the queen and the knights could coordinate, because it feels like there is a kingside attack brewing. But also black's knight on g6 controls so much of the position. And we see Magnus, he's going into a bit of a think right now. Also not so easy. Does he want to play a more defensive move right now? Because that d5 is still in the air. It wasn't played in the last move. But let's say if you made a move like bishop to d3, I think d5 is still a possibility in the position.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, now also the queens are kind of pinning each other on the c file. There is so much tension, and Magnus absolutely correctly senses that this is a very critical moment. Yeah, he has to find the right idea here. I'm a little bit struggling to find the move which I would shout out that, okay, this is what my have, because I have so many ideas, but I don't exactly see yet what is the right way to proceed move per move.
Yeah, and for Alireza as well, there is pressure that he has to deal with. But I look at the camera in front of us, Alireza looks pretty chill about the position. He looks very relaxed.
Yeah, it seems like he has very good nerves. Yeah, he's just enjoying what he's doing. He can play chess, and no openings involved, just a wonderful environment.
Yeah, I think it's the Weissenhaus effect.
Yes, he is really enjoying himself.
And there we see Magnus Carlsen through the rooks over there. He's got a big decision to make. And Niklas, what do you make of this critical moment?
Well, I had a look with my friend, the engine, and the way forward, the only way forward to have a clear advantage, or maybe even close to winning advantage, is to take on e5. And this is maybe not a move that instantly comes to mind, but black doesn't really have a great response. For example, if I take back with the rook, then I can use some tactics here and take the pawn on d6. So this is getting a little bit crazy now, so bear with me. So the rook cannot take here on e1, because watch out, there's a checkmate on g7. So the rook is pinned, and this is a very critical idea in this position anyway. So now you might say, why can I not take on d6? Well, then I take back on e5. I have not only one pawn right now, but more importantly, I'm having a very strong attack against the black king, which black cannot actually defend anymore, and you cannot even take here because of instant disaster. Not only are you losing the queen, you're even getting checkmate the next move because the rook is coming up here, and this is it. So after d takes e5, if we go back to this moment, how should black really take back? And
but sorry to interrupt, Magnus has made a move and he missed on this chance.
He played
the move
something else.
Bishop B3.
Ooh.
Yeah, that looks a little bit
And Alireza
passive.
reaches out and he's got d5 on the board.
He did play d5. I mean, that was the move that we're expecting after.
Yeah, and
Bishop
knight
B3,
c5
Bishop.
blitzed out by Magnus. That's the
Right.
current. And Alireza is blitzing his move bishop takes c4. Probably he is relieved, yeah, that some direct action is happening.
Have the players calculated this till the very end? They're not even blinking. It feels like a forced sequence of moves. And we see some trades there, Peter, which eventually ends with Alireza looking away for a moment, because this is a new position, a completely different dynamic from before the start of the sequence of this forced moves that we saw after d5. The knight on f7 is pinned. The knight on c5 is pinned. A lot of pins on the board and a tension with the pawns staring at each other in the center.
Yes, and also there is this spin on the knight on f7, yeah, so the queen on c4. But black also has some counter chances attacking the g2 pawn with something like knight f4. Is that possible or not? There are all these forking ideas on e7, yeah, so then white can take rook takes f4, e takes f4, knight e7 check.
Maybe we can show
just
that.
to highlight this, yeah. If knight f4 happens with the idea desire to deliver checkmate on g2, then white can, for example, take on f4, e takes f4, go knight e7 check. Now this is a fork. So we have to take, then white takes with the rook on e7. We are still having this spinning issue. White has this active rook, but at the same time there are no direct threats. And who knows if black has time to push the move f4, f3, opening up some files against white's king. It can be very messy. A lot of tension here.
But I would be so scared as black to walk into this position with this deadly pin on f7. There are back rank issues to deal with as well. A big moment for Alireza right now. And let's check in with the clock situation. He's got some time. That's the good news. Because for these kind of positions, you really want to calculate. You can't play on intuition so much, Peter.
Yes, absolutely not. Basically, playing on intuition means that probably you're going to lose in a couple of moves. Yeah, very precise calculation, move per move calculation is required. For me, it's very easy to highlight that. Yes, maybe after f3 we'll have counterplay. If not, we design. Yeah, so it's really a lot of tension for them.
But I want to ask you, right? Because f3 really feels like the most dramatic move in the position, and it hasn't been played quite yet. This line, no, first, we don't need to deep dive into it, but I think it would have been a chaotic mess, Peter. Instead, Alireza goes for a more safe, cautious approach. He first sidesteps any forks on e7. He sidesteps the pin on f7, keeps the tension on the board. But this does give white the time to actually push the d-pawn, attack the queen, and this d-pawn can prove to be a very dangerous pawn eventually.
Well, also it supports knight e6, yeah, so black has to keep the pin alive on the c file. That's at least my kind of feeling. Yeah, that but queen b6 runs into rook b1. Yeah, because that would be a pin on the knight. Yeah, and then we would need just one more move to activate with rook c8, but we don't have this time. Queen b6 is met by rook b1, and then if we go back, then already white invades with the rook to b7. We can't allow that. Wow, it's kind of scary. It's obvious that white has wonderful position, but I think to understand what's really going on, we have to pass it back to Nicholas.
Sure, yes. So king h8 was actually not a good move because of allowing d5, and the line that you were looking at with knight f4 was the correct way to go forward, because in this position that you pointed out, completely spot on, Peter and Tanya, f3, and there's counterplay, and the position is almost equal at this point. Maybe a slight advantage for white still. After king h8, however, after d5, black has to be very careful to not be completely lost immediately, and the only way to do that is not to move the queen back to c8 or something like this, because the pawn is just running up the board. d7 is threatened next, and black is in huge trouble. But you have to play queen b6, and what you have to realize is that after rook b1, which would be the natural response to get rid of this pin along the a7 g1 diagonal, you have to move knight to d6.
Super.
So this is very difficult to spot this counterattack on the white queen. And even here, after next moves, white should have an advantage, but it is not as clear as in after other lines. So Firouzja, let's be honest, he did not spend his time well only spending maybe 1-2 minutes on king h8, and now after d5 he's in a lot of trouble, and if he doesn't find queen b6 followed by knight d6, he is in a lost position, Tanya.
A very critical moment and a very critical line resource pointed out by you, Nicholas. Knight to d6 after the move queen b6, and look at that, Alireza Firouzja with head in hands. If he doesn't find queen to b6, he's close to losing this one out. And with Magnus, you're probably not going to get a second chance. He has to find this geometry that after queen b6, you invite another attack on the queen, but you don't need to defend your own queen. You can go after your opponent's queen, and the main idea is to make sure Magnus doesn't get that d5 pawn to d6.
Yes, wow, but this queen b6, rook b1, because your brain automatically, like I was explaining, yeah, queen b6 runs into rook b1, and that's definitely favors white. However, when suddenly Nicholas was saying that there is something, of course, knight d6, this of course effect, yeah, which you never have during the game, because nobody signals you that, there is something in this direction. Very critical moment for Alireza. Will he spot it? On the other hand, this is very much his trademark, yes, to find these unexpected resources, but he needs to invest the time.
I think he will. Peter, exactly what you said at the very end, that it is Alireza's style to find these offensive ways, these creative ways to defend a difficult position. It's not his style to play queen c8 and allow d6 and to go into this complete passivity. He's thinking, he needs to spend that time, he's doing it. For most people, I think queen b6, knight d6 is a very hard find, but Alireza Firouzja is not most people. I think there's a huge chance that he's going to find it. What about you, Nicholas? Do you think he's going to play this move?
Well, it is a little bit lack of alternatives. Also, I want to point out one more other beautiful line. Queen c7, you could think, well, I'm still keeping an eye on d6 and I still keep the pin. Well, I don't know if you mentioned this already, but here, knight takes g7 is just absolutely brutal, because if you take this knight, then there is knight e6 check and the queen is undefended on c7, and you just lose the queen against two minor pieces and you might as well resign. So this, of course, he will spot. And
but sorry, one question after,
yes,
knight takes g7, knight d6, what is the reaction? Because I was trying to...
you can just take on e8, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Still hitting the queen,
wow,
and in the end, white will be up material. So if you realize queen c7 is losing, if you realize queen c8, d6 looks really bad, then you have to look for alternatives. But of course, as Peter pointed out, you don't know during the game that there is still a continuation which is somewhat okay, which is queen b6 followed by knight d6. And that is the tricky part, to even realize that there is still a way to stay in the game. And Firouzja, I think he's still trying to find his way, but he's not looking very let's say positive right now. He looks a bit almost resigned already.
Process
body language
of elimination. And as you pointed out, if Alireza sits back, which he is sitting back on the camera right now, and thinks about each of these moves, there is a very big chance that through the process of elimination, he will come to understand that queen b6 is the resource and will find it, but he needs to take his time. It's already been about a 3-minute think right now. Peter, what do you think? In these kind of situations, the more time he takes, does that imply that he will play queen b6, or does that imply that he's not able to find anything in the position?
Yes, somehow from his body language, I'm not seeing that he has already found something that attracts his attention. Yeah, this is what I'm really missing. Yeah, because if you suddenly spot this queen b6, rook b1, knight d6 idea, you want to double check, you want to make sure if it's working, but then he goes it.
It's on the board, Peter. He finds queen b6, and Magnus, about to play the rook to b1, has immediately knight d6 on the board.
Wow. So that's about me reading Alireza's body language.
Well, difficult.
Yes, of course, Alireza knew. You know, I'm trolling the commentators. I'm also trolling Magnus Carlsen, my opponent. I signal like I don't know what's going to happen, and then he blitzes out the two best moves. In fact, the only moves to stay in the game. Wow.
And Magnus, he does that eye raise. I wonder if Magnus missed this resource, because if Black did not have this, Magnus is close to a winning position. Perhaps in his head he already felt that this was close to being over, and now he has to rethink himself. He has to reset his own mind right now. Knight d6. But let's also deep dive into this position. Why is this such an important resource? And Peter, perhaps you can break it down for us, the different threats and ideas that exist here.
Well, first of all, that once we trade that monster knight from f5, yeah, and with our passive knight from f7, that's already good news. Also, if white takes on d6, then I don't know if I should take on f1 or not, but I just want to highlight that with queen takes d6, I get some stability, yeah, the black's queen on d6 is now blocking the d5 pawn. I know that I will have some counterplay with knight f4, the d5 pawn can be a weakness, it's of course a very strong pawn, but also potentially it can be weak. The knight on c5, yes, it can jump to e6, but again, somehow it feels like black might be able to handle this, and it changes the scenario. Yeah, before it looked like you are in a very bad, in a lot of trouble, in a very bad position, and all of a sudden you feel like you have place to breathe for your pieces, and there are chances to come back.
And it was all about making sure that that white pawn on d5 remains blocked on d5. White doesn't get the time to push it to d6 because that would have been busted for black. So Alireza Firouzja finding the key defensive resource, and now it's Magnus Carlsen on the thing. Nicholas, is there a way in this position for Magnus to keep the tension? Is there a way for him to defend the queen and the knight and just keep the pressure on?
There's not really. He needs to trade pieces, and he should trade the knight. And black can take back immediately. Maybe it's even better to take the rook first on f1, because white has to take back with the rook. If the queen was to take, then, well, black would take first this knight with check and then the other one. So this is no good. So the rook would have to take. The queen takes on d6. And still white is better here, because the pawn is still a strong threat. Knight e4 looks very, very logical. And here black could gain a tempo, giving a check. The king goes to the side, I would expect. And, oh, excuse me. Well, here we go. The king goes to the side. And it still looks uncomfortable. This knight on g6 is not ideally placed. And the pawn is strong on d5. Black is going to suffer either way, and Carlson is definitely still the favorite to win this, but Firouzja is hanging on. Maybe he can defend this position.
Yeah, there had been also the moves had been coming in. Knight takes d6.
We have this position.
Rook takes f1 check, exactly as you described. Rook takes f1, queen takes d6 on the board, and now it's Magnus to make sure. Yeah, the move knight e4 that you highlighted. It's such a love. I'm just loving this type of moves, and you highlighted that black has this knight on g6. Yeah, if black's knight would be on f6, we would be actually saying that black has perfectly equalized. There are no problems, but this misplaced knight on g6 is a very special element. Knight on e4, it's a blockading knight, a lovely structure in front of the isolated e5 pawn, and then after knight e4, it's clear that the pawn on d5 will be still a very important asset.
And that is the key about this position. Can black stop that pawn from advancing? Can white get d6 in, which will decide who this position will favor? But it's clear Magnus is in driver's seat. He's the one who's pushing for a win in this one. Let's take this moment to zoom out and get an update on our other boards. Bringing up our bird's eye view, 4 big games in action. We saw the Magnus Alireza, that's the third board from the right. Evaluation bar giving a big advantage. And speaking about a big advantage, it looks like Fabiano Caruana just got a big advantage with a check on h5. Massive things happening on around. Vincent Keymer, he's down in exchange, but it looks like he's managing to prove that compensation. Second board from the right there.
Yes, I think we probably even have to jump right in there. We have seen some big developments. I think maybe Nicholas can guide us through.
Sure, yes. I believe Vincent is playing an excellent game right now. He sacrificed the exchange early on, as we saw, and now he opened up the way to the white king here, playing the very powerful move e4. And if white was to play the pawn forward, which actually would have been the best choice still for white to give up the exchange in this way, play king f2 and give back the exchange, then, well, black would have been also better. But here after taking, now the rook comes in, and you see the bishop lined up, you see the knight, you see the queen, and all of the black pieces are participating in the attack, and this is really bad news for Ding, who's staring down a potential third loss in a row. So he played rook d1 now, protecting the pawn on d5, but already I'm looking at moves like knight h3 check or bring the rook over. I mean, this looks absolutely horrible, and I haven't even asked the engine. We see the evaluation is -9. Oh, lord. This is a lot. Knight h3 check apparently is winning the game. King h2 and rook h4 over. And the point is, and that's actually something that Vincent will easily spot, is if white takes on on h3, there's the move queen g4.
Wow.
But this is basic puzzle rush for Vincent. He will obviously spot that. There's no way to defend this sensibly on h3. And if you cannot take on g3, well then there are different discovered attacks coming in. Vincent should take this one home.
He's reaching out and he finds the first move of the line that you pointed out, knight h3, and that is the follow-up that has to happen, Nicholas.
He will
King
find it.
h2, rook h4. Will Vincent make this move? Well, he has to, right, if you go in for knight h3, because otherwise white is just threatening to take that knight.
Yes, and he's like double checking the line. Yeah, he still has time. The big question, yeah, rook h4, queen takes f5, there is knight f4 check or knight f2 check. Winning the queen, yeah, that's kind of a very nice, cute little tactic.
Let's show it.
That we can show.
Checkmate.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Wow, he played queen
no.
d6 check.
Well, queen d6 also wins.
But let's also show that after queen d6, what happens if white would have grabbed that knight with the king? Peter, if we can just back up and show this line. King takes h3, you take the knight, but you end up losing your king because there's a check on h6, forcing the white king to g3, and I think queen h4, queen g4. But where's the checkmate here?
No, it's white is still running the way.
Where is the checkmate?
Well, I was also thinking like rook h4 check was also tempting. I did not, because there is bishop c8 check is not checkmate. I wanted to highlight that rook h4 takes and then check, king g5,
queen
then
h6.
some check and bishop c8 check after king f5. But there is king e4 back. So let's head to Nicholas. He knows.
Well, it's a quiet move. Sometimes the quiet moves are the difficult ones. Rook g4
the
and
zone.
threatening on g3 and h6 at the same time. And there's absolutely no way white can defend this checkmate next move.
Well, actually, Ding went to play g3. g3 was on the board already.
Yes, g3 was played, and now it's Vincent. Well, he's still winning, -6, but I think rook h4 would have been very clear cut. There's just nothing that white could have done here. And here the game continues, but he should still be a big favorite. Only his time, 1 minute on the clock, is worrying me a little bit. However, I still think he will take this one home.
And the line that Nicholas is pointing out would have been game over in 2 moves had he played the move rook h4. And maybe while he's thinking, you can, I don't know if you have the ability to just back up and show that, because it was really quite the moment here. Instead of queen d6, the idea of rook to h4, and you were pointing out why white can't take on f5, Peter.
Yes, because I think that intuitively he might have thought like, okay, queen takes f5, not gonna go for it, but actually black has this idea of going knight f4 check or knight f2 check, and thanks to the check, suddenly black will be able to pick up the queen on f5, because the rook won't be protecting that queen anymore, yeah, so it's, let's just put me like
even
this.
Checkmate
and
here.
even checkmate on g2, finish, no, it's over, yeah. So wow, yeah, it was a missed opportunity, but let's go back to live action.
And now Vincent is playing on seconds. He has a winning position, but no time on the clock.
Yeah, Nicholas, you have the current position?
Yes, here we go. So, yeah, Ding has to play against Vincent's time. He has to, because that's his only chance. So we saw knight back, rook takes f5, queen h6 check, king g1. Now only winning move is rook takes e3 was played by Vincent. All of the black pieces are still attacking the king, which is completely deserted. There's no defenders around the king. And rook takes g3 is an obvious strong threat. This, well, what is white going to do? I don't even have a suggestion, really.
Well, he played rook df1 and Vincent down to 15 seconds.
There's a mate in 1 threatened on f8, so watch out.
Watch out. Oh, wow. Now you have to really calculate well. Now you really have to calculate well.
He gives a check on g3. We're getting moves really quickly. The players are blitzing out. Vincent playing on 10 seconds now. He has to make his move. White is coming in with threats. He has to be careful. He plays queen h3.
Powerful.
Queen h3 played. Wow. This is one of these silent moves, yeah, which are so easy to miss.
And you're hitting that rook on f3, but rook on f5, right now defended by the queen. But more importantly, you're using the time that white doesn't have rook f8 to bring your queen to a powerful check. Now rook f8 is a threat. Knight
King
jumps
E1 played.
in. Knight f3 check given.
And the rook on f1 is hanging. That's the key move behind, the key idea behind queen on h3. So white can't run away with the king to d1.
And if king e2, you've got rook to g2.
Well, also bishop a6 check.
Oh, bishop a6.
Let's not forget about this monster.
Wow.
Exactly, yeah. So white has to take on f3, but that's basically a losing position. Then also, if you have 10 seconds, by the way, Vincent already has now 24 seconds. He should have this in.
And for Dingler, the nightmare continues. This would be if Vincent converts this, which it looks like it's headed that way, for Dingler, that would be his third loss in a row.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of very sad. And the problem is that if you keep on losing, you are not getting this confidence, yeah, because I think why the youngsters are enjoying it so much, because they feel that the game is going, yeah, they try something, they are willing to risk, going for complete sacrifices, everything, and it works. You get all the energy and you enjoy, you think like, yeah, freestyle chess, this is the best game in the world, yeah, but if you are like Dingler, who gets checkmated all the time, he is getting frustrated.
Yeah. This has been a difficult start for Ding at the freestyle chess. And let's just point out the different lines. White was forced to give back the material. Black can simply recapture on f3. And now if we do a material count, Vincent has 2 extra pawns. And even greater than that is White's exposed king on e1 with the opposite color bishop dynamics.
And Ding resigns.
It's all about the attack on the king, and that is Dingleren's third loss in a row. For Vincent, a great day continues. He drew with Magnus, took down Levon Aronian, and now takes down the world champion. Dingleren really needs to bounce back in the final game of the day, Peter.
Yes, or to limit the damage and then try to get back tomorrow. Yeah, you never know.
All right, let's zoom out of this one as the live action continues on our other boards. Let's get into the Magnus Carlsen Alireza fight that we had. A lot of trades have happened. Nicholas, get us up to date with the live action.
Absolutely. So let's see if Firouzja was able to defend. We left around here. And to my great surprise, Carlson did not play knight to e4, which Peter wanted to see so badly. Instead, he played knight e6, and that really gave all of his advantage away in one move. Here now, Firouzja played knight to e7, and okay, let's just quickly go through it. And the knight on e6 looks pretty, but the pawn, it was all about the pawn. Now the pawn is gone. Here the queens were traded, and this looks, at this point, pretty safe for black. The pawns are equal, king forward, you can push the pawn forward. This should end in a draw, and another disappointment for Magnus. If this game draws, if he draws this game, he is still to win his first game in freestyle chess here at Weissenhaus.
What's going on with the kings today, Peter?
Well, the youngsters, the jacks are very dangerous, and you know, this is what we talked about, yeah, that they are just so happy, yeah, they love to play chess, and now they don't have to study theory and so on. They have all this energy, they are young, they are fresh, enjoying everything, but clearly the kings will try to bounce back, and it's a long event, it's a marathon event, so you can afford to have a slow start. As we talked about, Dingley and also is not out at all, yeah? The knockout stage will be a completely different affair.
And that scene in front of us, I think it tells the full story of the game that we've just witnessed. Magnus Carlsen having such a pleasant advantage out of the opening, finding all the right squares for his pieces. But when that critical moment came, and I think it all came down to Alireza finding that resource with queen b6, knight d6, changing the dynamics of the position, and that took Magnus by surprise, taking away all his advantage. The d3 pawn, how dangerous is that in this position?
Well, I think it's not about being really dangerous. White is covering that pawn well enough, but it will distract White's forces, and in the meantime, Black will somehow organize. It's still a question. Rook d8 would be a natural move, but it might run into rook h8 check. Let's just highlight this, yeah, that it could be a trick. Rook d8, rook h8 check, takes knight f7 check, and then this knight endgame with White's king very close to the d pawn can be tricky.
All right, so tactics still on the board, and Alireza is tactically very sharp. He throws in a check first on f8, inviting White's king to actually step closer to that pawn. And I'm just wondering if after the move king to e3, we're going to see more tactics with that black knight jumping onto d5. And watch out, king e3, knight d5, do not pick up that pawn on d3.
Yes, because then the fork is coming on f4. And it shows that, yeah, rook f8 was a very well-timed check. Nicholas is agreeing. It means that, yeah, it was a very, yeah, rook f3 had been played, and now the question is...
Now your idea, maybe.
Now you can move the rook because there are no more rook h8 tricks. If that was important, we don't know. I was just making things up, or was it really in the position?
Well, rook f8 was one of several moves, but you're absolutely right that rook d8 could have been a bit dangerous. Even here, the computer still says the position is equal after this nice intermezzo, this nice tactic here, but it feels a little bit dangerous. Yeah, now the variation is going up a little bit. Okay, also put the king on g8 instead of g7, but in any case, there was no need to allow this, and Firouzja, rook f8, very smart move, rook f3, and now he's going into this endgame. I'm a bit surprised that he's going for this because it feels dangerous for black. He could have kept the rooks on the board, like you said, after rook f8, rook f3, just play rook to d8, for example, and he should be fine here, activate the rook via the fifth rank. But let's get updated to the current position, and we are in a knight endgame now, which he has to be careful, Firouzja.
Yeah, knight endgames are always nightmare, yeah, if you are on the defensive side, yeah, because the knight on e4 actually dominates black's king on e7. Black would love to jump with the king to e5, but king e6 runs into knight c5 check, picking up that vulnerable pawn. The pawn on d3 is now quite a big weakness because white's king is so close, and white can slowly, like with g3, h4, build up the pressure if black is just... And Firouzja down to 13 seconds.
Wow, it is all eyes on Firouzja. He needs to make a big decision at the moment. He goes with a5. He's waiting for white's knight to jump to c5 because then he'll start pushing the d pawn. He needs to use that as a distraction for white's king to step over towards that d pawn so that his own knight can start targeting the king's side pawns. So Magnus takes away some key squares, taking away the knight jumping onto f4. For Firouzja, again, the ball is in his court. Not an easy move to make. Down to 5 seconds. 4, play a move. a4.
a4, yeah, he wants to, yeah, basically he's creating another weakness for himself, but his idea is that if you go after the a4 pawn, then he might run onto the a3 pawn, yeah, so knight c5, picking up that pawn gives black the chance of going knight c3, knight b1. He fixed the weakness on a3, so if he can give up even both pawns, yeah, Magnus is trying to beautifully regroup, but now black gets activity.
Yeah, because the black king can now start stepping forward with no knight forks in the air, and maybe black will start looking for activity as well. Just compare, the white king doesn't have hope of coming towards the d3 pawn as the e3 square is defended by that knight on d5. Meanwhile, give black 2 moves, that black king will land on d4.
And Magnus is down to 6 seconds.
He needs to play, and knight d2 just felt like a bit of a shaky retreat by him.
And he needs to make a move.
He does, he gives a check. Alireza moving forward, Magnus moving backwards.
But hang on, this is even dangerous.
King d4?
Yeah, king d4. Okay, knight takes a4. Really relying on this?
Knight c3?
Oh my god, my heart is not taking this. It's just so scary. Yeah. No, this is too scary.
Can he go knight c3 now?
Yeah, then knight b2. And okay, I'm already willing to sacrifice my knight.
Has to go back knight b2. I think knight b2 was the only move, by the way, Peter, because if white would have traded, and maybe we'll show that at the end, if white would have traded, that's a lost king pawn ending, even though black is down a pawn. That d3 pawn is a monster. To me, it looks like Magnus has allowed too much activity.
Yeah, way too much. But on the other hand, yeah, also black needs to watch out. Yeah, just blindly pushing d2 and d1 would be a bad idea, because suddenly white would have 2 flank pawns. The knight would be kind of overloaded, and only white could win. So knight e4 check, and he wants to go king f3, knight d2 check, and knight c4, probably to keep on harassing that knight.
And there can be no knight trades in this position for Magnus Carlsen, because then that king pawn ending will once again be lost, as Peter's highlighting. Perhaps what is the plan? We might be seeing this played out. He first steps over. Is he king c3? Looks like it probably isn't possible because there's a knight d1 check in that position. So you still have to calculate. Alireza, 7 seconds.
Dramatic action, because yeah, down to 2 seconds, yeah, he pushes d2 correctly. My line with knight d2, knight c4 run also into the idea of knight takes d3, sacrificing the knight for the pawn. Yeah, so he pushes d2.
King c3 we're expecting now.
Yeah, but now Magnus is back in control. Yeah, he's not risking anything anymore. Knight d1 and a4.
Who needs to be careful in this position now?
Now black. Now black needs to, because we have this outside passer moving up.
And the point is that after knight c3, white trades and then the king comes back to d1 and white is winning that king-pawn ending. So Firouzja has to retreat with his knight to stop this mammoth a-pawn that Magnus has rolling down the board.
Wow, another question, why? Oh, it's like Zugzwang position. Yeah, if you go h4, then knight e4 and going after the g3 pawn with check, and then you lose the control of the d1 knight. It's a study-like position with couple of seconds. It's crazy. This is chess, ladies and gentlemen.
This is freestyle chess, ladies and gentlemen. And you're completely right, but it is a race. You have to calculate because h4, knight e4, a6. Maybe we can show it with arrows as the players are taking a think here. And the line that you were mentioning earlier, a6, you take with the check. The king moves anywhere. You grab the knight on d1 and you're just in time with the d2 pawn. Magnus Carlsen, he steps up with his knight to e3. Alireza, he's taking a pause. He has to keep that a-pawn under control. But does this give Magnus enough time to push the h-pawn now? h4, g4.
Yeah, but then knight b4 and he's going for knight c2 or knight d5 depending. Yeah, Magnus immediately jumps back to d1. What a dramatic endgame.
And it's still not over.
No, not at all.
What is Alireza's resource here? He reaches out, he attacks. What a move. He's putting pressure on a5 and that knight is jumping to d4 with a check.
Yes, double attack. He needs to create threats. And now Magnus also needs to calculate with 15 seconds on the clock. Where does this lead? a6, knight d4 check, and then king takes d1.
And everything's falling apart around us as well in this crazy position. Knight f2 played and Alireza snaps up the pawn. I think, Peter, this now will end in a draw.
Yes, because Magnus, I think, correctly understood that, yeah, he just can't rely on his a-pawn. He makes sure that he controls the d-pawn, creates the h-passer. Black has to watch out. He has to activate that knight. The knight has to, I don't know, from c6, e5 to, yeah, this is kind of natural. The knight is heading towards the f7 square. Knight e5, knight f7.
And white will also always have the idea of knight d3, knight b4 checks to grab that d2 pawn eventually. Alireza starts with a check. He wants to control it with the f5 square, take the h6 square under control.
A little bit strange for me to invite that king, knight f5, king f4, because it's known that the flank pawn, the h-pawn and the a-pawns are very dangerous against the knight. He really believes that this is still all fine. It should be, because the pawn is still far away.
And Alireza knows exactly what he's doing. We're going to head into a king versus king position. What a dramatic fight this was. Another roller coaster battle, and that's what we've come to expect when Magnus Carlsen takes on Alireza Firouzja. Eventually ends in a draw, but the game was not peaceful at all, Peter.
Not at all. It was fantastic, incredible action, but it gives us the chance to jump right into Fabiano against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. It's also kings versus king.
And perhaps, Nicholas, you can break down the last few moves. I think that was the final remaining game of this round. What happened in Fabiano versus Nodirbek?
Well, let's go back a few moves, but I think it has been equal for a long time. Caruana seemed to be pressing, but could not really get anywhere. So I think it was a well-fought game by both players. We didn't cover that much, but from what I can tell is that it was a pretty even game throughout, and a draw was a fair result. And so the third round has concluded. We have once again had 2 decisive results and 2 black wins once again. And one thing I want to point out, so far the kings have not been able to win a single game against the jacks.
Wow.
Hey, once again, also in this round, Vincent Keymer, a jack here in this tournament, and Gukesh. They beat the experienced players, the kings here, Aronian and Ding. So the kings are struggling overall, and the jacks are, like you're saying, enjoying themselves, having a lot of fun. We have one more round to go, and I'm looking forward to this one, guys.
Which is so ironic, because when we talk about the jacks of the younger generation, we're always thinking about this great opening preparation that they have, Peter. And I would think that you take that out of the equation, you take opening preparation out of the equation, and you're talking about, you know, creativity from move number 1, just that understanding, that feel of the position. In my head, I would feel that that experience would count so much for the kings, but the jacks are proving me completely wrong here.
Yeah, they are inspired, they are full of energy, they are just enjoying, they handle the situation, the nervous situations also extremely well with little time on the clock. We have been seeing Gukesh beating Magnus Carlsen with couple of seconds, showing tremendous precision. Vincent is doing extremely well, but let's not count the Kings out. I think that the older guys, because the Kings are the older guys, they need to adjust. Yeah, so maybe they are also kind of very smart. They know it's a marathon event. You can't immediately, you can't be showing your best chess in all these 8 days, yeah, of fully packed chess. They are using it as a warm-up, and they will be bouncing back tomorrow or today's last round, or if not, then in the knockout stages.
Peter, you're the eternal optimist. At some point, you want the Kings to bounce back. Well, they've got to do it really soon. We've got one more rapid game that is coming up in this round robin, the final game of the day. And there we have our standings going into the final game. And someone in our studio is extremely pleased to see the standings right now.
Yes, of course, I'm very happy for Vincent, but it's a long event. The most important, he should enjoy what he's doing, and just it's really fantastic to be here, to have this tournament, to have this experience of playing against the best players in the world in freestyle chess. Let's continue in the same spirit.
To me, what stands out in this leaderboard, Nicholas, is that Magnus is yet to win a game in freestyle chess.
Yeah, that is something we're not used to seeing, but as Peter also said earlier, Magnus often has a bit of a slow start. He will really still kicking himself for this loss that should have been a win against Gukesh, and that would, of course, paint a completely different picture. But there are still 4 rounds to go, and in the end for Magnus, I think, of course, he wants to do well, but he will also focus his energy for sure for the classical portion, for the knockout portion, and take this as a practice round. So he is very ambitious. He of course wants to win some games, but I think at the end of the day he will not be so down right now and just try again in the next game. But it's not easy, because every opponent is so strong here, and we'll see if he can beat Aronian in the next round.
This is the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. We saw the results that we had in this previous round. 2 decisive games, 2 games that ended in a draw. There is a big fight coming up with some really big, juicy matchups in this final round of the day. And while the players, it's all focus for them. It is all getting their final bit of energy going into this final round. It's going to be extremely competitive. We're really looking forward to it. But yesterday, the players had a lot of fun before this intense action started. Take a look at the opening ceremony.
Yeah.
We're in the beautiful, beautiful resort of Weissenhaus. I think all of us are waiting to perhaps go to the spa and enjoy everything that's around us, but not before a final round of the day as the chess action continues, which has been absolute chaos, which is what we expect when it comes to freestyle chess, Peter.
Exactly, yeah, we are treated to some incredible games. It's just so nice to be, and there are the pairings for round 4. Vincent Keymer takes on Fabiano Caruana, Alireza Firouzja against Nodirbek Abdusatov, so the two jacks facing each other, Gukesh against Dingliran, and Magnus Carlsen against, Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. That's a mistake. We know exactly that the two stars, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, are facing each other.
Nodirbek is not giving a simultaneous there. It will be Magnus against Levon. So the El Clasico of chess, these two have faced each other a bunch of times. And to reveal our final freestyle position of the day, we're going to head directly to Fiona.
So this is it, round 4, the last round of the day. It's about to start, so for a final time today, please welcome Holly and Teresa Sauer. I think you know the drill. Ready when you are. There's one ball still stuck.
Oh, there's one ball stuck. It's a wedge. You don't want that.
And we have number 791. So number 791, thank you so much, Holly. Thank you so much, Teresa Sauer. We should get the position in just a second. So the players have 10 minutes now, and then the games will start. Good luck.
That's the position.
And we are back. This is our position going into the final round. There we see Magnus Carlsen, Levon's board is set up. We will have the players soon discussing the first thoughts, the first impressions. Let's discuss our first impressions. Peter, what do you make of this one?
Well, the king on d1 is a very unfortunate piece. The same applies for black's king on d8. The good news that I see is, of course, the bishop on h1. I'm a big fan, so whenever we play g3 or g4, we are already opening up the long diagonal for that bishop. But finding the harmony, also this rook on f1, the knight from g1 and e1, if it jumps to f3, then it jumps to the same square. I can't really imagine knight from e1 jumping to d3 because that would block some other terrain. I feel like this is a very challenging position.
Probably the most challenging position of the day because we see an alternate between a heavy piece and a minor piece for the first time. The king in the center. The last couple of positions we've seen king already on one of the either sides, and perhaps now we can highlight also the dynamics that exist on our analysis board when we get the chance. The other thing that stands out to me is that not only the bishop on h1 can be included into the game with the g pawn moving forward, but even the bishop on c1 and the queen on b1 with that b pawn moving forward, they will find themselves as well coming into the game early on. And there we see the jacks, the big jacks of the day, Gukesh and Vincent being joined by, who is that? Is that Fabi? I see the blue jacket. Could be Fabi, but is it?
Yeah, maybe the kings, let's learn from the jacks. Yeah, what are they analyzing? What are they talking about? Yeah,
because it's clearly working for them.
Exactly. Yeah, we saw the very first round. It was Fabi.
Oh,
Magnus,
it's Magnus, I think.
Yeah, Magnus also wants to be part of this.
And we see Magnus standing behind Gukesh, also looking at the analysis as the players are getting ready. These are the players who will be playing from the white pieces in this coming round.
Yes, exactly. Makes perfect sense.
And what are they looking at? So they're looking at the starting position, different ideas. It's so interesting how they come to the realization of what to play on move number 1. They're trying different setups here.
Certainly, yeah, there are so many ideas, but I feel like here there is no clarity. Yeah, this is such a mysterious type of position, yeah, that to understand what is the way to go, it's so difficult, it's so challenging.
All right, and as we see the players discussing, Magnus there perhaps pointing the move b7 to b6, trying to develop fianchettoing his own bishop if white gives the chance after the first move. So it's going to be interesting to see. To me, it looks like one of the natural moves in this position is perhaps, oh gosh, so hard, is to start with either the G pawn or the B pawn.
Well, let's involve Nicholas into the conversation. Nicholas, what is your take on this position?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It is definitely a challenging one, also because the knights are fighting for similar squares and the king is awkward in the center. And the first move I was looking at was again this move c4, also to have a little threat already, take out h7. But of course black wouldn't comply. And then I was thinking, well, black probably goes g6, and this bishop is quite strong on this diagonal. Now we cannot develop this bishop so easily. The bishop controls the center. So then I was thinking, well, like Tanya was saying, maybe either first bring this guy into the game by going g3, or maybe also to go b3 to develop this bishop, but it is quite a difficult choice. You're not going to castle anytime soon. There are a lot of pieces in between king and rook, so I'll be quite curious what the players come up with. What do you think, Peter? What would be your first move?
Yeah, I also somehow feel like g3 is the most natural move, but after g3, g6, then what? Yeah,
yes.
It's kind of the big question, and this is what we are talking about, that the challenge is there, not only finding the first move, but finding the follow-up, finding the harmony. One thing I was looking at, that eventually White could try to set up a short castle with the king from d1 moving to g1. In order to get that, I only, it's not easy, but I only need to develop the two knights, then I could castle and then try to play in the center.
And I think you can highlight that with your arrows and your moves that you're talking about. You know, you get one knight to f3, one knight to d3, and suddenly the castle will be possible on the king's side.
Yes,
also,
but the problem is, then imagine that black does something like d6, e5, and my knights will be so vulnerable. I just wanted to highlight that, yeah, it would be a nice scenario to get the king's safety, the king to a safety square, but it comes at a cost, and I'm not sure that I'm willing to pay that cost.
When the players are deep into their couple of minutes analysis before they have to start off, and there we see Fabi, and is that Nodirbek?
Yes, I think so. I know the jacket.
Yeah, the green jacket is Nodirbek.
Yes.
Nodirbek in his green jacket, and these jackets have been specially designed for the players, each with their own color, and they're handcrafted. And Peter, they look very dapper indeed.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, we actually have to talk about this also. Yeah, the jackets have a special meaning. Every player has his own color, and he's kind of fighting for this color. Yeah, I think it's very nice, and visually it's of course very pleasing.
And as the players discuss, we've been discussing this position in great depth as well, as much as one can get into. And we see Vincent, we see them laughing, we see them enjoying this position. This is so unique about this format. You do not get to see this anywhere in the world, any tournament in the world. And we see Magnus giving his insights into what he feels the depths of the position are. And I'm trying to understand, what are the moves on the board? What is that piece on h5? Is that a knight?
Yes, something got activated, yeah.
Knight f6, knight h5. They're looking at knight jumping onto the edge of the board.
Wow, yeah, it's... well, the point is that here there is nothing to hide. Yeah, these players are all explorers. Yeah, it's like Columbus Christoph was traveling and trying to discover the new world. Yeah, you don't know where you are going. You have already moved one. You have to be thinking. While in classical chess, you already have your established repertoire, checked with super engines. The seconds are working day and night to finalize, to make sure that every single detail is taken care of. Complete madness. Here, you can just share all your vision, and everybody has his own, and you have to be up to the challenge right from the very beginning.
And the only thing that's guiding you are basic principles of chess, where you want to try to find harmony between pieces. You want to develop the pieces. You want to control the center. It's sort of like the North guiding star to Christopher Columbus right there, exploring, as you said. And this is what we see the players trying to understand. Perhaps the most complex position of the day, the most challenging one. And I see in Gukesh's board, with some analysis, the h7 pawn has fallen off.
Yeah, just like Nicholas highlighted, yeah, that there is still this kind of effect that white can play c3 or c4, targeting that pawn on h7, but when you do something like c4, you also have to eventually in the long run count with some b5 counter strike, when black could potentially activate the queen from b8. Of course, there are so many different scenarios because we already talked about if white first develops or starts with g3, opening up the bishop, it's basically a developing move because the bishop is automatically developed after g3. A very intriguing position.
And what do you make of this, Nicholas? We've been seeing the players analyzing. We're trying to break this position down. The more you look at it, what would you predict as the move that we're going to see on the board from white?
Yes, I would also be very curious to hear your predictions. I would probably go with g3 first of all. I mean, this looks very sensible to open up the bishop, and if we can get something like knight to f3 and then the castle, then would be a pretty normal fianchetto situation position. So this looks sensible. Then if black copies us, let's say going g6, now the question is what to do next. Maybe even play a slow move like c3 first of all. I'm not really sure. Or the knight could be brought out here to f3 and then slowly getting the castle, getting the piece into play. But it is very tricky. What do you guys expect as the first moves, Tanya?
I completely agree with you. I think there's a consensus in the studio that white needs to open up that bishop on h1, and we've been talking about the classy chess that we've been having in freestyle chess and the classy jackets that the players have been adorning. Let's take a look at the vision behind the jacks and the kings and them dressing up. And the players with their different colored jacket, loving that look, Peter, loving the chess that we've been getting. What was your favorite color?
Wow, okay, I like dark blue actually. I think Magnus is having dark blue, but so far it hasn't really brought him any success. And the jacks, the youngsters with their dynamic jackets are doing very well. It's interesting, yeah, but I think we also have now lift off, some direct action. We have to jump right into the gong is about to, that was still on, because suddenly we have seen some mysterious moves and we were not sure if that's already live action. The gong is about to be hit.
Just any second now, it will be lift off. And you spoke about the jacks, the younger generation with their combative jacket colors. Gukesh is wearing red and he's been going for blood.
Yes, absolutely. Ever since he bounced back, he came back against Magnus Carlsen from that horrible position. He has been unstoppable, also beating Levon Aronian in the previous round.
What's been your favorite color so far, Nicholas?
I personally like dark blue a lot, so I'm also wearing a dark blue jacket myself right now. But I have to say the red looks good, yeah, the red looks, it makes an impression. But in general, I love the idea of choosing different jackets for the players. And now we do have lift-off, and we have seen c4 and g3 here in the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren. With which game do you guys want to start?
Well, I see that Vincent actually opted for d4 and he goes knight f3. I wanted to highlight, yeah, that this would be my setup, and Vincent goes for it, that d4, knight f3, then knight d3 already makes perfect sense. Yeah, that black is not able to occupy the center like we talked about without the pawn on d4. And knight d3, then castles and play the move g3, and it's a very classical d4 type of position.
And really nicely highlighted out, because the pawn in front of the knight is a very good construction for the knight rather than the knight in front of the pawn. You control more central squares, you take away the advances of your opponent's pawn. So d4 followed by knight d3 is what you want rather than rushing with your own knight to d3. The bishop on c1 would have felt claustrophobic in that case. So this is the structure that Vincent has gone for. Peter, you said you approve of it. We might be seeing that early castle that we were talking about in this game. Nicholas, what are your thoughts? We were expecting g3, not in this one, but it's perhaps going to happen at some point.
Well, one can obviously see the influence of Peter over Vincent, that they think alike, and this makes a lot of sense now that I see it, g3, knight d3, castle, and you get into a very normal kind of position, as normal as it can be for freestyle chess. So Fabiano just played d5 himself, mirroring Vincent for now. I would expect now g3 or knight d3. Do I have to watch out for g3, bishop h3? Is this something that might be annoying maybe here a little bit? Could be, yeah?
Exactly, because then we might lose the right to castle. Yeah, if we move that rook, we will never be able to castle short, and after we committed the move d4, going for long castles, it's kind of almost out of question, because how do we develop those pieces at all?
Yeah, and at the same time, we don't want to put a knight on g2, and we also don't want to trade our bishop, but maybe this might be still the least evil here. So this is something that Vincent is considering right now. And what I noticed, Vincent is usually taking his time in the first few moves, and it has served him well. He is the leader in the tournament right now. He has 2.5 out of 3 points, so he's doing quite well. And we see Fabiano in the picture right now. And do we have another move?
Yeah,
g3 has been played, so he's considered.
It's a London system.
No, he played bishop f4.
Yes, it's a London system. D4, knight f3, bishop f4 played, Peter. And I think all these lines that were being discussed, the problem with g3 allowing the light squared bishop into the game is what Vincent was not happy to get. So he avoids it for the time being. And Fabi goes with the same idea, improving the knight once the bishop on c8 has been activated.
Yes, it's sensible. It's kind of some symmetrical London, symmetrical Reti with knight fc, gc, and then black going for d5, g6, one of the most reliable setups. It's a big strategical battle, but a little slow affair. I think this also gives us the chance to jump to the other games. I'm pretty sure that there is some more dynamic action somewhere.
Let's bring up our bird's eye view, and there we have the opening moves of all the position we've discussed, well, the London, so to say, in the Vincent board with the setup d4, knight f3, bishop f4. Meanwhile, on the Ali Reza versus Nodirbek, no pieces have been developed, only pawn moves by Ali Reza as well as Nodirbek, but we are expecting the bishops to come into play, the knights moving ahead. After that, a very similar approach on our other board as well with Gukesh, holding back with the piece development. Peter, what do you make of these different lines that has been chosen by the white player?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It just shows that how rich this game is. Yeah, everybody can have his own take. What I'm very excited to explore and to have a look is Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian. This is two incredible greats facing each other. Let's not forget, yeah, Levon has been in the top 10 and like top 5 in the world for like 15 years. There was always this debate that, yeah, Levon could be the most unpleasant challenger for Magnus Carlsen, and now fighting it out in a freestyle chess game. I want to see this.
Let's do it. Let's head over to Magnus against Levon, as Vincent is having a think on his board. And wow, we see a really interesting dynamic here. That white started with this d4, c3 setup, and Levon, in his true artistic creativity, decides not to put the b pawn on b6 but on b5, taking control of the c4 square, and he wants to put that bishop on b7 eventually, challenging the light squared bishop on h1 once you get g3 in.
Yeah, now Magnus is also trying this slow approach, yeah, slowly step by step building up, yeah, d4, c3. I really love this construction of fighting against that very powerful bishop on h8. We talked about this, that yeah, we want to play g3 and black clearly wants to play g6, making sure that that bishop is kind of blocked. And I do envision Magnus also eventually going for knight f3 and then short castle is something like going for some very ambitious, trying to get e4 in, but I think black is controlling the e4 square enough. But one angle, if black plays a move like bishop b7, we have some knight c5 move, jumping and attacking that, harassing that bishop. I'm liking white's position.
And that is a drawback of the move b5, right? You've left some holes behind, and immediately Magnus trying to take advantage of that weakness. Also, after b5, you're hesitant to push that d pawn controlling the c5 square. There are many reasons for that. You don't want the d pawn on d6 because that's a square one of your knights wants to land into. Secondly, you leave a lot of light square weaknesses on the board. So an interesting decision by Levon, Nicholas, to go for b5, but it has its own set of drawbacks.
Absolutely, and it's something I want to ask you guys about, because it is always the question in these beginning moves in freestyle chess, whether you push the pawn 1 square forward or 2 squares forward. Aronian here decided to put his pawn on b5. He grabs more space, he controls more space here, and maybe even has a potential push of b4. But the clear downside is there are more squares that are weakened, for this, especially the square c5, and he can never really play d5, or it would come at a huge cost, leaving the square completely undefended. So when I've played freestyle chess myself, it has always been a question where to put the pawns in the beginning of the game. We see that Carlson took a more cautious approach and playing against this bishop. And here it seems to make a lot of sense, at least when I look at the computer right now, already giving a clear advantage for white. And I think this is one of the tricky decisions to make. How far do you go with the pawns in the beginning of the game?
Yeah, and just look at the picture. Look at it, it tells it all. Yeah, Levon is in kind of state of horror, state of shock that we have just played 2 moves from black side, 3 from white, and I really don't see how to continue. At the same time now Magnus in his element, feeling like, okay, now it's time to start the tournament, I'm enjoying what I'm doing, and this is gonna be the first game that I'm gonna win here.
And that's a critical game for these two players who are actually coming out of not a great start. Levon lost the previous round to Gukesh and now fighting it out against Magnus, who's also had, well, we haven't seen him find his rhythm in the first 3 games. So really important end to the day for both these players. Speaking about Nicholas's point about how far do you want to really push your pawns, I've got an update for you guys. Alireza Firouzja is going absolutely berserk with his pawn pushes, and he might be leaving some squares behind as well. So if we just pull up that game, and look at that, 5 moves by white, all pawn moves, Peter.
Oh, wow, okay. This is like a close Sicilian almost, yeah, like occupying all the space.
And perhaps, Nicholas, we could start from the top and take us through this fascinating opening.
So g3, the move that we expected also, which has been played at least in one of the games, alongside with d4. Now c6 was played immediately, trying to limit this bishop on a long diagonal.
Just a second, Nicholas. We have some. We don't see you yet.
Ah, okay.
Just a second.
Yes. We will just have
so maybe you play through it then slowly.
the analysis board.
Yes. Okay. So g3, c6. Yeah. c4, g6.
Now f4, quite a bold decision by Firouzja, and just grabbing more space.
And there you are, Nicholas, take us through.
Right, sure. So e4, here already the computer is liking black, so you really have to be careful with the pawn moves. And d6 was played, d3 and knight c7, and a queen c2. Castle!
Wow.
Here we go. There's a castle. All right, just let's see this again. For many probably watching here who haven't seen this, so it is possible to castle in freestyle chess. This is a short castle now. The king just jumped over because the rook is already in the right place. And I don't know, I mean, black has played sensible moves, developed 2 pieces, has castled. What has white done? At the same time, not developed a single minor piece, played the queen to c2. I'm not sure what this was about. So the computer is giving a clear verdict here and is saying black is in excellent shape already with the potential lever here of b5. And Firouzja really has to hurry, I think, before the position opens up to get his king out of the center. So this was maybe a case of too many pawn pushes in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and also really masterfully kind of reacted by Abdusatulov, yeah, that he did not get fooled by that, okay, white is very energetic, white is occupying the center. He felt like, if I get my own harmony, yeah, if everything falls into its place, and black's knight was going to c7, it's such a lovely square. We know this regrouping in this kind of structures. I will be commenting on that right away. Queen c2, short castle, knight ef3. We are expecting somewhere something like b5, but also this knight on c7 had this incredible potential of eventually via the e6 square to have access to d4. It's a question if black pushes e5 or not. The same problems white is faced with, that if you develop that knight from g1 to e2, there might be this bishop h3 trick stopping any kind of short castle, and then where is white's king running, and b7, b5 is coming as well.
Pawn moves are the most committal moves in chess. They don't move backwards, so you have to be extremely careful. And we see all these holes that are being pointed out by you, Peter, that put Ali Reza in a bit of danger, long-term danger. Where does he find his king safety? If you go with a long side castle with taking out your bishop from c1, putting that king on c1 and the rook on d1, that bishop on h8 is a monster eyeing the b2 square. b5 break will put white in tremendous danger. But if the long side of queenside castling is not a possibility, kingside castling looks also like a faraway dream, because the moment that knight moves from g1, Nodirbek will throw in the move bishop h3 before you get your king to g1. So it looks like things have gone wrong from the very start for Ali Reza in this one. He needs to still fight to equalize. He's fighting to equalize with the white pieces. Let's zoom out. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and get an update on the other openings that we've got going on. Tremendous action on all the boards. So let's zoom out for a moment, bring up our boards. And Nicolas, which game catches your attention?
Well, we have a lot of different positions. So we saw in the game of Vincent against Caruana, it really resembles a normal d4 position. And the game I was looking at right now is the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren, where, if you see this evaluation, this means bad news for Ding Liren, who is not in good shape in general in this tournament, as he has lost his first 3 games so far, and he's in trouble once again in this game. So let me take you through the first few moves so you can see how this happened. c4, also a move we considered, immediately hitting this pawn on h7, and now g6, g3. This makes a lot of sense. c5, knight f3, knight comes out, d3, f5, knight c2, knight f7, castle, knight f6. And knight f6 allowed for Gukesh to play b4 because the bishop is not attacking the rook anymore, and the king is not really feeling safe. Of course, black can castle, but still white is taking over here, bringing the queen into play. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised how bad this position already is. The computer is giving a winning advantage, but here, for example, you cannot castle right now, because if you did, then this pawn could be just taken on e7, right? Maybe there's some rook e8, rook takes e2, but it looks very, very bad. And so what did Ding do? d6, and now bishop b2 looks very logical. Now castle finally, knight e3. Maybe Gukesh didn't play the most powerful way, but still his position looks very, very sensible. The king with the move f5 is weakened. This looks like an English gone wrong for black, right, Peter?
Exactly, yeah. This is like some old school wisdom, yeah, that you managed. Let me just highlight the pawn structure. We have c4, d3, e2, f2, g3, h2. We are basically playing the banker gambit without sacrificing anything. We have this intact, lovely pawn structure. Black does not have the c pawn anymore. This b7 pawn is kind of a target because, of course, black wants to play some b6, bishop b7. It might also run into some knight d4, knight c6, some concrete problems. But even let me just highlight some slow strategical idea like a4, a5. And we are already going after that vulnerable queenside structure. The bishop on b2 is beautifully developed on the long diagonal. The bishop on h1 does not need to move. It's already doing a perfect job. Let's even not forget about somewhere even some idea like bishop takes f6, knight d5. Some complete shocker can be in the position. Of course, we're gonna only do it if it's really winning. Otherwise, we just enjoy everything what we have already.
It's quite a dream position out of the opening for Gukesh, who's had quite the start in the freestyle chess. Meanwhile, Ding Liren really struggling. And do you think that also makes a player a target? For Gukesh, he wants more out of this game. He knows he's playing someone who so far has not had a great day. He gets this position out of the opening, and that would make Gukesh, well, he's always ambitious, but perhaps more ambitious.
Well, I think he's just enjoying that after that horrible start to today, yeah, because let's not forget, yeah, he lost the first game. In the second game, it looked like he's gonna lose the second consecutive white game, and then we would be talking about a terrible start for Gukesh. But he bounced back against Magnus, and then he beat Levon, and now he gets the upper hand. He clearly has the flow, yeah, he gets this feeling that, yes, I'm good. Yeah, and this is one of the most important things.
It is a lot about momentum and also the fact that this is a grueling, difficult, brutal format for the players. 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. This is the 4th round of the day. You're over 4 hours of play. Peter, stamina, energy, you know, you have to start thinking from the very first move on the board. You have to use your grey cells from the very start of the board. This is brutal.
Yeah, and then why are we surprised that the youngsters are doing so well? Yeah, they have the energy. Yeah, that's why I'm also sitting here in the studio. Yeah, because okay, I have chess wisdom, but it's one thing to have the chess wisdom, and another one, your clock is ticking, and you always have to make the right decision. Keep your nerves under control. There is so much challenge. It's just chess is not just about chess knowledge. Yeah, there is so many other aspects as well.
Absolutely. Perhaps that is the key to the secret of the performance that we've seen by the Jacks today. Just their energy, their stamina level. They've been so on point in this one. We see Dingler trying to develop his pieces, trying to take that bishop out, but there are ideas with the knight jumping to the center of the board. Knight d4 comes to mind. We will keep an eye out on this position as Gukesh with a very pleasant outcome of the opening. But let's zoom out for a moment and get an update on some of our other boards and bring up our bird's eye view. And there we have it. We see Magnus Carlsen on our extreme right, already playing with a big advantage. Look at that beautiful bishop planted on g5, eyeing that king on d8 and that knight on c5. Meanwhile, Levon's pieces struggling, Peter.
Yes, I feel like we have to jump right into that position because it's an illustration, yeah, that how fast things can escalate and go wrong if you are not careful enough. Levon has blitzed out his first 2 moves ever since he has slowed down. Look at this, Magnus is having like almost 10 minutes time advantage. He's enjoying this fantastic position, and what we talked about, the question that do you push this pawn to b6 or to b5? Well, in this position, clearly it should have been, b6 should have been played because this monster knight on c5, the bishop on h1 is already alive, and if you have to play a move like c6 to protect your rook, look at those cramped pieces, that bishop on c8. How do you get harmony?
I think we have to turn to Nicholas for an insight into this position because things are looking very bad for black right now.
They do, and it really started with the move b5. In the second move already here, immediately the engine is giving a clear advantage for white, and also the position just becomes very difficult to play with always the knight looming to go to c5, being quite close to the king, restricting the black pieces. And it really has only gone downhill from here for Levon, because if we arrive at the current position, f5 also a move that Ding played, but a move that further weakens the position, especially where do you put your king? You play b5, you play f5, the king will not feel safe anymore, neither on the king side nor on the queen side. So f5 is also a move that weakens the position. Another pawn move here. No pieces have really been developed. This knight moves again and knight g5, and now we reach this position, the current one, bishop takes g5. 8 moves have been played, but look at the pieces. This bishop is great, this bishop is developed, the knight is well placed. You can only say that about one of the black pieces here, the bishop on g7. White can castle kingside, and e4 can come. This looks like absolutely gone horribly wrong for Aronian, who's staring down a potential 3rd loss in a row, if I'm not mistaken. And Magnus, of course, wants to get that first win for him in the tournament, and so far it's looking really good. And it just goes to show we have 3 games where somebody already has a clear, almost decisive advantage. And these are the absolute best players in the world. Just goes to show how difficult this freestyle chess really is. And especially this position, we said it from the beginning, is a really challenging position and really has shown itself in the game so far.
And we often, taking your point forward there, Nicholas, we often talk about how in standard chess, playing multiple games of rapid in a day can be more exhausting than playing one long classical game. And Peter, imagine having to do that in freestyle chess. That really steps up the level of exhaustion that the players are probably feeling right now.
Yes, on the other hand, they also have this thrill, yeah, that every single game is a new discovery, yeah, and we see that this gathering, you don't see that gathering, we talked about this, yeah, that special gathering before the game, and trying to find ideas to to put pressure on the opponent, to limit the damage when you are playing from the black side. It's all connected. It's just so nice to see that, yes, there are many challenges, but you also get a lot of energy because it's fresh, and you are so excited.
And the positions are getting very exciting. And look at the clock situation as well. Magnus with almost double the amount of time on the clock there. Levon struggling early on, trying to get his pieces out. Right now, maybe even hinting at trying to push away that bishop from g5 at a potential 8-6 at some point. But there's a lot of exciting stuff going on our other boards as well. So if my eyes are drawn to the Gukesh versus Dingler board, and I know we've been discussing that for a while, Peter, but there have been a lot of changes. And if we can just pull up Gukesh taking on Ding, because something has happened. White's knight has landed on e7. We have to, I think, back up a little bit. There's a pin on e5. What on earth is going on, Nicholas?
Yeah, it's there has been a lot of changes. Actually, Gukesh has sacrificed the exchange. So it is an idea that Peter was pointing out already, to give up the bishop on f6 to get access to the square on d5, and quite a powerful idea because black doesn't want white to take on f6, but at the same time you cannot move the bishop, you cannot take the rook, or actually you can take the rook, excuse me, I thought there would be an immediate pin, but you shouldn't have taken really. He did take, but now after knight takes e7 check, king g7, rook takes a1, white has taken this pawn is weak, and white has beautiful compensation for the exchange. I mean, if you ever want to call something a positional exchange sacrifice, this would be definitely it. A weak king, the dark squared bishop is missing, which was an important defender for the king. So knight e5, and now queen c3 and rook e8 was played. Well, the obvious reply would be to bring the knight back. Gukesh with a really powerful exchange sacrifice, and especially the king is worrying me so much here. The king will be weak for the rest of the game. White has a beautiful structure. What not to love here, Peter?
Yes, I'm loving it. Yeah, okay. Everything which is position is so sound and so promising. It's very much to my liking. The one thing I don't like is clearly Ding's position. Yeah, and also we have been having Ding on the camera. He's in a state of shock. Yeah, this day has gone horribly wrong for him. And bishop c6, knight d4. Are we seeing these moves?
Knight d5 on the board, and I think Ding is still having a think.
He's still having a think. Okay, so tough. Yeah, how do you do the queen on b8? Yeah, let me update. So this is all happened. Knight d5. The queen on b8, the rook on a8. They are not participating in the game. White simply can improve the position by going rook b1. That's why my feeling is that black kind of has to play the move bishop c6, get rid of that monster knight on d5. But bishop c6, knight d4, and this is what I was expecting, that maybe it already happened, because then suddenly, let me just put on the board, bishop c6, knight d4, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5. We are not only getting this incredible, beautiful bishop on d5, but we are also threatening to push f4 and then bust open the long diagonal. If that knight has to move from e5, black will be checkmated after a double check with knight e6 and queen g7 check. And this is such a shocking position that poor Ding Liren, especially after losing 3 games in a row, how can he fight here?
And you can see that Ding he hates his position right now. This is not something that Ding wants to fight. This is not something that Ding wants out of the opening. A very difficult day it's been. A very difficult position in the final round as well. He finally makes the decision to move that queen from d8. So the knight on d5 still stays alive. Now the idea of bringing the rook to the open line. Rook b1, attacking, targeting that pawn on b7, or perhaps even a knight jump, knight d4 like you were pointing out. Again, keeping the idea of f4 on the board. Ding Liren in big trouble in this one.
Yeah, Nicholas, do you have some good news for Ding fans, or is it really so hopeless as we are describing?
It is very, very much so hopeless as you're describing, and I think for Ding also to find the motivation now, you can see it in his body language. He is very much frustrated, and he cannot believe how this day has gone. I mean, he is a world champion, and him potentially losing all 4 games here is, of course, very, very tough. However, the opposition is pretty much as strong as it can get. And now we see he has moved the king to f7. The computer is giving a decisive advantage here. f4 is certainly a move one can look at, but probably also just improving the rook to b1 first of all, or some other moves are completely fine. Where's the black counterplay? What can black do? That is the problem. There are some positions where you lost and you have some chances. You can muddy the waters, you can do something. But here, I don't really see it, what black can even do, because there are no targets in the white position. And the black king, you always have to watch out. This move f5 really long-term weakened the black king. So I would clearly expect Gukesh, who has been in great shape the last 2 games, to take another win here. Tanya.
And I think our camera view also tells the story that we're seeing on the board. Ting looks absolutely devastated with the position that he's landed himself up into out of the opening. He had to make the move rook to b8 to defend the b7 pawn. b6 would have opened up that bishop on h1 with a tremendous diagonal. So the move rook b8, it's not a happy square for the rook, but you have to be on the defense. The king on f7 always has to watch out for a check on d5 once white moves the knight away. But I'm seeing all of white's pieces, Gukesh's pieces, beautifully placed. He's managed to get the rook into the attack. He's managed to get the knights to the center of the board. The queen looking good. It's all about how does Gukesh wrap things up? How does he actually find the way to make progress? And while he takes a thing to do that, while he finds his way forward, let's zoom out of this position and jump into some of the other action that we've got. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and take a look at what is happening. And the first thing that strikes me is on our first board from this extreme left. That just looks like a normal position out of a standard chess game. It's the most normal position we've had all day, Peter. Vincent versus Fabi.
Yes, but my eyes are not that good to see everything. It looks good, yeah, but we will take a closer look, then I can better explain what I'm thinking.
And Nicholas, you've got another game up for us.
Yes.
We will jump into the standard position between Vincent, but take us through Magnus versus Lev.
We need to go to Magnus against Aronian, because Magnus just sacrificed a piece and he's really, it looks like, going to crush Aronian here completely, which, let's be honest, looked like this already after the first few moves. We last stopped here. Bishop f4 hitting the queen, provoking d6, and now Carlson simply took the pawn on c6. Of course, this is something that Aronian anticipated. Now deflecting the bishop from pinning the pawn. However, this is costing some additional pawns. And now queen to d3. And we will see probably the queenside castle in a moment, where the king steps to c1 and the rook will come over to d1, lining up perfectly. And this king is not getting out of the center anytime soon. If black was able to play knight f6 and then castle, but, well, first of all, there's a bishop, and also the black knight has to move, then, well, we could talk about it, but here it looks really, really difficult. The computer is saying pretty much the only move to even try is king to c7, bishop f4, you still have e5, white can take on a8, and now follow up with bishop f4 or take the pawn on b5.
And it's on the board. King c7 had been played by Levon.
All right.
So
King
he's fighting.
On the board, he's fighting, but I cannot believe that Magnus will let this one slip. It looks just too good for him. Plus, okay, he's up a little bit on the clock, not as much as before. However, it looks really, really difficult for Levon.
Big pressure on Levon, but making the accurate defensive move, sidestepping any checks on the D line. And once again, the problem of plenty for Magnus. There are so many choices that can be attractive in this position. You can grab the rook on 8, you can first give a check on f4, you can grab the pawn on b5, and Magnus slows down.
Yes, well, I feel like I even don't want to look at the rook on a8, because that rook on a8 is a horrible piece. Black's queen on b8 is terrible. Yeah, if Black's most active piece is Black's king on c7, that already tells the story. Yeah, then something horribly wrong had happened. Magnus has opted for d4, d5. I very much like this move. It feels like a brutal move to me. We are setting up some bishop f4 check ideas. We are also going for long castle. I do see the evaluation bar slightly dropping, like the computer is not exactly sure what to think of this move, but humanly it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, there's a massive threat on the board. The one that wasn't as strong in the previous move because black had the move e5. Now there's en passant, so e5 will not be possible for bishop f4 check. So Levon stops the diagonal. The bishop jumps onto e5, wants to plant itself onto that defensive square of d6. The rook on a8 is not going anywhere. The bishop on c6, a really nice piece, but give Levon a couple of moves and maybe bishop b7 is coming next.
Yeah, and we are talking about Levon. You remember his very first game against Abdusattorov? It also looked like, wow, he will get checkmated and he finding the perfect harmony. I feel like this move, bishop e5, is some kind of a game changer in the sense that black is trying to get stability. The big question is, will he be able to? Because I'm pretty sure that Magnus will do everything in his power not allow black to stabilize.
We were talking about the problem of plenty and we discussed many moves. d5 was not one of them, but we were impressed with it once it was on the board. Magnus with his own ideas. Bishop e5. Nicholas, Peter feels that this is a stabilizing move, or at least aims at stabilizing for black. How does Magnus keep the pressure on here?
Yeah, bishop e5 was very necessary to stop bishop f4, and Aronian also played this move rather quickly. And it seems that one potential approach is to play a4 to open up some more files for the rooks and get to the king. Let's not forget, we can move this king to g1 in just one move. This rook hasn't moved yet, so white can castle. So don't worry about the king still being here. Yes, white would need to take one move to get it out of the center, but it is not a problem. So a4 looks pretty strong to me, because you try to get more heavy pieces involved and open up the king further. And let me see how can black respond. Well, okay, black can take, white can maybe castle first, then take on a4, double up. The king is it reminds me of the game between Aronian and Abdusattorov in the first round, where Abdusattorov also sacrificed a piece for long-term compensation. And here it will be a similar story. I mean, white already has 2 pawns. Well, this pawn on a4 will fall any moment, then it will be 2 pawns. Plus, white could maybe take the rook, but the bishop is a stronger piece anyway right now. So I think if Carlsen goes, well, a4 is one option. Let's see what else is there. b4 is also an option. He has to play here for sure. He has to play and open the king. And then it should be a very difficult defensive task for Aronian.
I have to ask you, what about, well, a move that many of us would consider natural? Just grab that rook on a8. You want to neutralize the material. You're also seeing this b5 pawn at some point coming under fire. And you mentioned that's not one of the top moves here. But how does that affect white's advantage?
White still has an advantage, but it's not as big, and especially it becomes easier for black to play, because suddenly you feel a bit safer with the king. You have the bishops, you have some more room, you have some more squares for your pieces, and you don't have this bishop right inside of your position. So I think that helps black, and that goes to show sometimes we shouldn't focus so much on the material, but rather how well are the pieces placed. And if we compare the
Nicholas,
pieces...
just the breaking news,
yes.
a4 on the board.
a4 on the board, all right, well, that was one of the choices by the engine. So just to conclude that the bishop is a much better piece than this rook right now, which is completely passive and has not even moved and cannot even move. So Carlsen is not giving up the bishop, and instead he has played a4, and he's upping up the pressure, Peter.
Yeah, I have to add that when I saw this bishop e5, I felt like, yes, there is some hope that black is stabilizing. And then when you mentioned the move a4, I thought, yes, okay, that's it. I don't know where do I get any safety, yeah, because this key idea that you can still castle short, yeah, this is so important. Let me even highlight it that, yeah, we have the chance of jumping with that king to g1 any moment. Yeah, Levon is challenging that bishop on b7, but look at this, bishop b7 is a extremely desperate move, probably a good one, because it doesn't matter what's happening, you have to eliminate that monster bishop from c6.
a4, so impressive. Alpha 0 suggests a4, Alpha Magnus plays a4. He's not getting greedy with that rook on a8. Levon Aronian still in big pressure here. Magnus responds, he goes, he gets his king to safety. And yes, you want to get rid of that bishop on c6, but you really cannot take that bishop on c6. I feel that allows so much activity down on the d file, but let's show this line. Bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop. If black was to capture with the king, I'm already looking at ideas like rook d1, queen f3 check, and it looks like it's going to be an extremely difficult position for king safety with all the light squares out for white for the taking. Queen d7 is such a big threat.
Yes, there are so many threats. Okay, bishop d6 is the only defense that I can rely on in this type of positions. I don't know how much it is a defense because the position is falling apart. Then a takes b5 and I can't take on b5 because of rook a6 check, winning the queen, yeah, in this circumstance. So many problems. So I would, okay, let's go back to the position. I would not really like to take on c6 unless I see exactly move per move that I can somehow get out. Nicholas, any thoughts?
Yeah, that's completely right. Your intuition is spot on. If black takes on c6, opening the d file, the position is over. This is winning for black. There are just too many weaknesses. The pieces are not coordinated to defend the king, so this is lost. Instead, black should...
He takes on a4. We have a move on the board.
He takes on a4. Well, this is also not a good choice according to the computer. It was at least not one of the top 3 choices. And, well, I think it seems obvious that white should take back. So, yeah, and the variation is rising and rising. The other rook comes into play. And once again, we also have to remember the practical aspect. This position is so much easier for white to play. To attack is usually easier than to defend. And the position plays almost itself, Tanya.
Really nicely pointed out there by you that with this trade, black's pawns get even weaker. There's another open file for the final piece to join the party, the rook from f1 to come to a1. Let's also point out there's a c5 weakness. We can sometimes imagine, and I think Magnus has made the move rook takes pawn if we update our analysis board right here. After Levon went pawn takes pawn, the rook has jumped into the attack. There are ideas of even rook c4, b4, opening up the c file, maybe directly b4. Levon's king is going to be in big danger for a long amount of time in this one. And maybe this is as this game heats up, let's just zoom out for just a moment, get a quick update on all our 4 other boards that are in action. And of course, we'll jump straight back. There we have it. We see on our extreme left the position that we thought was the most standard chess position. Vincent continues to put the pressure on Fabiano Caruana, but there's more space on the king side. Look at that nicely planted knight on the e5 square. The rook's in the center. Vincent with a pleasant position here. Meanwhile, Alireza in big trouble. Nodirbek has the bishop pair, but Alireza is down a pawn. Why is this so bad? The rook on d1 is not hanging. What's going on there?
Well, the dark squared bishop. I think that's the key. The dark squares. The knight on f2 is far away of trying to control the d4 square. Let me just highlight that this knight on f2, a part of defending the rook on d1 and protecting the d3 pawn, doesn't do anything. Black is also threatening simply to invade with the rook to c2. Then already some tactics like rook takes f2, queen takes d1 will be in the air. It just feels like without the dark squared bishop, if that bishop would be on e3, we would be talking that, okay, white has more or less a stable position, but the knight on f2 is just dead. Bishop on g2 is doing absolutely nothing. Black has an overwhelming position. We talked about this, that Alireza's aggressive approach of pushing those pawns forward heavily backfired, and we are seeing some incredible masterclass by Nodirbek Abdusattorov here.
How to play against overextended pawns, playing on the weaknesses, and a big threat on the board. The rook comes to the second round. Rook takes knight, taking away the defender of that rook on d1. A threat that Alireza counters by attacking Nodirbek's queen on h5. What's a good square? I'm thinking about queen all the way to the other end of the board, starting to target the a2 pawn.
Yeah, it's a very good possibility. I was even thinking like the position is so good that queen c5 is also a tempting option. Yeah, just to highlight that, of course, white will not take, but if white takes, then after d takes c5, the black bishop lands on d4 and it cuts everything off. White's position is falling apart despite being an endgame. So I would expect that after the move queen c5, white has to push d3, d4 no matter what. But it just shows the superiority of Black's position, that he can even afford to play a move like Queen c5. Being pawn done, he can trade queens. The two bishops and the active rook are just controlling everything.
Nodirbek Abdusatrov is down a pawn, but looks like a dominating position. Nicholas, what is the actual evaluation here? And is it as bad as we think it is for Alireza? Whoa! Bishop to d4.
Whoa, bishop d4.
Wow.
Powerful, and yeah, what a crushing move. We didn't see that coming at all. But that's why we're here, there, down there. Bishop d4. Amazing resource. This is just game over, pretty much. So, the idea is if white takes the queen, then black takes the queen on e3, hits the knight on f2, the bishop is attacked. Black's winning material and winning the game. So really, the only move that white has is to take the bishop.
Yeah, it's already played.
Queen takes f3.
Queen takes f3, and you look at the camera just a second. That I haven't seen Arya so nervous already for a long time, and Magnus Carlsen has probably just crashed through against Levon.
Let's quickly get up the final position of the Magnus Levon board. How that finished? It looked dominating for Magnus from the very start. And there we see Magnus finally getting his first win on the freestyle chess in the very final round. Nicholas, this was the end of this one-sided game.
Yes, let's see the last few moves to understand what happened. But as we said, it was just too difficult to defend practically. And also objectively, it was a tough spot. b4, opening up the king further to open up the c file. And now c takes b. The bishop was taken. Black really didn't want to do this because now this pawn is also quite uncomfortable for the king and there's no defender of the light squares anymore. And rook takes b4. Wow, what a beautiful finish here. Hitting the queen, the rook wants to come in, and if black was to take on b4, it's not immediately obvious to me how the finish is looking, but probably queen d7 check. King b6, and
then probably just bishop e3 check, and then the rook joins the party as well.
Bishop e3 check looks very good, and yeah, this is going to be over very soon. King a6, rook a1, and if the king cannot come forward because then c7 is hitting the queen and giving a check. So Aronian didn't want to see this being played out anymore. Beautiful game, beautiful finish by Magnus, and he'll be very happy to have won his first game and also equalize his score. He's on 50%, 2 out of 4, and tomorrow there are 3 more rounds to go. But we still have a few games going. Should we go right back into the other one that we saw between Nodirbek and Firouzja?
Let's do it. Let's just jump straight into that. A 19-move miniature by Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian, and it looks like this one might be ending any moment as well.
Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, let's just highlight that bishop takes d3 is kind of also a simple tactic because there is no way to capture it. If white captures with the knight, then black delivers checkmate with queen g2 immediately, and queen takes d3 runs into queen takes f2 check, and then black can even choose how to finish the game with which mate. And white is kind of struggling to find a move. The big question, is there any direct threat
bishop
like bishop?
E4, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like bishop takes e4 seems to be a threat. Yeah, taking the pawn which is triple protected, but there is no way of capturing it because queen takes e4, knight takes e4 runs into the exactly same issue like before. And if rook takes, then there is a new twist with rook c1 check, delivering checkmate on the back rank. And I don't see what white can do here.
I think resign would probably be not a faraway option for Alireza. I mean, bishop takes pawn comes in, not just picking up a pawn, but you're threatening a mate in one after that. Queen g2 would be a big threat. And look at our screens. I think Alireza also realizes just how difficult this position is. Queen e3, the only defensive move, immediately picks up the e4 pawn. Nodirbek playing confidently. It goes into an endgame, and from being down a pawn, Nodirbek is up a pawn, but that's not the biggest strength of his position. Look at that bishop on f3. Look at that rook on c2, tying down white's army, tying down that white knight on f2 and rook on e1 to keep the back rank defended. Alireza is going to end up losing all his pawns on the queen side eventually.
Yeah, it's completely hopeless. We also seen his body language, yeah, that he knows it's not this type of position that I'm pawn down and I have chances to survive, as we see many times in some rook endgame or whatever. This is just completely hopeless. Also, I think some moves had been played. H4, rook takes a2. He collects another one. White would love to, yeah, White plays g4, but let's just show that if White takes the pawn on e7, then he is faced with the problem of check, king h2 and rook f1.
Brutal. Attacking
that knight, and if the knight moves, then rook h1 will be checkmate, and there is no way of protecting that knight. So I believe that this is technically over. 2 pawns up and a winning position.
That's 2 extra pawns to the boot and a really cool bishop on f3, a even more cooler rook on a2. It's a matter of technique, but looking very hopeless for Alireza. We'll see if Nodirbek manages to do what we think he will, get this win in. Let's jump over to some of the other action, which is still pretty unclear to my eyes. What catches your attention, Nicholas, on our current boards?
Well, Up to the Turf should win, and my attention is of course drawn to Gukesh against Dingley Ren, where we last left when Gukesh had sacrificed the exchange, and we see still pretty much similar picture that White has beautiful compensation. A king on f6, now g5 has been played. It is looking pretty grim for Ding, but he has a time advantage. He's fighting. But it is still looking very, very difficult. And the engine bar agrees, gives a huge advantage for White throughout. So Gukesh should take this one home, we expect.
Yeah, I think that leaves us with Vincent's game against Fabiano, and we should be jumping in right there into action because it's a very double-edged kind of position. My first impression is that it's looking promising for White, but we should not be forgetting about that lovely bishop on d4. The knight on e8, on the other hand, is misplaced. White should be better, but there is so much to play for.
Absolutely, and I won't be surprised if at some moment, you're talking about this bishop, where Vincent decides to sacrifice his rook for this bishop, at the right moment, of course, when you can take control and make the most of the dark squared weaknesses around a black's king. Well, Vincent finds another way, another really nice sacrifice, and it's all around that queen move on e7. You've got to show this move, you've got to show this idea, Peter. Break this down for us.
Yes, so Vincent has played the move rook b1, kicking the queen away. It's very difficult kind of to find a good spot, because if the black queen moves to a6, then there are problems with knight d7, trapping the rook on f8. So it's clear that the black queen should be keeping an eye on the d7 square, and then Vincent suddenly uses this tactic with bishop e3. Bishop takes e3, runs into rook d7, trapping the queen. So before we have seen a team trapping the rook on f8, now the queen is trapped all of a sudden. So clearly Fabi won't be falling for that. I believe that most probably he will have to leave that bishop on d4. Let's just also highlight that bishop takes e5, queen takes e5 is an absolutely no-go. Let me even put it. White has some incredible domination on the dark squares. Black will not be able to hold on to this for too long. I'm expecting that even with the pawn sacrifice or something, but black has to keep the bishop on d4.
I think Fabi completely missed this tactical idea. We saw him slow down after bishop e3. He looked really surprised after this move, and great tactical sharpness there by Vincent, taking advantage of the fact that black's queen was boxed up on e7, the center of the board. Fabi decides to keep the bishop on d4 for now, plays the move queen to d6, eyeing that e5 knight, trying to trade off some pieces. Nicholas, what do we make of this? Bishop e3 really impressed us. Has Fabi managed to keep things under control with queen d6?
Queen d6 was absolutely necessary to protect the bishop, because otherwise you're just going to lose a pawn on d4, and as Peter pointed out, you cannot take the bishop since your queen is trapped. So queen d6 was strong, and now the question is if Vincent has a strong follow-up. He has some different options here. He can take the pawn, he can take the bishop on d4, and now after c takes d4, maybe invade with the rook. That would be one possibility, or just play rook to b3. In general, to double on the d file and win the pawn in this way. In general, the big problem is this knight on e8. It's just horribly placed, and even if it went to g7 or c7, it really doesn't hasn't improved all that much. And this knight on e5, on the other hand, is very well placed. So queen d6 is the last move that we see, I believe, right? So no, he has taken on d4, Vincent has, and the question is how can he continue? There are several options. I think for him it's important to keep control of the time because he is getting low on time. So he should move quickly, rook b3, rook b7, maybe even rook b5, and he's clearly better and he could extend his lead even further. So Vincent looking good, Tanya.
Vincent looking good. And this one, it looks like Gukesh is looking very strong in his game from the very start. We might be close to the finish line in that one as Black's king is under fire with the queen on b1, the knight on g3, the pawn on g4, eyeing that f5 pawn. This has gone from bad to worse for Ding.
Yeah, this is basically game over. Yeah, king f7, knight takes f5, rook c7. This is the current position. White already has 3 pawns. All the positional compensation. The bishop on c6 is beautifully cemented with this pawn on b5. The knight on f5 is eternal. Yeah, basically both light pieces are eternally placed. Black has no counterplay. Look at the pawn structure that we highlighted right from the beginning. Yeah, that ever since White played this b4, c takes b4, queen b4, everything is just perfect. How is he finishing it off?
Queen b4 attacking d6. Black had to push the pawn, the only way to keep it defended. He goes d5, the queen penetrates further after d5, queen a5, and Black's pieces are just overloaded trying to keep that king defended. You can't move the rook from the 7th rank, and Ding Liren has had enough. He loses his 4th game in a row of the day. It's been an absolute nightmare for the world champion today. Gukesh with his 2nd win in a row.
No, 3rd win in a row already.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he is on
Levon?
fire. Yes.
He beat Levon in the previous
Magnus,
round.
Yeah, Magnus first, then Levon and Ding. Yeah, that's Gukesh.
He beat the world #1 and the world champion in the same day.
Yeah, and the legend,
And
Levon Aronian.
Just an incredible start for the 17-year-old youngster, and we see him on our screen as he, very much in Gukesh trademark, sits, arranges the pieces, calmly gets up, nerves of steel there. Of course, the action is continuing on the other boards. A great start for the Indian youngster. We will quickly move over to the Vincent Fabi board. We saw quite that move bishop e3 that I'm still thinking about. And this last little move, this little rook left, it eyes to double up on the d file. The d4 pawn is weak. You want to start targeting it, Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's also point out that up to the Turf, as we expected, also won his game with the black pieces also being in great shape. And now we have one final game remaining here, Vincent against Fabiano. And rook b2, similar ideas. We talked about rook b3, doubling on the d file. And I don't think that black can really hold this pawn. He can go after the knight on e5 by going rook c5, but white just cements it, rook d2 next, going after this pawn, and this pawn should drop. So Vincent is in a good spot. However, his time situation, 1 minute 13 against almost 5 minutes by Caruana, is the only thing that is worrying me. But so far, Vincent has shown that even with little time on the clock, he is able to play good chess, and maybe he can continue to do so. However, Fabiano is also a very tricky player, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Fabiano will be fighting like a lion. And these are tricky moments, yeah, that you have the better position, but if something goes wrong, yeah, then you are stuck with your little time and you get very nervous. So yeah, Fabi will be looking how to create chances. On the other hand, I know Vincent that if he feels that he's in control, then he doesn't really mind going down on the clock, yeah, because he knows that there is the increment. As long as I know what's going on and I'm on the right side of action, then I'm going to handle any kind of time management.
And it feels like the kind of position where white's moves are flowing. You've just played rook b2. Almost regardless of what black plays next, I think the next move is rook d2 for white. And then it's Fabi who needs to think, how is he planning to defend the move, the pawn on d4? And you're pointing out the one move for which white shouldn't play rook d2. Rook c5 would put pressure on that knight on e5. And the more I look at it, the more I like it. Because if the knight moves, the c4 pawn is hanging. Would rook c5 force Vincent to either go for f4 or rook b5? How does he keep the balance then?
Yeah, that's a question. I think that's also the reason why he spent quite some time for rook b2. Yeah, he had to have the answer ready after rook c5. And if he has to play a move f4, that would be kind of scary with little time on the clock, because then you soften your structure.
I think we have a move on the board. Instead of going for rook to c5, Fabi plays a more cautious approach. He's defending that d4 pawn. He's preempting rook d2. So instead of that, Vincent jumps in and attacks another weakness in the position. The knight and the rook lined up against the f7 pawn, but also the a7 pawn is hanging. So the rook on f8 is really tied down to defending that pawn long term.
Yeah, queen a6. Fabi is hoping to activate that knight somehow, jumping to d6. Will he be able to do that? Vincent goes rook d7.
I like this move.
Yes, again the same team, but rook d7, knight d7, queen a4. Be careful.
Ooh.
Takes, queen a4, but luckily we have knight f6 check, because otherwise it would be a double attack. I almost got a hard attack.
But knight f6, knight f6?
Ah yeah, knight f6. Then what is happening?
Whoa.
What am I? Ah, rook takes d4. Just calm yourself down. Peter, yeah, that's the way. Yeah, wow. So Vincent with 20 seconds on the clock is calculating things like this. Very scary. But he knows what he's doing, and we are talking about youngsters. They are fearless.
Just incredible stuff here. The d4 pawn that was hanging earlier can be picked up in this line, for which it is a big defensive resource, and you can't trade on d7 right now. As you pointed out, the f8 rook will be trapped, or you lose the d4 pawn. Fabi thinking right now, and as he does so, as he tries to defend this very difficult position, one of the jacks, one of the young players who's had quite the phenomenal day here, taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, defeating Levon Aronian, and then winning the final game against world champion. Well, he's joining us in the studio with Nicholas. Gukesh, congratulations on quite a start.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us after this long game. First of all, congratulations on a really great performance. I think after the first game, you came back with 3 wins in a row. Is that right? Yeah. And probably the turning point was your game against Magnus, I could imagine.
Yeah, the first game, yeah, I guess I wasn't warmed up and I played a really bad game. But after that, the Magnus game was quite a good confidence boost for me.
Especially because you were coming back from a lost position, if we can go there maybe briefly. So Magnus was sacrificing pawns left and right against you, and you're really on the defense, and then he decided, so this was maybe one of the critical moments, he decided to trade queens. Did that surprise you?
I actually thought I wasn't losing at any point, but okay, now I see the engine, and it's quite clear that my king is quite weak. But during the game, I thought he has to trade and just try to defend this endgame.
Ah, okay, so you thought you were ahead.
I thought it should be a draw, but I thought I was the one pushing, so I
Yeah,
guess it was
apparently
just a misevaluation. Yeah.
Queen d8 would have been a strong move. Yes, Tanya, sorry.
No, I just want to say, Gukesh, we want to deep dive into this game, but perhaps we'd love to first get your insights into the live action that we have on, Nicholas, because things are really heating up on the Vincent Fabi board. Gukesh, your thoughts on the position right now?
Yeah, but Vincent is down to 9 seconds, so that should be added.
Okay, white is surely winning, but if he can win is the question. Right? Okay, I don't know why this jumped now, but...
Yeah, apparently there was queen f4 was not the most ideal move. Taking on d8 and then playing queen d2 and collecting the pawn, oops, sorry, that was me, was better. But Vincent has so little time, and now after queen f4, black is back in the game, it seems.
But I don't see a defense for black still.
And also Fabi now under a minute, yeah? So he doesn't have this comfort of having too much time.
So rook f7 is the big threat. How is...
Knight d6 apparently must be played.
Knight d6, rook d1 he has checks. I mean, knight d6, rook d4 he has checks.
On e1.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem a little bit. The king is a bit airy here, and white has to defend.
Yeah, knight c6 also queen a4 is a nice trick. So.
Yeah, so to play knight d6, you have to see knight c6, queen a4, as Gukesh points out.
Well, Fabi played
f6.
Yeah. f6. Whew.
Okay, this should be bad.
G takes f6.
f7 is coming
Yeah,
in.
this is completely lost.
And rook f6.
Queen h6, is it a move?
Yes, Queen
Yeah.
h6 is very strong.
Rook d7, knight d7, and the g6 pawn falls. Yeah.
Yeah, g6 falls and just 8 seconds for Fabi.
Wow, Vincent, is he going to take another?
He takes on d7 first.
Takes on d7.
And rook f7, queen b8 is there. Yeah.
Ooh, that's full board awareness by Gukesh. The queen comes in from the other side of the board.
Well,
And is there a defense after that? Because I don't see.
I think it's resigns. Yeah.
yeah, Queen b8 is over. And
he's about
Vincent's
to
double
move.
checking, and he's gonna go for it. He is going to go for it, isn't he? Yes. Wow,
And he
Vincent.
does it. And Fabi resigns. Vincent
Wow.
with a big win. And Peter with a sigh of relief on that one. Queen b8, a really
What a
nice move.
performance.
Yeah, but we have been talking about the jacks. Yeah, the jacks are just way too dangerous.
Gukesh, how was it for you? First day here at the Freestyle Chess. How was the experience?
It was quite nice. I really enjoyed first of all, and also, I mean, I was a bit upset after the first game, but after that, I managed to play some really good games. So
Yeah, maybe let's have a look at your last game, which was very, very convincing, I would say,
yeah,
against the world champion Ding Liren. So let's go there. What do you think? Where did it all go wrong for him already?
already the opening was like very shaky by him. So
Maybe already here, the move f5, or maybe even earlier.
even
Yeah, this-
knight d6, I thought was quite ugly for black.
yeah, he lost some time, also moving the knight again.
Yeah, I mean, I was analyzing with Magnus, and in one of the positions, like I suggested knight d3 or knight d6, and it was just so bad because you block the pawn, and
Mhm.
like it's just a very ugly move. So
Yeah, he soon
thought it
moved the
should
knight
be bad.
again, but he also weakened his king here now. So
yeah, because I think the point was that he wanted to castle, and if he doesn't go f5, for example, knight f6 runs into bishop h6.
exactly, that's also a motive that we saw again and again. Is knight
I mean, instead of f5.
so yeah, bishop h6, and then you cannot castle anymore.
Yeah, and then long castle is never an option. So.
Exactly.
But okay.
So
After this, I thought, I mean, I can just play some normal chess and positionally squeeze him on the queen side.
yeah, we were saying this pretty much looks like an English completely gone wrong for
Yeah.
black, and then this was a very nice transformation of advantages going for this knight d5, the exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, in standard chess, like this is every English player's dream, I guess. So, yeah.
Yeah, was there any moment where you felt like he had a chance to come back, or was it pretty smooth after that?
I don't think he had any chance like throughout the game. So, I mean, the opening went wrong, and I think I didn't go wrong at any point. It was just a very clean game, I think.
Well, congratulations, very impressive performance here on the first day. Tanya, Peter, do you have any questions for?
Gukesh, we were all watching, well, all of you analyze in those moments when the position is revealed, when the next game position is revealed. What was that like discussing it with, well, your competitors, but also at that moment trying to understand these new positions?
Yeah, I mean, there is a very short time to fully understand the position. So, I guess one or two more minds like really helps, yeah, to understand the position better. And also, I got to like analyze with Magnus, so that is quite fun. I mean, apart from the preparation, it's just a very nice thing in general. So, yeah, that's a nice feature, to analyze with the other players.
Well, I would like to add one thing, because after you lost the first game, we have been seeing you in the second game sitting alone and analyzing then, and suddenly it turned out afterwards that it was a real turning point. And in the end, before the last game already, Magnus Carlsen was coming to you and to Vincent and was following your kind of discussion. Do you feel like there was a psychological turning point in this regard, or what did you think after losing that first game and going separately analyzing the position?
It was actually not something that I wanted, because I mean, before the first game I was analyzing with Magnus and Levon, and in the second game both of them had black, so I didn't have any analyzing partners, so I was analyzing alone. But okay, I guess it helped kind of in a way that I had some alone time after the loss, and just like pull my thoughts together. Yeah.
And Gukesh, today we saw the youngsters, the Jacks in this position, have a great day, have quite a good performance here, while, well, the kings of the tournament were struggling for quite a bit of time. Do you think there's something about this format that perhaps suits the younger generation a little more?
I don't know. Maybe since there are like a lot of tricks that you need to watch out from move one, it's like in general younger players are more tricky, I guess. So I don't know if that helps, but yeah, maybe it was just a good day for the youngsters. I don't know.
Did you enjoy the process of thinking from move number one, something that in standard chess just never happens?
Yeah, I really love 960. I'm apart from the results, I'm just really enjoying myself here. Like just thinking from move one, something I really enjoy. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you enjoy yourself also a lot tomorrow. We wish you best of luck, and looking forward to your games tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks.
Gukesh with a fantastic start there. Well, he started slow, a first round loss, and then recovering with 3 back-to-back victories against the very best in the world, Peter.
Yeah, stunning performance, and the reason why everybody likes Gukesh is that after these 3 wins, he comes in and he's so modest, he quietly explains everything, and he doesn't know exactly the reason why he's winning those games well, because he's extremely strong and he has also nerves of steel. He's handling all kinds of challenges like a true master. I'm a huge Gukesh fan, so I'm very happy for him.
You're not alone in that. It's been a fantastic day for Gukesh, and there we have our results from round 4. We see Vincent Keymer with a big win against Fabiano Caruana. Nodirbek with also a phenomenal performance today. He also takes down Alireza in the last round, and Gukesh winning 3 back-to-back games, finally taking down the world champion Ding Liren. Magnus Carlsen with a power performance against Levon Aronian, a miniature, a 19-move victory, getting his first win in. Speaking of Jacks and Kings in this tournament, we are being joined by another Jack who had quite a performance, who ends the day at the top of the leaderboard. We're being joined by Vincent Keymer in our studio. Vincent, a good start. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for joining us. You had a pretty much perfect day, drawing against Magnus, then winning all of your remaining games. What is the secret to your success today?
Yeah, no idea. I mean, first of all, kind of comfortably drawing Magnus in the first round with black is like a really good start to the tournament. And then, yeah, I had the very fighting game with Levon, where I'm not sure what happened, but I felt like most of the time I had the upper hand. So that was kind of like a huge fighting win, after which I also felt that, yeah, I'm quite good shape. For some reason, Ding seems to be not at his best currently. So, I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe he lost all games today.
He lost all
games.
Yeah,
and that's also why I went for maybe rather risky approach in the opening with black, because I felt that, I mean, of course, I'm not playing something extra bad, but something very complicated, and it worked out in the end. And now the last game, I'm not sure. I mean, I felt after the opening it should be basically just equal. And then the moment he started to do some, like, got issues with his knight on d6 and e8, and then it's kind of weird, yeah, that normally you will never have such a knight, but in chess 960, like, all the other pieces were normally placed, but this one piece kind of cost him the game.
Yeah, it made all the difference. We see it still here in the final position on e8. Your game against Ding Liren was quite impressive. You sacrificed the exchange early on. That's probably what you meant, that he took some risks. And then, well, you attacked him and crushed him in an attack pretty much. What do you think were the key moments there? Do we have time to get into this, or yeah? All right, so let's have a brief look, if you would like to, in your, that was the third round, I believe, or second round? Third round, here. So this was the final position. So, yes, maybe let's walk through here in this position. You decided to sacrifice the exchange, Queen h4, Bishop
Queen
e5.
h5, I already...
All right, you already committed one move earlier.
Yeah.
So what was your thought process there? Because for a lot of people watching at home, they would just think, all right, I'm giving up an exchange. Where's my compensation for that? Maybe you can say something about that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I get the pawn, which is not nothing, and then this bishop on b2 gets kind of bad, because I get to place all my pawns on black, and I will have very beautiful light square bishop on c8. And I think king safety is also a very important issue here, yeah? Like knight e6, knight f4, f5, knight g5, knight a3, bishop b7, or also bishop h3 are hanging in the air, so I think it's kind of very tricky to play for white. And yeah, here somewhere I felt that probably I missed something clearer than what I had, but I'm not sure I ever really messed it up. But yeah, I mean, here it's just that you can see, yeah, like his queen on b1 is still kind of stuck. Of course, d5 was a good try, and I'm not sure that I played everything correctly. Like, okay, f4, rook e4 has to be winning.
Yeah, he should not have taken. He should have played f4, give the exchange back, and hope to hold it somehow.
Yeah, I think it's still pretty much lost. Yeah, no, like I calculated these lines, yeah? Like knight h3, king h2, queen d6, king h3, rook g4 is kind of first mate.
Immediate mate, yes.
And g3, I think rook h4 here was... Okay, no,
oh, there's queen c3 still out of nowhere going for
engines are brutal. So
yeah,
I mean, it's, you know, if you look at it with an engine, it's probably easily winning, but still there's something to calculate. So I understand that at least he went for the line where I had to prove something. And
you have the rook d1. Yeah, and you didn't have that much time, but...
Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, rook h4...
Rook h4 would have been...
gh3.
Queen g4. That was that is the crucial
easy,
detail.
Yeah,
we thought you would find it, yeah?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely findable. Yeah, I was just so focused on this queen d6 idea because I was relying on it against queen d3.
Well, to be fair, queen d6 was also winning, and you didn't step a foot wrong in the end.
It wasn't, yeah, because like after rook takes e3, at some moment I thought maybe rook d3, it's...
Yeah. Here, no, this all still winning.
Like knight h3, rook e2. Because it's like, okay, not... Yeah, it's only...
Knight h3, yeah. Yeah,
but it rooks. Yeah, I saw this rook e2, rook h2, and thought, yeah, we'll be winning. No, I think this is also kind of an example that, like, maybe Engine is not extremely happy about this exchange sacrifice, but with Euros you already have one pawn, and you have very nice positional compensation, and it's way easier to play for you, especially in Rapid. That gives very good chances to win the game, and it's also the kind of position that is very easily losable for White, simply because there's, like, my moves are coming logically and normally.
Yeah, and I think it's a very important factor to consider the practical play, especially in Rapid. So this was a very convincing win against Ding Liren. And then the final game now against Fabiano, that was also quite exciting because you were both low on time in the end. And it was quite sharp, but you found some very powerful moves there. Yeah, maybe walk us through here a little bit the critical moments.
Yeah, I mean, here I was very happy already.
All right, here we're very happy.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure. Yeah, knight g7. This was, of course, I've expected him to play this, and I wanted to play knight g4. Yeah, and it's like, let's say, because this is, I think, just losing, because here I will have, like, this, knight f6, and now just rook d4, and you can't keep the squares. Okay, and again, not okay. So I have to start with taking on d4, yeah, then, but...
Okay, but it looks very dangerous for his king, definitely,
so
if he allows
that. So I understand
that
he didn't want to get into any of this.
So he went h5. And here, this was a very interesting idea with bishop e3, and also a very strong idea, most likely.
Yeah, I thought maybe, I mean, taking was an option, but I was not entirely sure. Like,
yeah, no, queen d6 was best, and here rook d8, rook b7. Queen a6, rook d7 was very strong. For a moment, Peter had a heart attack because he thought that black could take, and queen a4.
Yeah, rook d4 I think will work for me, yeah. No, otherwise life would be very bad.
And here maybe black can get back into a game of knight d6, but also a very difficult move to allow knight c6, and but queen a4 is there.
Knight d6 is possible. I think I wanted to take on d8, but...
Yeah, and
no, I mean, it's very complicated. Yeah, it looks really, really bad for black, but, you know, if you get out, my king is kind of weak. So, yes, there are always some kind of perpetual checks that I need to watch out for, and also, you know, once black gets some attack, it's not that easy. But simply with this knight on e8, it will take quite a while to generate harmonious play here.
Yeah, and after he played f6, then it was that was pretty much over. Yeah. Very powerful performance by you today. What was your approach going into it? You checked before the game with the other players, you analyzed together a little bit. How did that go? Was that helpful?
Yeah, for me, it surely was helpful. I think, you know, with Nodirbek, we talked a bit, for him it went well also with Gukesh, so or at least our approach to the games can't have been that wrong, at least from a human perspective. And yeah, I think, you know, like this, I can really enjoy the next day and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, you've been putting up a great performance, and I think Tanya and maybe Peter have some questions as well.
Yeah, Vincent, talking about your approach, it's really interesting because we're also in the studio sort of exploring these new positions as they're revealed, the round that you're going into. So as a player, what is it that guides you towards your first couple of moves? What is it that all of you have in mind to try to achieve in these positions?
Yeah, so basically one first is to check where are the pieces. Yeah, let's say if you have a bishop in the corners, then it's very logical to move like G or B pawn because it's basically like fianchetto with one move. Then if you have like a queen on the outside, it basically means you need to move some pawns you normally wouldn't move at the start, because once your queen gets stuck, you can just lose the game for nothing. Then, of course, you have to think about castling a bit, but I think normally that's like a factor that doesn't really change that much. Of course, first of all, yeah, like check that you don't blunder any pawns. There was some position where I think like d4 was a move and then c5 immediately would have been like nearly winning for black because bishop h2, g1 would have won an exchange or something. So these kind of things can be very tricky. But yeah, I think this is the thing. And then, of course, you know, we all still from normal chess have this tendency to occupy the center. So, of course, we have to think about, okay, how do we occupy the square? And I think if you're looking from the white side, there are two different approaches. Because, like, normally with the pieces set up, there's like one square in the center that's easier to control and the other square is less easy. And, you know, sometimes it can be much better to try to control the less easier square. Because then, yeah, like with the advantage of having the first move, you can like exploit this weakness. But I still think that from a human perspective it might have made sense, but if you look at it from an engine, probably we made a lot of very stupid moves. But yeah, I still feel like it had really some logic behind it.
Not at all. You guys were doing great out of the opening, and those are some really nice insights right there. Do you think eventually freestyle chess will have its own set of theories?
It's a different kind of theory, yeah? Like nobody will be able to learn 960 positions full theory by heart, but I think, yeah, like you will learn some motives, yeah? Like let's say if knights are in the corner, or bishops are in the corner, queen in the corner, there can be like different motives that are coming back, and then of course you will have some idea of how to use those.
And while that's happening, while that's still a faraway reality and every position is unique and fresh, did you enjoy that process? Did you have fun today?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as long as you win, life's great. Yeah, I think the other players, for them who didn't play so well, it's different. Yeah, not that they couldn't enjoy, but simply if the result doesn't go the way it is, whole life normally is a bit worse than normal. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, one question that I would like to ask is, we have been seeing these gatherings and analyses before the game. Can you realize that a part of having some wonderful atmosphere and enjoying the process, did in any game concretely move per move have this preparation, or everybody has its own take and it's more about just discussing general feelings?
No, we agreed on quite a few things. Yeah, for example, I think like second game, Nodirbek and we both had this idea of going with d4, c3 and trying to push e4, and I think we also both won the games. And now, against in this Ding game, we of course were seeing this h7 pawn hanging c4, c5 castle. So there were all those kind of motives. Yeah, I mean, this is also was one of the cases with the queen in the corner, I think. Yeah, so then, of course, for me, like from the white perspective, we check this d4 idea a lot. Because let's say c d4, queen d4, you will get kicked away, but then your queen is in the game and queen on a8 is still stuck. So that's, of course, why this d5 idea was already in my mind playing from black. So what we discussed from white, then I could use from the black side. So I surely think that it was not just funny talking and enjoying the moment, because then at some point we would realize that, okay, this is not the way to go and we should rather focus on ourselves.
Yeah, one extra question to this same topic. We have been seeing Magnus controlling the first three boards, the analysis, the discussions and everything, and on game 4, which he went on to win against Aronian, he joined you guys, the youngsters, the jacks from outside. And what is your take? Did you feel that suddenly Magnus is also starting to respect you guys extremely, that you guys are doing something phenomenal here?
I don't know, at least I think he felt that he needed to change something, because for him, like, okay, for everybody else it would be maybe kind of a fine result, but that's surely not his expectation, to be like on -1 after 3 rounds. So yeah, and I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it was very interesting that like he had a very different approach to ours, because we were like trying to make normal things happen and he was trying to find the crazy genius ideas. And yeah, I think probably if you check with an engine will give some genius, brilliant ideas, but that's kind of the thing that we can't really make work ourselves, at least for now. And like, one move can be brilliant, but it could also be just losing. Yeah, and let's say that's kind of very tricky. I mean, I remember, this, like, in the first game, this bishop takes G2 motive that, basically could have cost white 2 games in the first 3 or 4 moves. Yeah, it's like those things you really rarely see.
Yeah, it was awesome to see all these dynamics in the opening, and Magnus chilling with you guys before the game worked out perfectly for him and for everyone involved, including yourself. Great performance today, Vincent, and we look forward to seeing you in action tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Vincent Keymer there with some really nice insights about how the players approach these positions with just 10 minutes to really think about their first moves.
Yes, and Vincent did mention that with Abdusatov there was the second game when they decided on d4 and c3, and in the last game it was Magnus Carlsen who against Levon used this d4 c3, which we understood that it was so clever, psychologically clever, because he also knows Levon. Levon likes to do something very special, and he got provoked into this b5, which went on to hunt him right after move 2. Fantastic win for Magnus. I'm pretty sure we know if Magnus starts to win, he gets extremely dangerous. So I'm already waiting for all the action tomorrow.
Magnus is a dangerous player with his back against the wall, and he's an angry player today because he finally managed to get a win in, but what a win that was. This was the result of our final rapid game of the day. Vincent Keymer with a fabulous win against Fabiano. Ali Reza goes down to Nodirbek Abdusatov. Gukesh on fire today, eventually taking down the world champion Dingler, and Magnus with a 19-move victory against Levon Aronian. Let's also bring up our standings at the end of the day. This is day 1 of the round robin. 4 rapid games. Tomorrow we will have another 4 rapid games. The players have gotten their warm-up in. We're expecting more fighting chess tomorrow, and leading at the top of the leaderboard, we saw there the Jacks, Vincent Keymer, Gukesh in the top 2 positions, followed by Nodirbek Abdusatov. The Jacks are really the kings today.
Yes, absolutely. No, they had some incredible performance, but let's not count the kings out. They are burning for the desire to bounce back, and the things are just heating up. They might need a little bit of more time to get used to the Fischer random style. All this kind of craziness right from the start. Vincent did mention that Magnus was somehow in too much brilliancy mode. Yeah, maybe he's also taking a more pragmatic approach. Yeah, there is so much intrigue, and definitely the kings will be thinking how to adjust their strategy.
It is going to be a lot about strategy, and before we say goodbye, I'm going to open the floor to you, Nicholas, who's been really keeping us true to the position. What was the one big highlight for you today?
Well, thank you, Tanya, and it's very difficult to find one big highlight, but the performance of the youngsters has been really, really impressive. We just saw it on the leaderboard. The first 4 places are occupied by the youngsters, by the Jacks here in this tournament, and especially Vincent's performance has been incredible. 3.5 out of 4 against this field is just magnificent. And in general, the highlight for me has been just enjoying this freestyle chess so far. We had just tremendous games. We had beautiful attacks and ideas, and just high quality chess. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow and looking forward to commentating with Tanya and Peter. So really looking forward to that.
We're so excited about tomorrow as well, but it's now time for the players to enjoy the hospitality of the Weissen House. They've earned their rest for tonight. But Peter, we will be back tomorrow with the final 4 rapid games before moving on to the knockout, the classical knockout of the freestyle chess. It's been a fantastic day of chess. A big thank you, a big shout out to everyone who's joining us for the event in chat. It has been awesome. Once again, Peter, a goodbye to chat from us. We will see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.